Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Deku. The Sharingan Hero Part 2 Chapter 11. Izuku vs the Nomus. Izuku felt a little pain in his hand, the same one he used to punch Shigaraki. I lost control and went to 15% for a second there, but if I hadn't done that, he would have probably hurt Momo. Izuku then looked and noticed that the two huge villains were going towards their unconscious master. This is our chance. He looked at his panicked friends, they were too terrified to even move. Think, Izuku, think, what should I do now? What would All Might do? He said in his head, but quickly got his answer. Izuku stood tall in front of his classmates, shielding them. Everything is fine now. Why? Because I'm here, Izuku said with a smile, trying his best to imitate his mentor. This immediately succeeded in calming down his friends and reassuring them that everything was going to be all right. Everyone, let's go save Aizawa-sensei and Vlad-sensei and get out of here, Izuku shouted as his eyes were burning with determination. His intimidating Sharingan was doing an excellent job showing his conviction and sheer will as well as freeze Kurogiri in his place, who was already panicking as he had no idea what to do now. However, they didn't know that the battle had just started. A few minutes earlier, Shoji, is everyone here? Can you check? Tenya asked as Shoji was using his tracking skills to find his classmates. Everyone scattered, but they're all in this building, Shoji replied, after checking for his peers' whereabouts by creating multiple eyes and ears. Iida, 13 called her student. Yes, I entrust this duty to you. Run to the school and tell them about what is happening here. The alarms are not sounding, and our phones don't have signal. The alarm system is based on infrared rays. Even though Eraserhead is erasing people's quirks left and right, they are still not working, which means they must have someone with an interference quirk who used it right when they arrived. It would be faster for you to run than for us to find that person, 13 said as she thought that this was the best course of action. But it would be a disgrace as a hero to leave everyone behind, Tenya tried to protest, but was cut off. We're not heroes yet, we're still students, Itsuka said out of nowhere, grabbing Tenya's attention. Huh? Tenya questioned. This is the only way to save everyone. I understand your feelings, but you're the only one who's fast enough to call the pros, Itsuka said as she was slightly shaking. She was afraid and sick, worried about Izuku and Ojiro. However, she knew that she needed to be strong now and do her responsibilities as both class representative and hero in training. She knew that this was their one and only chance to save Izuku and Ojiro, as well as her classmates. She then went in front of Kurogiri, and was followed by the likes of Shiro and Sato, who were then followed by the other present students after they managed to encourage each other. Itsuka had to be rational about their situation, and right now, she fully understood that the only way to save everyone is to create an opening for Tenya to escape and call for backup. Use your quirk in order to save others, 13 exclaimed as she too got ready to fight Kurogiri. She wasn't going to let any of her students get hurt after all. Even if you have no other choice, are there really idiots who'd talk about their plans in front of the enemy? Kurogiri mocked them as he dashed towards them. We did it because it doesn't matter if we're found out, 13 replied as she activated her quirk, and Kurogiri began to get sucked in the black hole. Central Plaza. Multiple bodies laid across the floor as Aizawa and Vlad kept on dealing with all of the minions that stood in their way. After tying up two people with his scarf and knocking them out, Aizawa looked up to see Tamura Shigaraki charging straight for him with his right hand. 23 seconds, Shigaraki said as he ran towards Aizawa. Final boss, Aizawa said as he threw his long scarf towards him in an attempt to immobilize him. 24 seconds, 20 seconds, 17 seconds, Aizawa attempted to elbow Shigaraki in the chest, but was blocked at the last second as Shigaraki held Aizawa's elbow in a tight grip. Damn, Aizawa cursed as he realized his attack was stopped. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant where your hair falls. Shigaraki began as Aizawa widened his eyes. They were red and dry due to using his quirk too much. That's when you have deactivated your quirk, and the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Tamura finished as the skin of Aizawa's elbow tore apart, revealing gory red blood bone as cracks appeared throughout the skin of his right arm. Aizawa jumped away from Shigaraki as he felt the pain in his right elbow. My elbow's crumbling. The fodder villains took this as an opportunity to get the jump on Aizawa. But luckily, the pro hero dodged all of their attacks. His breathing was heavy as the fatigue of fighting a big group for a long period of time finally took its toll on him. That quirk isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease? Shigaraki exclaimed as he taunted Aizawa, who was able to take care of the other villains who tried to ambush him even with one arm. Aizawa! Vlad King shouted as he charged towards his fellow teacher, but was blocked by the green monster. You're so cool, by the way, heroes, I'm not the final boss. Shigaraki said with a hint of malice in his voice, proved by the evil smile on his face. Aizawa gasped as he turned his head to see the huge black-colored villain with an exposed brain right behind. He moved so fast that Aizawa never even heard him make a sound. Those two are Nomus, and they're the ones you really need to worry about, not me, Shigaraki said as the black Nomu brought his claws down towards Aizawa. He tried to erase the black Nomu's quirk, but it didn't seem to have any effect as the black Nomu still brought his hand down and pushed Aizawa to the ground and smashed his head. He broke Aizawa's arm, who shrieked in pain. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive in the face of overwhelming power. You might as well be quirkless. Shigaraki mocked him with a vicious smile. USJ entrance. Black hole, which sucks up everything and turns it all to dust. I see. That is an astounding quirk. However, 13, you're a hero who works to rescue people from disasters. As expected, your battle experience is less than half of that of a normal hero. Kurogiri pointed out while being sucked in the black hole. Unfortunately for 13, the mist villain outsmarted her and opened a portal right behind her. And so, her black hole began to suck her back instead. A warp gate. 13 shouted in distress. She knew that Kurogiri had won as her hero costume began to crumble, due to her quirk's backfire. You turned yourself into dust. Kurogiri said as 13 finally deactivated her quirk, but not before taking a lot of damage, as well as sustaining serious injuries. Ichi got me, 13 murmured before she collapsed on the floor. Sensei, Mina yelled. The sight of her teacher made her panic. Iida, run, hurry, Monoma shouted. He was desperate now that the situation was only getting worse. They had to give it their all, right here and right now. Iida activated his engines and began to run to the exit. It was the only thing he could do now to help his friends and teacher. Damn it, he shouted as he ran, ashamed and frustrated by his weakness. One of the children who was not scattered, we are only waiting for All Might. If the other teachers are called here, it will be hard for us. Kurogiri thought as he opened a warp gate in front of Tenya to stop him. Everyone gasped in shock as it seemed like Tenya was going to fall right through it. Their one and last hope was about to be taken away. Everyone was entrusted to me. I will, Tenya thought in distress as he was only a second away from being teleported away. Luckily though, Shidai Kuroiro, a student from Class 1B jumped into action, as he entered Kurogiri's body and took control over it. Name: Shidai Kuroiro Quirk, Black. His quirk allows him to merge his body into anything that is dark in color. Whether naturally dark or dark via external circumstances, such as shadows. Iida, hurry, it's my first time doing this, and I don't know how much longer I can hold him. Shidai shouted as he closed the warp gate before Tenya could get sucked in. Tenya started to run again as fast as he can. He safely got to the door and tried to open it, but Kurogiri quickly regained control of his body again and Shidai was forced out of his body, unconscious. I won't let you, Kurogiri shouted, but luckily Itsuka enlarged her hands and caught the metal piece hanging in Kurogiri's body. Name: Itsuka Kendo Quirk, Big Fist. Her quirk grants her the ability to enlarge both of her hands to a gigantic size. With the increased size, comes enhanced striking power and gripping capabilities. This metal thing must be your weakness because in reality you have a physical body, am I right? Itsuka questioned with a smirk, having figured out Kurogiri's weakness. Ochako saw a chance and ran before activating her quirk on the metal piece. Shortly after, Kurogiri began to helplessly float in the air. Nice assist, Uraraka. Itsuka praised Ochako. Oh no, my body, Kurogiri yelled in distress. This last attack gave Tenya enough time to run away. I had to buy enough time for Iida to escape. Ochako replied with a smile as Tenya finally opened the USJ front gates. Engine boost, Iida shouted as he exited the USJ ran to the school building to get help. He's going to call for support. It's game over, Kurogiri thought, as he decided to go back to Tamura. Central Plaza. Meanwhile, Vlad King was now facing the Green Nomu. Get out of my way, Vlad King shouted as he tried to punch the Green Nomu with a blood-hardened fist. However, the Green Nomu was able to easily catch his fist. That's not a problem, Vlad King said with a hint of confidence. His blood then shot from his hand and started to engulf the Nomu's arms and restrained him. Vlad King smiled as he thought that he managed to take out the Nomu, but felt a sudden pain in his hand. He stepped back and pulled back his hand. He looked at it and found it injured, covered in cuts and blood. How's this possible? Vlad King questioned. He looked at the restrained Nomu, but the hardened blood was immediately shattered, and what he saw shocked him. He saw sharp bones coming out of the Nomu's arms. Seeing Vlad's shocked expression, Shigaraki began to laugh like a psychopath. You know Vlad, I wanted to test this Nomu specifically against you. I wanted to see how your blood control will fare against his bones control. So please, make it entertaining as long as you can, Shigaraki sinisterly said. Something's wrong, a quirk like that one shouldn't be strong at all. In fact, it should hurt him when his bones pierce his muscles and skin like that. Also, he should have a limit to how many bones he could use just like my blood. But then why is their leader so confident in his abilities? Suddenly, the Nomu pointed his fingers towards Vlad, and started to shoot his sharp long claws at him. Vlad made a blood shield, but unfortunately for him, the sharp claws shattered the shield and pierced his body. Tisk, Vlad. I am sure you didn't slack off in your science class, but let me tell you something. Shigaraki began with a mocking tone. When I said that Green Nomu can control his bones, I meant every bone in his body. He can also shape it and mold it however he likes. So please show me your best hero. My Nomu here is really eager to fight. Tamura taunted the blood hero, proud by his Nomu's work. Vlad King stood up and charged at the Nomu, whose claws came out of his knuckles this time. Vlad King hardened his fists with his blood and broke the Nomu's claws, only for them to quickly regenerate and almost pierce his side. Luckily for Vlad, he managed to evade the attack just in time, before uppercutting the Nomu. However, the Nomu did manage to scratch his side and tear his hero costume. Despite his injuries and the blood loss, Vlad tried to restrain the Nomu by shooting his blood and hardening it to effectively immobilize the Nomu. But the Nomu managed to break free with his brute strength and claws. It also seems like the claws became much sharper, longer and stronger than before. It's no use, Vlad. Each time you break his bones, they'll grow stronger, Tamura pointed out. I have to admit, he's strong, but can you get past this? Vlad decided to harden his upper body with his blood, something that usually put a strain on him, but there was no other choice. He charged at the Nomu again and dodged his claws before he caught his arm and flipped him over, which was an incredible feat, considering the monster's weight. Having no intention to stop here, Vlad hardened his leg with his blood and tried to land a devastating kick to the Nomu's chest. However, to his surprise, the Nomu's thoracic cage bones came out and protected him like a shield. Vlad was shell-shocked to see that the bones didn't even break under his attack. Og! The Nomu impaled Vlad's thighs with 2 rods of bones that came out of his wings, causing him to shriek in pain. The Nomu then stood up again in front of Vlad and caught him in a monster hug, before Vlad felt his body being pierced everywhere by sharp bones. How is he able to use his bones like this, taking them out of his body like they were disposable, and even when I broke them, he never felt any pain? Vlad said as he fell on the ground, with a puddle of his blood forming underneath him. You see, Vlad, bones control isn't the only quirk Green Nomu has. He also has bones regeneration and bones hardening. Combine those with his bones control and you get the perfect combination. Unlike you who can only fight short battles so that you don't lose a lot of blood, Nomu can fight endless battles, Tamura Shigaraki said before giving the fallen hero one last malicious laugh. UW won't get all away. The hero passed out. Vlad, Aizawa shouted, concerned about Vlad's condition. Aizawa's eyes turned red as he activated his quirk again and stared straight at Black Nomu, attempting to erase his quirk again. But just like last time, Black Nomu was completely unaffected and snapped Aizawa's other arm as he grunted in pain. It's like he's breaking a stick. I'm sure I erased his quirk. That means he is just that powerful naturally. He's as strong as All Might, Aizawa said in his mind as Black Nomu picked his head up and smashed into the ground, creating cracks in the concrete, and inflicting even more damage as the battle was completely one-sided. Shortly after, he dislocated Aizawa's broken arm, causing him to yell out in pain. Back to the present. Everyone, let's go save Aizawa-sensei and Vlad-sensei and get out of here. Izuku shouted as his eyes were burning with determination. His intimidating Sharingan was doing an excellent job showing his conviction and sheer will as well as freeze Kurogiri in his place, who was already panicking as he had no idea what to do now. Yes, Izuku's friends responded with a hint of relief, now that the situation was turning in their favor. Ojiro grabbed Vlad-sensei. Awase you grab Aizawa-sensei. Momo and Nabara go with them to the entrance. Regroup with the others. Izuku said with a hint of authority. But what about you, Midoriya? Momo asked, concerned about her classmate. We can't leave you behind, man. Awase added. I'll slow down the mist villain. Don't worry, I know his weakness and I'll catch up to you in no time. I got you in this mess in the first place, so it's only right for me to stay. Ojiro looked at Izuku for a moment. You better come back, I still have a score to settle with you. I promise we'll have our rematch, Ojiro. Now, go, Izuku said before giving him a thumbs up. Ojiro and Awase carried their teachers and began to run with Abara to the entrance. Momo was about to do so, but Izuku stopped her. Yayorozu, I need you to create a sword, a Japanese-style sword. Izuku requested. Momo had an uneasy look, still hesitant about leaving Izuku alone, but if this is how she can help him, then so be it. She created the sword and handed it to him. Thank you, now go. Momo then followed the other 3 students. Izuku then turned to face Kurogiri. He wasn't going to let the mist villain go anywhere near his friends. I see you want to play hero, huh? Kurogiri mocked the Sharingan user, clearly underestimating him. Much more than you want to play villain. Look around you, this game is over. The pros are coming, your leader is down. Give up now, it will be better if you retreat. Indeed, you're right. However, my boss here has a short temper, and I'm sure he will be more than happy if I at least manage to capture the one who messed up his fun. Come at me and try your luck then, Izuku replied, taunting the villain. Kurogiri charged at Izuku, thinking that Izuku was just your normal cocky and arrogant child with a strong physical enhancement quirk. But unfortunately for him, he was wrong as Izuku immediately jumped and grabbed the metal piece hanging in his body. He held him down, much to the villain's surprise who didn't expect Izuku to know about his weakness. After all, he was doing a much better job hiding it this time. What? How? Kurogiri questioned in confusion. His weakness was exploited once again. My eyes here see through everything. From the moment you appeared in front of us at the entrance, I saw that metal piece you were hiding within your mist, Izuku replied. I see, I underestimated your quirk and judgment, Kurogiri replied as he acknowledged Izuku's skills. I also know that the key to kill All Might are these 2, am I right? Indeed, but what will you do about them? You can't possibly defeat them. Your teachers tried and are barely alive now. I don't need to. I already know that they were part of an experiment and that they are programmed to protect your boss here if he's unconscious. So, as long as I am holding you here and not attacking him, I should be fine. Give up now, you lost villains. Izuku said and intimidated the villain with his Sharingan to strike fear in him. So young and naive, look over there. Izuku looked at Shigaraki and saw him getting up. What, the 15% should have been enough for him to sleep the whole day or something. This is not good, the pros should arrive in a few minutes, but someone should hold them until then. Izuku thought. It seems like it was too early to celebrate. Shigaraki began scratching his neck before saying, "You moved well back then. Your smash, are you a follower of All Might's?" he questioned in a very angry tone. "Yes, I'm going to become the greatest hero, just like him," Izuku replied with a hint of defiance. "Well, I was planning on killing you either way, but now, I'll make sure to make it as painful as possible," Tamura replied as he was now pissed. After all, he hated All Might's very existence. Green Nomu, kill him. The Green Nomu charged at Izuku with his claws, trying to pierce him in his chest. But Izuku dodged the attack and delivered an uppercut to the villain's chin. The Nomu fell on his back and Izuku stepped on his claws, breaking his bones, only for them to regenerate again. "I see, so, bones control and bones regeneration are his quirks," Izuku pointed out. He didn't exactly know what his quirks were per se, but he knew that the monster had multiple quirks. "Oh, we have a perceptive student here, call me impressed. But even if you know about his quirks, what are you going to do about it, brat?" Tamura sarcastically mocked Izuku. "Well, I'll break his bones until he can no longer regenerate them," Izuku replied. He was sure that there must be some kind of limit to his bones regeneration quirk. The Green Nomu stood up and started to shoot his long sharp claws from his fingers, but Izuku was able to dodge them easily and deflect some of them with his sword, thanks to the Sharingan. "I see, those eyes of his," Kurogiri murmured as he started to understand what Izuku meant by his eyes could see everything. "What's wrong, Kurogiri?" Shigaraki asked. "I think that the boy may have two quirks, or maybe a combined one. At first glance, you can see that he has a physical enhancement quirk, but then how is he predicting the Nomu's attacks? How did he discover my weakness immediately? His eyes are not normal," Kurogiri deduced. "I can see that his eyes are not normal, but having multiple quirk, is that even possible? He's not a Nomu, you know," Tamura replied, curious about Izuku's eyes. As far as he knew, only his master had multiple quirks. The Green Nomu then started to grow sharp bones from his elbows and knees now and went straight for Izuku. "Lowest round kick," Izuku shouted as he ducked under the sharp bone coming from the Nomu's elbow, and as the Nomu tripped off his feet, Izuku prepared his next attack. Texas Smash, Izuku hit the Nomu right in his guts and sent him flying away. "Tisk, just before I delivered that smash, he used his thoracic cage's bones to block my attack. I managed to break his bones, but my punch didn't do as much damage as I wanted to," Izuku said in his mind. However, just then, a bony rod came out of the Nomu's wing and shot at Izuku. Izuku was taken aback by surprise as he didn't expect the Nomu to recover that quickly. Luckily for him, he managed to cut it in half with his sword at the last second. That's either some excellent reflexes he got there or excellent perception. I don't know exactly which one it is, but I'm leaning towards the latter, Kurogiri thought as he carefully observed Izuku. Ruah-a-a-a-r-r-r. The Green Nomu let out a mighty roar as it stood up again. He was angry at Izuku and began to pull out his vertebral column from his spine. Izuku watched this whole process in disgust as he has never seen someone pull his spine like that. After fully pulling it out, the Green Nomu began to swing it like a sword, ready for round 2. Izuku took his fighting stance and firmly held his sword. They stared at each other before Izuku charged at it. Sharp bone spikes shot at him from the Nomu's kneecaps, but Izuku deflected them all with his sword. Once he got close enough, both of them swung their swords and clashed with each other. Izuku noted that the bone was as hard as steel. Izuku and the Nomu then began to clash swords together at a high speed. Izuku tried to slash his chest, but the Nomu blocked his attack. The Nomu then tried to shoot bone spikes at Izuku again from his kneecaps, but Izuku had already perceived his attack with the Sharingan and jumped over the attack. That was close, Izuku said to himself. However, just then, the Nomu swung his sword as fast and strong as he can. Izuku tried to parry it with his own sword, but was sent flying away. Unfortunately for him, this wasn't the end as the Nomu began to shoot bone spikes from his fingers. Izuku tried to dodge the incoming attacks, but one of them managed to impale his shoulder before he fell on the ground with a loud thud. "Ah!" He yelled out in pain as blood dripped from his shoulder. It was painful, but not as painful as breaking one's bones. So, he grabbed the bone spike and winced in pain as he pulled it out of his shoulder. He was panting but still standing. He had to continue fighting because he was currently the only capable of protecting his classmates right now. "Come on, Izuku, Kurogane-sensei trained you to be better than this. Sure, he didn't prepare you to fight a monster that uses its spine like a sword, but still," Izuku thought as he firmly gripped his sword. Shigaraki made an evil smirk. "It's no use, kid. There's nothing you can do to defeat a Nomu that was specifically made to kill your trash of a symbol of peace. Just give up and accept your death with grace." Hearing this, Izuku just scoffed. "Give up, silly Izuku. With everything that happened to you, you ought to be proud of yourself. No matter how much life put you down, you stood up again, you never gave up." Izuku remembered his mother's words. Then, his memories shifted to another distant memory. Music. Naruto asked strong and strike. "Mom, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I promise you that I'll never give up ever again." "What's so funny, kid?" Shigaraki asked with a hint of annoyance. "What's funny is that you think I'd ever give up, but I won't. I'll stall you until the pro heroes come and protect my friends, because I." Izuku began as the green lightning around him began to violently swirl around him and the scent of ozone filled the air. His Sharingan began to spin too as it showed his conviction and determination. I never give up and I never go back on my word because that's my hero way. Izuku shouted as he charged at the green Nomu once again. His charge alone created gusts of wind as he ran so fast towards the monster. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were taken aback by surprise as they were having a hard time tracking Izuku's speed. They didn't expect the Sharingan user to be this fast. The green Nomu tried to shoot bone spikes at him again from his knuckles and knees, but Izuku cut them all with his sword at an incredible rate and speed. After slashing the last one in two perfect halves and managing to get closer, the Nomu swung his sword at him, trying to cut him down. However, Izuku just threw his sword in the air over the Nomu and ducked under the attack as he slid between his legs. He then caught the sword and did a quick turnaround before he slashed his calves. RRRRI. The Nomu shrieked in pain. Seeing this, Shigaraki's and Kurogiri's eyes widened in shock. Just who's this kid? Kurogiri yelled in his mind. I'm not done yet, Izuku shouted as he quickly followed with a devastating kick to the monster's spine, breaking it in the process before the Nomu was sent flying away. Izuku then jumped high in the air and threw his sword at the Nomu. His sword impaled his back and stopped him in his place as it was pinned to the ground. Come, young Midoriya, this is your Hero Academia. Izuku remembered All Might's words. He's a UA student. This is his Hero Academia now, and he was going to protect it from the villains. Remember this because I, Izuku Midoriya, am the hero who will become the next symbol of peace. Izuku yelled as he pulled back his fist. The pain in his shoulder hurt him as blood dripped from it, but he wasn't going to stop there. He was going to finish this. Detroit Smosh. Izuku brought his fist down and landed a solid punch right to the Nomu's face. The punch was powerful enough to create a crater in the ground as it came down with a loud boom. Shigaraki coughed as dust filled the area, but once it settled and cleared, he only saw Izuku standing and his Nomu in a bloody mess and helplessly lying on the floor. He focused on Izuku's eyes and looked at them and only saw a burning inferno in them, but what mostly irritated him is that they reminded him of All Might. Oi, this Nomu was made to kill All Might, not to get defeated by a mere kid. Tamura angrily shouted as he scratched his neck. Blood could be seen dripping from it. He was clearly furious and pissed off. Tamura, it's best for us to leave now. That kid managed to defeat the Nomu and the pros will arrive any minute now. I'll retrieve the Nomu, Kurogiri began but was interrupted. No, I'm not leaving before I kill this brat. Look at him. He's only 15 but he defeated a Nomu. Kurogiri, a Nomu. If we let him go alive, he'll prove to be a bigger threat in the future. Shigaraki shouted at him. Kurogiri then watched as his young master charged at the Sharingan hero with his hands outstretched. Izuku quickly picked his sword before he dodged Shigaraki's hand. He didn't know what was his quirk, but seeing as Shigaraki ran with his hands outstretched like that, he knew that something bad would happen if the villain touches him. Die, you brat! Shigaraki shouted as he tried to touch Izuku with his 5 fingers. As Izuku dodged Shigaraki's incoming hand once again, he noticed the sudden portal that was opened behind him by Kurogiri. Oh, no, Izuku jumped back and kicked Shigaraki in his chin before he did a backflip over the portal and landed on his hands first before flipping and landing on his feet. Phew, that was close. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He then quickly grabbed his sword and jumped towards Shigaraki before he stomped his chest, pushing him down on the floor and brought his sword right before his face. Surrender, it's over now, Izuku calmly said. Shigaraki then grabbed Izuku's sword and Izuku thought he was just trying to resist. However, he gasped in shock as his sword crumbled and turned into dust. Name: Tamura Shigaraki Quirk. Decay. Tamura's quirk allows him to disintegrate whatever he touches with all 5 fingers. It will take effect whether the target is organic or not. The disintegration spreads quickly and will spread through the victim's whole body if they don't amputate the decaying body part. His quirk can even spread beyond what he's touching, allowing him to disintegrate large groups of enemies instantly. What's this? Izuku questioned. Izuku jumped back as he saw Shigaraki outstretching his hand towards him. He wasn't going to let him touch him. Ah! Izuku felt a sudden pain as 2 rods of bones pierced him through his back. He looked back and was surprised to see the green Nomu back again. This time he had bones coming out of his shoulders, elbows, knees, and knuckles. It seems like it was getting serious now. You have to be kidding me. No matter how much I hit him he gets up. It seems like he can only regenerate his bones since there's blood coming from his mouth, meaning that he's suffering internal damage, but still. I finally got you, kid. Izuku looked in horror at Shigaraki whose hand was coming closer and closer. No, I can't die here. I can't die now. I have to escape, Izuku thought as his eyes widened in panic. He couldn't move because of the 2 rods. Izuku closed his eyes as Shigaraki's hand was only 1 centimeter away. Was he going to die now without even passing one for all? Was he going to fail All Might? Collapse zone. Die! Bakugo shouted as he fired an explosion and took out 2 villains at the same time. Meanwhile, Kirishima who had hardened his arms managed to take out a villain too. Both of them panted as it looked like they took down a large group on their own. Is that all of them? They're so weak, Bakugo pointed out. Alright. Let's hurry up and go save the others. If we're here, then everyone else should be inside USJ, too, Kirishima said as he was concerned about the safety of his classmates. Besides, because we ran off ahead, we slowed 13 down. If 13 had been able to suck up that fog, then this wouldn't have happened, Kirishima added in frustration as he was ashamed of himself. As men, we have to take responsibility for what we did. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm gonna kill that warp gate, Bakugo angrily said as he hated the fact that he couldn't defeat Kurogiri at that time. What? You're gonna act childish at a time like this? Besides, that guy's attacks are… Kirishima began with a hint of anger, thinking that going back to defeat Kurogiri was more important than saving the others for Bakugo. Shut up. That gate bastard is the enemies in and out. I'm gonna cut off their gateway route for when the time comes. It's not like we don't have a way to fight the fog, Bakugo replied, having enough of Kirishima's rambling. At the same time, a villain with an invisibility quirk was trying to sneak up on him and jumped at him once he got close enough. Stop your chit-chatting, since you've left your guard down, he began, but Bakugo caught him by his head and fired an explosion. The villain was clearly wrong about Bakugo lowering his guard. Anyway, if these small fries are the ones assigned to us, pretty much everyone will be fine, right? Bakugo added. That reaction time was amazing, Kirishima murmured to himself as he was amazed by Bakugo's skills. Anyway, were you always so calm and rational? He asked. I thought you were more like, die, die, die. I'm always calm and rational, you spiky-haired punk, Bakugo shot back. Oh yeah, that's more like it, Kirishima said. HMPH. Then go if you want to, Bakugo said as he threw the villain away. Wait. Believing in our friends, that's really manly Bakugo. I'll follow you, Kirishima said as he hardened his arms again. Izuku closed his eyes as Shigaraki's hand was only 1 centimeter away. However, just then, he heard a familiar voice, causing him to reopen his eyes. Get away from him, a white blur kicked Shigaraki, sending him flying away. Ojiro, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, surprised to see him here. I came because I was worried. I couldn't let you fight the main villains alone, so once the others took Vlad-sensei, I immediately came back, and I'm glad I did. He explained, before taking a good look at Izuku. Midoriya, you're hurt. You look terrible, Ojiro shouted in distress. After all, Izuku had 2 rods coming out through his chest, and his shoulder was bleeding and he was covered in bruises. There's no time to worry, help me quickly, Izuku weakly replied. Ojiro then used both of his hands to break the rods one by one. After that, Izuku breathed in and pulled out the bony rods from his chest. Og, don't worry, I'm fine. Izuku let out a grunt. He took a few heavy breaths to recover. See that big green guy over there? Yes, what about him? That guy has 4 quirks. He has wings, bone regeneration, bone control and some kind of bone hardening, I think. Do you have any plans to defeat him? Ojiro asked. Yes, you see, we had to break his bones, faster than he can regenerate them. He must have some sort of limit after all. Only problem is that we also need to attack him as fast as we can, or he'll hurt us with his bones. Be careful because he has long-range attacks too, so follow my lead because it's hard to get close. Izuku explained his plan as he stood up again. Right. Ojiro responded. More of these annoying kids are coming, but it doesn't matter now that my Nomu has gotten serious, they don't stand a chance, Tamura exclaimed with a hint of confidence. Nomu, kill them. Izuku started to run towards the green Nomu, followed by Ojiro. His movements were now sloppy because of his injuries, but he had to push himself harder. The Nomu started to shoot his bone spikes from his knees and fingers at them once again. To the right, Izuku said, as he and Ojiro dodged the incoming attacks. Now to the left, now jump, Izuku instructed as both teams charged at the monster. However, just then, the Nomu began to focus his attacks on Ojiro and shoot more bone spikes from his chest now, using his thoracic cage. Ojiro froze in his place as he knew that there was no way he could dodge all of them, but Izuku quickly pushed him out of the way as he took some of the attack. He managed to dodge many of them, but some managed to graze him and Ojiro. Midoriya, Ojiro cried out. I'm okay, we have to keep G. Izuku was cut off as the Nomu delivered a powerful uppercut and sent him flying away. You bastard, how dare you, Ojiro shouted as he was enraged. He aimed a punch at the Nomu, but the monster evaded the attack with a sidestep and moved around Ojiro. The Nomu then tried to hit him with his knee and impale him with the sharp piece of bone coming out of it. Music. Naruto ost spin and burst, however, before he could, Izuku landed a devastating kick to his head as he gritted his teeth, certainly from the pain. Ojiro decided to follow Izuku's attack and landed a solid hit to the Nomu's side. Both of their attacks managed to push him back. Izuku then picked Ojiro and threw him towards the Nomu, who was still stunned from the last attack. Once he did though, he was smacked by Ojiro's tail. However, it didn't do much damage as he tried to catch Ojiro, but was hit by a sudden pain. It was Izuku, who had retrieved his old staff and impaled the Nomu's chest, causing the Nomu to shriek in pain. That's payback for earlier, Izuku said, but took the full brunt of a punch to the face and was knocked away. Ojiro tried to punch the Nomu, but he too was smacked away. Both teens quickly recovered, looked at each other and nodded as they began to run towards the Nomu again. Having enough, the Nomu flapped his wings and hovered above them as he began to shoot his sharp bone spikes again while the two boys ran side by side. They managed to evade each and every attack, however the numbers of spikes increased more. Seeing this, they both jumped and made a turn midair, placed their feet against each other and jumped, perfectly evading the attack. Each one of them then charged towards the Nomu from each side. After that, the Nomu did a quick 180 degrees turn as he fired bone spikes at the two of them. Luckily though, both teens managed to jump in the air towards the Nomu, who had to regenerate his bones to resupply his ammo. Izuku then did a front flip and delivered an axe kick to Nomu's back while Ojiro also did a front flip, but hit him with his tail. Manchester Smash, Ojiro's special, White Dragon. The combined attack was too powerful that the Nomu kissed the concrete. The creature then tried to stand up again, but was hardly able to do so as he stammered. The two teens smirked at each other as they saw the Nomu's regeneration getting weaker. You brats are really persistent. Green Nomu, what are you doing? Kill them, Tamura ordered the Nomu. Ruo Aarr. Once his master's orders registered in his head, he charged at them and tried to cut them down with the claws coming out of his knuckles. Izuku ducked and slid between the monster's legs while Ojiro dodged by taking a step back. Seeing both of them preparing for an attack, the Nomu tried to use his thoracic cage to protect himself. Now Ojiro, show him the power of youth just like Kendo-sensei taught us, Izuku shouted. Alright, let's go and show him the spirit of youth, Ojiro smirked. Double twin strike. Both of them yelled as Izuku hit him from the back and Ojiro from the front. The power of the double twin strike was strong enough to break the villain's thoracic cage. However, they were not done yet. Ojiro jumped and kicked the Nomu's head with a roundhouse kick, stunning him before Izuku pulled his fist back. Meanwhile, the students who were watching from the entrance were amazed by the coordination between the two teens, and the effort they're putting despite being severely injured. Their teamwork was nothing short of amazing as they were making quick work of the same monster who defeated their teacher earlier. And now, they were witnessing the climax of this battle as Izuku was going to defeat that monster. Get him Izuku, Itsuka murmured as she hoped that the Sharingan user would finally defeat that monster. Deku, Ochako murmured too, worried about Izuku but hoping that he would win. Do it Midoriya, show him what you're made of. Finish him, the students at the entrance shouted as they cheered for Izuku. They're counting on me, they're all counting on me, I can't fail them or else I won't be able to call myself a hero, Izuku thought as he mustered all of his strength. Go beyond, plus ultra, everyone shouted. Resonating deep within him, the past wills and power of One for All echoed in his body, granting even more power within him, before he clenched his fist. Texas Smosh, Izuku cried at the top of his lungs as blood came out of his injured shoulder and chest, but it didn't matter because he had everyone's support and he was going to defeat that Nomu no matter what. His fist hit the Nomu and sent him flying away with an explosive power. Having no way to defend himself, the Nomu suffered severe internal damage, which was evident by the blood that came out of his mouth. He then hit the ground with a loud thud and laid there. Silence filled the USJ for a moment. Everyone was anxious to know what happened, including Shigaraki and Kurogiri, who were too shocked to see their Nomu defeated. Izuku and Ojiro were taking heavy breaths as they were tired. However, they had to make sure that they have managed to defeat the Nomu. Both teens stood above the knocked-down Nomu, unable to determine if they got him or not. Did we get him? Ojiro asked. Yeah, I think so. However, Izuku panicked as he noticed the bones all over the Nomu's body coming out again. Ojiro jump! Izuku shouted in distress before he and Ojiro jumped back. At that moment, bone spikes shot out from all over his body at a great speed. Both teens tried to dodge them, but some of them hit them as there was too many. But thanks to his Sharingan, Izuku managed to catch one of the bone spikes. He pulled his arm back mid-air and threw it at the monster with all of his strength. RRRI. The monster cried out as the bone spike impaled his throat. The creature began to make sudden moves as it struggled to breathe, but it eventually stopped moving at all. Midoriya, yes Ojiro, we did it. This time we won, Izuku said with a smile. That last attack was probably a desperate one to try to kill us, one that would have left him vulnerable since he molded all of his body's bones into spikes. It would have taken him some time to regenerate. But unfortunately for our young heroes, they had forgotten about the other Nomu in their moment of victory. The black Nomu appeared in a flash and grabbed the two of them before smashing them into the ground, creating cracks in the concrete. Shigaraki then approached the other Nomu and pulled out the bone spike at his throat and turned it to dust. Shortly after, the green Nomu was breathing again. No way, we were so close, Izuku said in frustration. But we did our best. Why wasn't it enough? How did we fail? Ojiro replied, he too was frustrated at his own weakness. Well, I have to say I am impressed. You two are definitely excellent students, but playtime is over now. What you did to my Nomu really angered me and I'm not in a good mood today to be merciful, Shigaraki angrily said. He then moved closer towards Izuku and grinned. If you think you've won then you're dead wrong. All Might will be here in any second now and he will kick your ass. Izuku retaliated as he moved his head to look at Shigaraki despite the Nomu's grip. You, the All Might wannabe. You especially irritate me, thinking you can save everyone like him. Nomu torture him, Tamura angrily shouted as he was pissed off by Izuku. He hated him now as much as All Might. The scene he saw back then when everyone counted on him to defeat the Nomu and save them made him want to throw up. Hearing his master's orders, the Nomu lifted Ojiro with one hand before he brought his foot down and stomped Izuku, crushing his ribs. Ah! Izuku screamed loudly as he felt his ribs easily breaking like a stick. He was in a whole new world of pain. Izuku! Deku! Both Itsuka and Ochako shouted in distress, worried about the Sharingan user. Seeing this, the students at the entrance began to panic. They were terrified and they were losing hope. What was taking the pros so long to get here? Sato and Shoji prepared to enter the battle. They weren't going to let their classmate carry their burden anymore. However, they were stopped by someone. Ah! Izuku was yelling again, until Shigaraki raised his hand for the Nomu to stop. So, Midoriya, do you still want to be a hero or will you give up? He taunted. Midoriya, tell him no, Please tell him no, Ojiro pleaded. He couldn't bear to see his friend suffer like that anymore. I will be a hero and I'll make sure to kick your ass before putting you in jail. Izuku replied. His breaths were getting heavier, and blood was coming out of his nose. He could pass out at any moment now. Shigaraki's eyes widened as he angrily glared at Izuku. You insolent brat, I'll show you that you're no hero. He angrily shouted before he grabbed Ojiro's tail and activated his decay. Ojiro! No! Izuku shouted as his friend yelled out in pain. His tail's skin and muscles were crumbling, and in a few moments, he would meet his demise as his whole body will turn to dust. Izuku raised his injured arm and charged 100% of one for all in his finger. He was going to kill this bastard once and for all. He won't let Ojiro die because of him. One for all 100%. Del. Izuku stopped as he noticed Shigaraki's decay not working anymore. It suddenly just stopped. Eraser head, ruining my fun again, he said as he looked behind him where he saw Aizawa. He was standing thanks to both Ochako and Itsuka helping him. His eyes were red, and his hair was floating, which meant that his quirk was activated. Green Nomu, Black Nomu, let's go kill them before the heroes come. Kurogiri opened the portal. We're going home soon, Tamura said as he and the Nomus went to kill the students and teachers. The Green Nomu was fully healed too. No, I can't let them kill them. I have to do something, but I'm very weak. I might pass out in any moment now. Sub-successor I turned out to be, can't even protect those who are close to me. Izuku thought as he was ashamed of himself. But just then, he got an idea. Ojiro, can you stand? Izuku asked in a very weak voice. I think I can manage, but I'm too tired to fight anymore and I am terribly wounded. What about you? He weakly replied. I have one last special attack. I'm sure I can take out the leader of the villains with it. If I take him out, the Nomus will automatically stop, since they seem to only obey him. Tell me your plan, Midoriya. Tamura was now approaching Aizawa and the girls. First, I'll make you watch my Nomus kill your precious students, and then I will kill you myself, Eraser. Shigaraki. Tamura looked behind him, and saw Izuku flying really fast towards him. What the? A few seconds earlier, I want you to throw me with everything you've got towards Shigaraki. Izuku said, completely serious about it. You want me throw you with everything I got towards the leader? Ojiro questioned, having second thoughts about this already. Yes, I'll use my strongest attack and take him out. Can you do it? I can't, I don't have enough strength to do it. I won't be able to throw you that far. What the fuck happened to you, Deku? Bakugo asked. He was so shocked to see Izuku in this terrible state. Midoriya. You're hurt so badly, you need help, Kirishima added. Kachan? Izuku was surprised to see Bakugo here. I got defeated by the villains. However, I have one last special move to take them out. I know you might hate this but can you help? Izuku began, but was interrupted by Bakugo himself. Music. The Raising Fighting Spirit Naruto theme. I will. Kachan, I know that you want to defeat the villains by yourself to prove your weight, you will? Izuku asked in shock. He couldn't believe that Bakugo just accepted to team up with him to defeat the villains. Yes, now explain your plan before I change my mind. He's willing to cooperate with me if it means taking down the villains to save the others. I guess All Might was right, Kachan really is changing. Izuku then explained his full plan to Bakugo before the latter picked him up. Don't get me wrong, Deku, I just want to see your strongest attack, nothing else. That and the fact that my target is the warp gate, I won't let these fucking villains get away so easily, Bakugo said while in reality, he wanted to help Izuku take care of the villains and save everyone, before anyone else gets hurt. Right, thank you Kachan. Don't thank me, you piece of shit, just die, he yelled as he used his strongest explosion to throw Izuku as far as he can. Shigaraki. Izuku yelled, as he was flying so fast towards the villain. What the? That annoying brat, Tamura thought. This is it. This is the attack that Mori-sensei helped me create, my ultimate attack. And now is the right time to use it. Izuku said in his mind as he got closer to Shigaraki. One for all 100%. Green Dragon Ultra Kick. Izuku shouted as he used the full power of One for All in his leg. As he did, a green aura formed into a green dragon who gave a mighty roar and engulfed his leg. Izuku then pulled back his leg before he kicked his target. Once the devastating kick made contact, it caused massive shockwaves through the entire USJ and broke every single window in the facility. The whole USJ was shaking like there was an earthquake, and the students who were close to the attack were knocked off their feet. Did Izuku manage to finally defeat Tamura and put a stop to the League of Villains? Find out next time on Deku. The Sharingan Hero. Chapter 12. Izuku and All Might. Music. The Raising Fighting Spirit Naruto theme. Shigaraki. Izuku yelled, as he was flying so fast towards the villain. What the? That annoying brat, Tamura thought. This is it. This is the attack that Mori-sensei helped me create, my ultimate attack. And now is the right time to use it. Izuku said in his mind as he got closer to the Shigaraki. One for all 100%. Green Dragon Ultra Kick. Izuku shouted as he used the full power of One for All in his leg. As he did, a green aura formed into a green dragon who gave a mighty roar and engulfed his leg. Izuku then pulled back his leg before he kicked his target. Once the devastating kick made contact, it caused massive shockwaves through the entire USJ and broke every single window in the facility. The whole USJ was shaking like there was an earthquake, and the students who were close to the attack were knocked off their feet. What is this incredible power? Itsuka shouted as she tried to block the shockwaves with her hand, but was still getting pushed back. She and Ochako had to do their best to shield Aizawa-sensei. Itsuko was awestruck at Izuku's incredible power. She never imagined that he was this strong. Idiot, he must have broken his bones, Aizawa said, as he shielded his eyes. He couldn't even open them. So much power, Sato said as he also had trouble staying on his feet, along with the students who were at the main entrance. Needless to say, everyone felt Izuku's immense power, heck even the scattered students, the villains, and Kurogiri did. The gusts of winds managed to push the mist villain back, which made him unable to open a portal back to their hideout. Bakugo was left utterly speechless by Izuku's attack and the destruction it caused. Did Deku just kill the guy? He thought as his eyes were wide open from the shock. He's so manly, Kirishima cheered for the Sharingan user. Did he get him? Ojiro asked, hoping that his friend finally defeated the villains. I don't know, I can't see from the dust, Kirishima replied, trying to take a good look at the situation. The whole USJ was silent, villains and heroes. Everyone was just waiting for the dust to clear, so that they could see the conclusion of the epic battle. Suddenly, Izuku's shadow became more visible, and it seems like he has managed to hit a target, but it wasn't the target everyone expected. As the dust settled, everybody saw Izuku. His leg was broken, bruised and purplish, but it had managed to break the green Nomu's neck and jaw completely. The green monster managed to save his master at the cost of his own life. They both fell on the ground. One was dead while the other was plain exhausted and incapacitated. Izuku's Sharingan faded as he has reached his time limit, followed by him deactivating his full cowl too. At least, this will make things easier for All Might. Izuku weakly muttered. His vision was becoming blurry as he was about to pass out in any second now. Meanwhile, everyone was just trying to process what just happened as they were still amazed by Izuku's ultimate attack. After all, he managed to defeat one of those deadly beasts. The same one who took out Vlad Kane. You little brat. How were you able to kill my Nomu? After his bones were broken so many times, he should have been able to withstand a hit even from All Might. His bone regeneration quirk has no limits, so how? You little pest. How were you able to kill him? Shigaraki began his temper tantrum. I told you I would break his B-bones until he could no longer regenerate them. All I had to do was deal a blow strong enough to kill him instantly. Shattering his bones first, before landing the blow was a strategy, but it took too much time and at the end it failed, so I had to improvise and deal a powerful blow to snap his neck. That's his weakness. A fatal blow to a weak point. Just like when the sharp bone spike impaled his throat, Izuku weakly said with a faint smile. He was happy that he made things easier for All Might now. Damn it! My Nomu was defeated by a little kid, Shigaraki angrily shouted. I already know that he's no longer a human, so I'm glad I was able to save his poor soul that is being tormented by you. He was my target in the first place as I knew he was going to protect you, that and the fact that a hero shouldn't kill a villain, so I was never going to kill you in the first place, Izuku murmured weakly. Shigaraki then began to violently scratch his neck, until he regained his composure. You know brat, the green Nomu was just a prototype. In fact, he wasn't really the ace up my sleeve to kill All Might, it's the black one over here. But you piss me off so much like that stupid symbol of peace. And the fact that you managed to defeat a Nomu makes you a potential threat in the future. Black Nomu kill him. The Black Nomu immediately grabbed Izuku and started to smash his head into the ground. He then started to punch him repeatedly, but Izuku had already lost his consciousness. His ribs and leg were broken, his face was all covered in blood and his nose was broken as well. Not to mention, he lost too much blood from the injuries he got in his shoulder and chest earlier. Deku, damn it, Bakugo yelled as he tried to go save Izuku, but his path was blocked by Kurogiri. I'm afraid I can't let you pass, Kurogiri exclaimed as he blocked Bakugo, Kirishima, and Ojiro's path. Fucking warp gate. Deku, Izuku. Both Ochako and Itsuko respectively shouted as they were helping Aizawa stand on his feet. Damn it, if I wasn't so useless, Aizawa said in frustration as he knew that there was nothing he could do to save his student. He was in a bad shape and he knew beforehand that trying to erase that monster's quirk was pointless. You see, Midoriya. You kept trying to save everyone, saying that you'll become a hero, but look at you now. You're moments away from death. You couldn't even save yourself, you shitty brat. And no one will come to save you, Tamura said while laughing like a maniac. However, his laugh was interrupted by the sound of the entrance's door crashing, as a silhouette appeared and managed to put the students' hearts at ease. All this time, this place was only filled with the darkness of villainy and fear, but the deeper the darkness, the more dazzling the light shines. All Might, the students shouted with a hint of relief. I had a bad feeling, so I tore myself away from my chat with the principal and came. I passed young Iida on my way and got a rough idea of what had happened. All Might thought as he entered the USJ. Good grief, it really makes me angry. Thinking about how frightening it must have been for the children, and how hard my juniors fought, All Might said in his head as he was looking at the crying students and the injured teachers and students. His eyes focused on the unconscious Tetsu and Shidai. But that is why I must proudly say, it's fine now, I am here, All Might shouted as he looked at his almost dead successor. He tore his tie as an angry expression covered his face. He wasn't smiling. Over the last year, All Might felt like Izuku was the son he never had, and seeing the young boy in such a state made him boil with rage. He immediately rushed at the Nomu and in a second, punched him in the face with a loud boom, sending him flying back to the central plaza. This managed to send shivers down the villains' spines as they were once again reminded that they were standing in front of the symbol of peace. Even Tamura and Kurogiri flinched for a second. All Might then carried the limp body of his successor, who began to open his eyes again. All Might, I did my best to protect everyone. I tried my best to stall them until you arrive. Izuku murmured before passing out again. It's okay, young Midoriya, you did a great job. I'm afraid that I'm the one who failed you. All Might murmured before giving Izuku to Sato and Shoji, who carried him to the main entrance. A bit late, wouldn't you say, All Might? I've been waiting for you all day, you trash of society. Shigaraki greeted All Might, who was met with a back slap, bitch slap, from All Might, sending him to the Nomu, who managed to catch his master. The hand that was hiding Shigaraki's face fell. The other villains tried to attack him and overwhelm him with numbers, but he knocked out all of them without breaking a sweat. Sorry, Aizawa, All Might apologized. He couldn't bring himself to look at his fellow teacher because he was ashamed of himself. If he had been here, none of that would have ever happened. I was too weak to protect him, he's the one who protected us all. It should have been the other way around. A child should never bear the adult's responsibilities. Aizawa said with a hint of frustration. You did your best, Aizawa, now leave everything to me. It's no good, it's no good, it's no good, I am sorry, father, Shigaraki said as he was hiding his face with his own hand, until he grabbed the hand that was on his face and put it back again. He hit me as he was saving them. It's the violence of a government official. He's fast, as expected. I can't follow him with my eyes. But not as fast as I thought he'd be. I guess it's true, after all, that he's getting weaker. All Might then ran towards Shigaraki, ready to attack Carolina. Nomu, Shigaraki simply said, and the Nomu heeded to his master's call and went in front of him in a flash. Smash! All Might shouted as the attack landed on the Nomu but was unfazed by it, which shocked All Might. He wasn't affected at all, All Might said as he dodged an attack coming from the Nomu and punched him in the guts, but once again the monster was unfazed. It's like All Might's attacks weren't even working. In that case, All Might said as he punched him 2 times in the face before dodging his attack. It doesn't work on his face either, huh? All Might questioned as he kept punching the Nomu in his chest. It doesn't work because of shock absorption. In order to cause damage to Nomu, it would be most effective to slowly gouge out his flesh. Whether he'd let you do that or not is a different issue, though. After all, he's the anti-symbol of peace who exists only to kill you, Shigaraki pointed out. Thanks for telling me all that. If that's true, then it's easier for me, All Might replied, as he grabbed the Nomu in a bear hug and bent his back backwards to smash the Nomu into the ground and immobilize him. All right, take that. Those guys are underestimating All Might too much, Sato cheered as he was carrying the unconscious Izuku. However, Izuku was able to hear and feel everything happening around him. I know we should leave things to All Might, but I know he's at his limit. Every day on my way to school, I read the hero news in real time. The reason why he didn't attend the class today must be because he spent 3 hours in his hero form. I'm the only one who knows All Might's secret and the predicament he's in, Izuku said in his head. Unfortunately for All Might, when he was performing his last attack, Kurogiri opened a warp gate which teleported Nomu's upper body right under All Might's back. The former then held All Might with his monster hands by his sides, restraining the number 1 hero. Is that how it is? All Might grunted as the Nomu was piercing All Might's injured side with his claws and blood was starting to leak. Shit, that foggy nobody managed to slip from me, and now he's teaming up with the freak against All Might, Bakugo growled. Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking him deep in the concrete? You won't be able to stop him like that. Because Nomu is as strong as you are. Shigaraki exclaimed with a grin. This is good, Kurogiri. It's an unexpected opportunity. Ouch, that's my weak spot. Stop it, All Might said in his head as the Nomu was squeezing his injured side. He then tried to free himself from the Nomu's grasp, but it was no use. What power, he said in his mind, astonished by the Nomu's pure strength. This is your first offense, you'd better prepare yourselves, All Might said, trying his best to free himself from Nomu's claws. Kurogiri, Shigaraki simply called his subordinate. I do not want blood and guts overflowing within me, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. You are too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you is Nomu's job. And then, when your body is halfway in, to close the gate, and tear you apart is my job. Kurogiri explained their plan. Get your filthy hands off All Might. Bakugo yelled and grabbed the metal piece hanging in Kurogiri's body before he pinned him down. At that moment, the right half of Nomu was completely frozen too. It was Todoroki who has finally appeared. Young Bakugo. Young Todoroki. All I heard was that you all are here to kill All Might. Todoroki said. He controlled it so that the ice stopped just before it reached me. Thanks to that, his grip loosened. All Might said in his head as he was starting to get out of Nomu's grip. Careful there, heroes. Shigaraki exclaimed as he held Ojiro. Explosions, brat, let my subordinate go, and you there, ice brat, don't interfere. You don't want me to kill your classmate here. You bastard. Bakugo growled, he didn't know what to do. Should he try to save Ojiro or All Might? Young Bakugo, young Todoroki. It's okay, stop interfering. All Might said. But we can't choose to save which life, Todoroki protested, but was cut off. That's an order, you are still kids so back off. All Might ordered. No, All Might, Ojiro shouted. If only I was stronger. he said in his head as the Nomu broke from Todoroki's ice and began to tighten his grip once again. No need to concern yourself about me, just do what you have to do, All Might. Shut up for a moment. Shigaraki said as he held Ojiro by his throat with 4 fingers. Bakugo let Kurogiri go like All Might ordered him, still reluctant about this whole thing. All Might began to yell out in agony as a lot of blood was coming out of his injured side. Hearing this, many students began to cry, many were already losing hope. How could all of this happen during their first week in UA? And was this really the end of All Might, the symbol of peace? Meanwhile, Izuku's injured body was lying on the floor with the other injured students and teachers. He was trying to wake up or move, as he was able to hear All Might yelling from the pain and suffering, but he was just helpless and couldn't do anything. No, All Might. There are still tons of things I want you to teach me. Izuku yelled in his mind as different memories of All Might were flashing in front of him. You can become a hero. Young Midoriya, you are worthy of my power. When I first met you, you had the heart of a true hero, but now you'll have the power of a true hero. All Might, Izuku thought as more memories came to his mind. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. All Might. Young Midoriya, you always mention your mother in conversations, but you never mention your father, may I ask why? All Might said as he handed Izuku his ice cream. Oh, it's just that my father works overseas to provide us the money my mother and I need, so I don't remember him at all. To be honest, All Might, I'm glad I met you because with you, I was finally able to see what it's like to have a father. Izuku said with a blush as he ate his ice cream. All Might was just shocked at the revelation and didn't know how to respond. There was a moment of silence before Izuku spoke again. I'm sorry All Might, that was actually awkward, just. Young Midoriya, no Izuku, I also think of you as the son I never had. All Might exclaimed with a genuine smile. Izuku was so touched by this, he felt like he was blessed and he just couldn't believe how much his life has changed in the past few months. He was really glad that he ever met All Might. The number one hero was always the light in his quirkless and sad life, he was always his last hope and he's glad that he didn't let go of said hope. Thank you, Izuku murmured. All Might, do you want power? Said a strange voice in Izuku's head. Do you want to save him? Izuku didn't care whose voice was this, he didn't care about anything right now except for saving All Might. Yes, he agreed. Then wake up. Back to All Might. All Might's body has finally entered the warp gate, Kurogiri was finally ready to close the portal and kill All Might. Many students closed their eyes as they couldn't look at their symbol of peace's death, while others were crying and frustrated for not being able to help. All Might was now letting himself get sucked in, this was the death he had to expect as a hero, dying while saving others. Even if I die here, I know that the pros will be here to save the students, I have no regrets dying like this except for one. All Might said in his mind, as he began to close his eyes. Young Midoriya, I'm sure you'll become a fantastic hero in the future, and I'm sorry that I wasn't there to guide you till the end of the road. All Might. A voice yelled that caught everyone's attention. Young Midoriya. All Might questioned as he saw Izuku being carried by Monoma and heading towards him. Get your hands off All Might, you bastards. Izuku shouted. Young Midoriya. Don't. All Might tried to tell Izuku to stand back, but he looked at the boy's eyes, and what he saw shocked him. His right eye, the second Tomo, appeared. His quirk has awakened. All Might said in his mind. Suddenly, All Might felt the Nomu pulling him out of the portal and letting go of him. What was going on? He looked at the Nomu, but what he saw surprised him. The Nomu's eyes were like Izuku's, he had the Sharingan. A couple of minutes earlier. All Might. Izuku shouted as he woke up and tried to stand up. Izuku, stop, you should rest. You already did plenty for us. Momo said as she ran to his side. No, I have, to save All Might. Izuku replied, not willing to let his mentor die like this. Monoma just looked at Izuku in total admiration. He knew how much he was wrong about Izuku earlier. He really is selfless. He really is a true hero. Izuku, stop. You're not going anywhere, idiot. Itsuka shouted at him with tears in her eyes. I already thought I lost you once, and I don't want to see you getting hurt anymore. Can't you see? It's over. We lost. There's nothing we can do. We won't let you go, Deku, and that is finale. Ochako added. She had tears in her eyes too. Please, you already did enough for us. She pleaded. No, let him go, Aizawa interrupted. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku murmured. Izuku, your quirk awakened, the second Tomo finally appeared in your right eye. Aizawa said, which shocked everybody. They didn't really understand what Aizawa was talking about, but hearing that Izuku's quirk got stronger was still shocking. Aizawa-sensei, even if he's still hurt. Sato tried to reason with his teacher. As much as it pains me to send him to the adults, fight, Midoriya, you're the only one who can save us all right now. I will gladly do it. Izuku replied with a lot of determination. His eyes shined and his Sharingan started to spin. Monoma, who had touched Itsuka's shoulder, expanded his hands in size. I can see that you have a plan, but you need someone to carry you, so I'll do it. Monoma said, not willing to back down either. Monoma. Izuku nodded. Alright, let's do this. Back to the present. Music. Naruto Ostavenger. Nomu, save Ojiro. Izuku ordered, which made the Nomu charge at Shigaraki with supersonic speed. The Nomu then delivered a powerful uppercut, breaking Shigaraki's jaw in the process and then carried Ojiro to Izuku. Shigaraki, who was sent flying away, stood up again, still too shocked to comprehend what had just happened. Kurogiri, what is happening? How is the Nomu obeying that kid? Shigaraki asked in panic while he held his broken jaw. I don't know, Tamura, I don't know. Kurogiri nervously replied. Ruining our first week of school, attempting to kill my friends and teachers. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. You won't get away with this. Izuku yelled. Rua aaarrr. The Nomu, who was standing behind him, roared to show Izuku's anger. Seeing this, all the villains started to shake in fear. Who the hell are you? You're not a human brat. No, those eyes, those red eyes, you must be a devil. Shigaraki shouted while taking a couple of steps back. He was scared of Izuku's death glare. What was that about me not being able to save anyone? Don't count me out so easily. As for who I am, I already told you, I am the hero who never gives up. The hero who will save everyone. Izuku Midoriya, the next fledgling symbol of peace. Izuku replied as Shigaraki just froze in fear. Izuku then looked at the Nomu, who seemed to be still under his control. Nomu, finish all the minions who are here. Izuku ordered. The Nomu didn't hesitate to carry his new master's orders and took care of all the cannon fodders in the USJ in a flash. Izuku then ordered the Nomu to grab Shigaraki, and the Nomu immediately charged at his old master, and grabbed him by his shirt, before lifting him off the ground. Meanwhile, everyone stood in awe at Izuku's power, and how he was able to subdue the Nomu despite his current state. Tell me, Shigaraki, how does it feel now when you're in the receiving end of the Nomu's power? Exclamation mark quote. Izuku said, as the Nomu was squeezing Shigaraki's body so hard, and the latter was just grunting in pain. This is how Aizawa-sensei felt, you bastard. This is how Ojiro felt when you decayed part of his tail. This is what everyone felt today. Fear, and now you'll have a taste of your own medicine. Izuku yelled as he was consumed by his rage at the moment. But just then, he started vomiting some blood. Shigaraki, however, never felt this terrified of someone in his entire life. In fact, he doesn't remember when was the last time he felt fear. Young Midoriya. All Might called his successor's name, worried about his current state. All Might, stand down. Izuku said as more blood was coming from his eyes and nose. He was straining himself beyond his limits. He was exhausted and was about to faint in any moment. I can still hold him down much longer, I'll save every, Izuku added before vomiting more blood. Young Midoriya, even though you're injured and so tired, even though you're at your limit. You're pushing forward to save everyone, going beyond plus ultra, my boy, you really are a true hero. All Might said in his head, before giving Izuku a thumbs up. All Might then hit Izuku's neck, which made the latter fall unconscious. At that moment, the Nomu snapped out of his trance and let go of Shigaraki, who was visibly shaking in fear. That fucking brat, Shigaraki exclaimed. He then went on his knees and coughed. Blood was coming out of his mouth too, as he has definitely suffered some internal damage. Shortly after, he got up, shaken to the core, but still managed to regain his composure yet again. What the fuck is this? You just knocked out the only student who could have saved everyone. Do you really want the credit of defeating us to yourself? Shigaraki taunted with a newfound confidence now that Izuku is out of the picture. Young Midoriya, thank you, but it pains me when you destroy your body to save me. And as a hero and your teacher, I can't allow you to do that. All Might said as he looked at his almost unconscious successor. No, All Might, Izuku murmured before fainting. All Might then gave Izuku and Ojiro's bodies to Monoma. Take them to safety. He simply ordered. Nomu, kill All Might and then that green-haired brat, he's too dangerous to be left alive. If he's that strong at 15 years old, then imagine how strong he'll become in a few years. No. In fact, prioritize killing that brat, I won't let him get away for his insolence. Shigaraki ordered the Nomu as he violently scratched his neck. In fact, there was blood dripping from it now. Music. You say run. It's true that I barely have a minute left. My power has been declining faster than I expected. But I must do this. Why? Because I am the symbol of peace. All Might said as he emitted a strong aura that froze everyone in place except for the Nomu. As the two titans finally charged at each other and clashed, their exchanges of fists caused a shockwave that blew everyone away. Damn. Hey, you talked about his shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you? Shigaraki questioned. Yes, I did. All Might said as he managed to knock the Nomu away. The two titans started to exchange fists so fast at supersonic speeds, that even the normal human eye couldn't keep up with their movements. Wow. Kirishima said in amazement as he was blown away. I can't get near them. Kurogiri exclaimed. If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, then there's a limit to it, right? All Might said as he began to get the upper hand in the fight, dealing more blows, landing one punch after the other. Made to fight me. If you can withstand me at 100%, then I'll force you to surrender from beyond that. He's not swinging randomly. Every single hit, Bakugo thought, is more than 100% of his power. Todoroki finished Bakugo's thought, as All Might finally landed a devastating punch that knocked the Nomu several meters away. Seeing this, Shigaraki got more and more angry. A hero can always break out of a tough spot. All Might said as he jumped over to the Nomu and began their intense exchange of blows. Neither side was willing to surrender, until All Might grabbed the Nomu by the arm, swung him and threw him to the ground, creating a large crater. Finally, All Might landed in front of the Nomu with a loud thud. Hey villain, have you ever heard those words? Resonating deep within him, the past wills and power of One for All echoed in his body, granting even more power within him, before he clenched his fist. Go beyond. Plus, Ultra. All Might roared as he punched the Nomu in the guts. The result was the punch sending the Nomu upwards through the roof of the USJ at max velocity. He was sent through the sky across the city. The power of the punch also made the entire place shake as if there was an earthquake. All the students just stood there in awe at All Might's power. The symbol of peace was definitely in a league of his own. Is this a comic book or something? It's like he nullified the shock absorption. His brute strength is crazy. Kirishima said with visible shock in his voice. What insane power, does this mean he rushed at him so fast he couldn't regenerate? Bakugo added, he too was shell-shocked. So, this is the top, Todoroki added, admiring All Might's power. Is this, the world of pros? Bakugo thought. I really have gotten weaker, in my prime, 5 hits would have been enough. But it took more than 300 hits. All Might said with a smile. Smoke started to emit from his body as he was going to return to his weaker form in any second now. Shigaraki was now shacking with anger. This by far has been the worst day of his life. He arranged for this attack and recruited mobs of villains only for them to be taken out by children. He had Kurogiri scatter them, but one of them escaped. His green Nomu was taken out by a 15-year-old kid. He tried to kill the kid but failed because All Might appeared. He almost had All Might and was going to kill him, but that same kid saved him. And finally, his strongest Nomu was defeated by All Might. Yeah, this wasn't really the best day of his life. On the bright side, could it get any worse? Weaker. No way. We've been completely overwhelmed. I can't believe he did that to my Nomu, he used a cheat. Tamura angrily said as he began to throw a temper tantrum like a child. What's going on? He's not weaker at all. Did that guy lie to me? He added as he scratched his neck. Luckily for our heroes, the long-awaited support finally arrived as the pro-hero Snipe fired a shot at Shigaraki's shoulder before Kurogiri quickly warped him and ran away. Next time you're mine, you trash of society. Shigaraki shouted, before escaping through the warp gate. All the students cheered as finally the attack was over. The pro-heroes entered the USJ facility, and immediately apprehended the minions. They were accompanied by Principal Nezu and Tenya. And outside the USJ were the police and a couple of ambulances, who immediately took the injured students. Out of the 40 students, 15 had minor injuries, 3 were severely injured but not in a critical state, and 1 was between life and death and needed immediate medical attention. Not to mention there was also 3 severely injured teachers. Unfortunately for Ua, the public had to know about the injured student who was in a critical condition, and so in a span of a few hours everyone knew that Izuku Midoriya was injured due to him taking out one of the main villains. They also heard how his chivalrous acts ended up saving the students and teachers, as well as helping All Might in defeating the strongest villain. At the League of Villains hideout. You were wrong, Master. All Might wasn't weaker at all, he managed to defeat the Nomu. Shigaraki exclaimed. What? He managed to defeat the 2 Nomus? A mysterious dark voice questioned from a monitor. From the sound of it, it looked like the person behind the voice was surprised to hear what he has just heard. Well, to be honest, the green one was defeated by one of the students. He had crazy powers, Master, his eyes were red and could see through any attacks thrown at him. He also managed to hypnotize one of the Nomus. Not only that, but there was green lightning all around him, that seemed to increase his physical strength. Kurogiri explained what happened. That annoying brat, because of him my plans were ruined. We almost had All Might, but even after being injured so badly he saved him. That brat. Shigaraki growled in frustration as he decayed a random chair. I want to kill him. He yelled. Red eyes and green lightning, what was his name? The mysterious voice asked. Midoriya, I think. Kurogiri replied, but the voice didn't respond back. There was an utter silence before Shigaraki broke it. Is something wrong, Master? Shigaraki angrily asked, still frustrated by the failure of the attack. No, don't mind me. You weren't just prepared enough today. We underestimated them. Gather the elites and build up the league, I'll do some research on my end. Something doesn't add up, the mysterious dark voice said before the monitor turned off. At Ua, the day was finally over, but the students were not mentally okay at all. They suffered a lot. Useless, coward, weak, failure, fear, terrified, shocked, afraid were the common thoughts they had about themselves. And in reality, this was an experience they never should have had experienced until their 3rd year in Ua or something. But now they got to know firsthand how dangerous the job of a hero truly was. After being interrogated by the police, the students went back to their respective classes. No one dared to speak about anything that happened today as they were tired. They packed their stuff and each student was accompanied back home by his parents. All of them did so, except the 4 injured students. Itsuka was one of the people who mentally suffered the most along with Ochako. Unlike some other students, who were having nightmares about today's events or some trouble sleeping, they couldn't sleep at all. Each time they would try, their minds would drift to Izuku and his injured state. Is he going to be fine? Did the doctors already heal him? Is he ever going to recover? Questions like these and many more were going through their minds tonight. On the other hand, Momo couldn't help but feel guilty for allowing them to go near the center plaza or leaving Izuku by himself. The guilt was so immense that she only got 2 hours of sleeping. At the hospital, Recovery Girl came out of the surgery room to meet Inko, who had tears bursting from her eyes. Recovery Girl, please tell me that my Izuku is going to be okay, please. The poor mother pleaded. Recovery Girl looked down and shook her head before saying, he's in a very bad shape. His right leg is broken, his ribs are a mess and he suffered many cuts. His shoulder and chest are in a bad shape too and he lost a lot of blood. But that's not the main problem. I'm afraid he has suffered a lot of brain damage, and I don't know when he will wake up again. I'm sorry. As recovery girl finished, Inko immediately fainted, unable to process what just happened to her Izuku. The nurses quickly ran at her side and did their best to help her. Meanwhile, All Might, who was in his weaker form, heard everything recovery girl said from behind a wall. Young Midoriya, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. He said in his mind, as his face was shadowed with guilt. Chapter 13, The Uchihas. At the hospital, recovery girl came out of the surgery room to meet Inko, who had tears bursting from her eyes. Recovery girl, please tell me that my Izuku is going to be okay, please. The poor mother pleaded. Recovery girl looked down and shook her head before saying, he's in a very bad shape. His right leg is broken, his ribs are a mess and he suffered many cuts. His shoulder and chest are in a bad shape too and he lost a lot of blood. But that's not the main problem. I'm afraid he has suffered a lot of brain damage, and I don't know when he will wake up again. I'm sorry. As recovery girl finished, Inko immediately fainted, unable to process what just happened to her Izuku. The nurses quickly ran at her side and did their best to help her. Meanwhile, All Might, who was in his weaker form, heard everything recovery girl said from behind a wall. Young Midoriya, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. He said in his mind, as his face was shadowed with guilt. 3 days later, Principal Nezu and the UA staff were in a meeting to discuss the USJ incident. Despite their injuries, Aizawa and Vlad King were also present as well as All Might. Only 13 was absent because she still hasn't recovered from her injuries. Over the past 3 days, the media was able to question the reputation of UA and their security systems, which made them look bad in the eyes of the public. It also didn't help that the public also knew about Izuku's condition, and that his recovery was still in question. I believe that this whole mess we're in now is our fault. The fact that one of our students may never wake up again is enough proof that we have failed as a hero course school. Especially since that said student had an amazing debut as a hero in training by being our #1 freshman. We could even agree that Midoriya was able to show early signs of being a potential future top hero. Of course, I'm not trying to say that the other students' safety doesn't concern us, but I'm only showing you how bad our image is in the eyes of the public right now. Nezu explained without using his normal cheerful tone. His statement was able to put guilt on All Might, Aizawa and Vlad's faces. I'm the one to blame. I was too weak to protect the students, and easily lost after the first fight. I was the most useless one out there. Vlad was frustrated. Here he was a pro hero and a teacher, yet he couldn't do a single thing against that Nomu. He couldn't protect a single student. How should his students have any faith in him now? No. This is all my fault. If only I hadn't used up all my time in my hero form, I could have been there from the beginning and stopped the League of Villains from harming anyone. All Might replied in frustration. He felt deeply responsible for what happened to Izuku and the others. He couldn't help but blame himself. And what about One for All? With the probability of Izuku's recovery being low, this could potentially be the end of One for All. It will end with Izuku. Of course, that's something that only his subconscious mind thought about it, as All Might would never dare to think that this was going to be the end of his successor. Izuku was going to wake up again, and that's what All Might truly believed. It's okay All Might, it's not your fault alone. We're all guilty as I said. However, I have one specific question for a certain teacher. Nezu said, before turning towards Aizawa. Aizawa, I need to know the reason behind your decision for allowing Midoriya to jump again in the fight against the villains. I expect that you have a good reason to back up your decision, given you're a rational person and teacher. Aizawa tightened his fists. His whole face was covered in bandages, but everyone was able to see the scowl behind them. He was angry and disappointed in himself. I don't have an explanation. I saw him struggling to get up again to fight, but before I could tell him that he's not going anywhere, I looked in his eyes and everything changed. What do you mean by everything changed? Present Mike asked, clearly confused by what his friend was trying to say. His injuries had disappeared and my judgment was clouded for a moment. It was like everything was under his control. I couldn't think straight. Aizawa replied. I can vouch for this. After all, young Midoriya was able to put even the Nomu under his control. All Might added. Midnight grabbed a student file that had Izuku's name on it. Let's see, Izuku Midoriya, his quirk is Sharingan. He has enhanced perception, super strength, super speed and can copy movements. Does that mean the boy has mind control now? Are we all sure the boy doesn't have more than one quirk? She sarcastically said, causing All Might to actually flinch at her comment. I think his mind control ability is the result of his quirk awakening. The second Tomo in his right eye appeared when he woke up to help you, All Might. Aizawa pointed out. Wait, what are you guys saying? Present Mike asked. He didn't understand what they meant by quirk awakening and such. Midoriya has weird things in his eyes that looks like commas, we call them tomos. He has 2 in his left eye and had 1 in his right eye, but now he has 2 in both eyes. That's what we meant by his quirk awakening. Aizawa answered. And how exactly do you two know about this? Vlad questioned the 2 pro heroes, curious about the matter. Recovery Girl was studying his quirk last year and she asked us for help. Aizawa replied, unknowingly saving All Might from any suspicions. Does anyone think it's weird that the kid has so many abilities with his quirk? Super strength, super speed, enhanced perception, copy movements and now mind control. It's like he has a whole arsenal of quirks. Cementos asked, which made All Might flinch again and nervously sweat. Izuku was definitely developing more and more abilities and soon enough people will notice that something is wrong. I believe that we should leave this matter for another time, Cementos. I gathered you all here to discuss future plans for UA. Nezu exclaimed, as he grabbed a stack of papers and looked carefully at it. First of all, the sports festival will be postponed, it will be held in 1 month from now. Isn't that going to make the villains and public think that we're afraid of the villains? Vlad asked. We're going to say that we're letting Class 1A and 1B recover before the sports festival, so that they could do their best. Secondly, we're going to start a dorm system at UA, protected by the best security system UA has ever seen. Finally, we're going to make Class 1A and 1B go through an intense training program. Each student will have a unique program, that he can modify and arrange however he wants to prepare for the upcoming sports festival. We're going to show the world what happens when our students go beyond plus ultra. Nezu said and shortly after dismissed everyone, ending the meeting. Back at Class 1A. I wonder how Midoriya and the others are doing today. Tenya questioned. He was hoping that his injured peers were getting much better. If only I was faster. He thought in frustration. When he learned that many of his peers were injured, he cursed himself for being too slow to call the pros. I heard that Ojiro, Tetsu and Kuwaro were getting discharged today, Ribbit. Suyu answered, while putting a finger on her chin. That's great, we should pay them a visit. Kirishima excitedly said, trying to get rid of the gloomy atmosphere that filled the class. That's a great idea. Denki pointed out. He too was excited and happy to see his peers. It seems like things were really getting better now. The school bell then rang as it was lunchtime and the students were preparing to leave the classroom to go to the cafeteria. What's going on? Ochako asked, as the homeroom's door was blocked by a swarm of students. What business do you have with Class A? Tenya questioned. We can't get out. What did you come here for anyway? Mineta yelled. Scouting out the enemy. We're the ones WHO made it out of the villains, attack. They probably wanna check us out before the sports festival. There's no point in doing stuff like that. Out of my way, extras. Bakugo exclaimed as he pushed through the swarm of students to get out of the class. Stop calling people extras just because you don't know them. Tenya shouted while moving his arm like a robot. He didn't want Bakugo to cause trouble with other students. I came to see what the famous Class A and B were like, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all the students in the hero course like this? Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. A boy with purple hair and average height said with a monotone voice. His tired eyes looked like they could give Aizawa a run for his money. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? The school has left those of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. He said while Bakugo kept walking, not caring about what the boy was saying. And it seems they may also transfer people out. Scouting out the enemy. I, at least, came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war. The kid said, but Bakugo kept walking without a care. I heard that after the villain attack many of you got hurt, which means you guys are weaker now. The kid added with a grin and this time, Bakugo finally stopped in his tracks. I heard that there's even one guy that may never recover, I guess I'll just take his place. The purple-haired boy finished. At that moment, the students of Class A and B frowned and got angry. Itsuka and other students were even going to step up. However, they all stopped in their tracks when Bakugo fired an explosion close enough to the boy's face. You son of a bitch. You can take that declaration of war and shove it up your ass. Bakugo yelled while glaring at the swarm of students. You extras. I want you to listen to something carefully. Class A and B have badasses extras. WHO not only survived the villains' attack, but also kicked their butts. So, come and get us if you can. And you lazy ass. Bakugo yelled as he pointed his finger towards the purple hair boy. The one you're trying to take his place is called Izuku Midoriya, and that fucking nerd is the strongest extra, and the only one WHO will be able to fight me for the #1 title in the sports festival. So, if you try to get in my way or his way, you'll be fucked up. Bakugo shouted as everyone else was speechless. Some because of how aggressive Bakugo was and others because they had never imagined Bakugo to recognize anyone else besides himself. I don't know if I should be happy or annoyed that he called us badasses extras or not. Shiro exclaimed. I guess that Bakugo is beginning to change in his own way, but that speech was so manly. Kirishima said. Lately, he has been way calmer than usual. Suyu pointed out. Everyone now hates us. We'll just be at a disadvantage at the sports festival. Mineta kept shouting and freaking out, but no one paid him any attention. At the back of the class, Momo had a worried expression that she just couldn't shake off. Yaoyorozu, is everything alright? Tokiyami asked. Huh, oh, sorry I was just spacing out. She responded with a smile, but it was clear that it was a fake one. Something was troubling her. Later that day, Aizawa entered the class as he had some announcements to his students. Everyone, take your seats, there's something we need to discuss. The sports festival is going to be postponed. The whole class shouted in unison. Honestly, I don't know who I should be mad at. Is it you guys for yelling or the writer who put me in this predicament? I hope he makes sure that the sports festival becomes an amazing one to be remembered, or else you guys should stop reading this fanfic. Aizawa sternly said. Who is Aizawa-sensei talking to? Denki whispered. I don't know. Mina replied. Anyways, all of you will get a unique special training program that you can modify however you want, since we still don't know the full extent of your abilities. It should help you during the sports festival. Aizawa continued. That's manly. Kirishima shouted, but received a chop from Aizawa. Finally, for security reasons, we will have you guys move into the new UA dorm starting from next week. Aizawa exclaimed, before the whole class suddenly erupted in cheers. They were excited to live together. I swear I hate that writer. Aizawa groaned as he went back into his sleep bag. At the hospital. It seems like you boys are good to go. Recovery girl said as she handed Ojiro, Tetsu and Shihai some gummies. They were walking out of the room after their final inspection, only to be met by some students of Class A and B, who were waiting for them. Hey everyone, how is it going? Ojiro asked. We're fine, we'll fill you up on what happened today. More importantly, how are you, man? Kirishima asked. Well, I'm fine now, my chest is still injured and covered in bandages, but luckily, my tail is back to normal. Although, I should not really use it for the next few days. Ojiro said as he looked at his tail, still covered in bandages. What about you, Tetsu? Awase asked. I'm all good now, but man, that salamander guy was tough. He was one hell of a bastard. Thank goodness, he's behind bars now. Honestly, I would have been dead if it wasn't for Kosei and Yui. Tetsu replied as he pointed at the two of them. Thank you all again for protecting me. Toru said as she remembered when Salamander took her hostage, but Tetsu took the fire attack meant for her. It's okay. No need to mention it. Tetsu responded. No need to thank me. Kosei added and Yui just nodded. What about you Kuwaro, what happened to you? Denki asked. He was actually the one who was able to stall the villain called Kurogiri, so that I could escape. I must thank you as you have risked your life so that I could call the pros. Tenya said as he bowed. It was actually my first time jumping into something black but not inanimate, so I got a headache then passed out for a few days. But no need to thank me as it was because of our combined effort that we survived that attack. Shihai replied. Oh, by the way, I don't see Midoriya. Where's he? Ojiro asked, but was met with sad expressions from all of the students. Music, sadness and sorrow Naruto. He got severely hurt. Recovery girl said that his brain was damaged too, and they don't know if he'll ever wake up. Itsuka said as she was trying her best to hold her tears. Huh? Ojiro questioned in shock as he couldn't believe what he has just heard. He immediately went and asked a nurse about Izuku's room number and ran towards it. Once he arrived, he looked through the glass window of the big room, and saw Izuku, unconscious and with a good deal of medical equipment connected to his body. This is all my fault. Ojiro said, feeling guilty. This is my fault. No, it's not, it's none of our faults. It's all because of the villains. Ochako said in a saddened tone. She didn't want Ojiro to blame himself. No, I was too weak. He got hurt twice because of me. I got in his way, and then Shigaraki took me as a hostage. This is all my fault. It's my fault that my best friend is in this state. Ojiro replied as his eyes were teary. Seeing his best friend and rival in this state was pretty hard on him, and he couldn't help but blame his weakness. Ojiro then began to remember the day they declared their rivalry. Train well, and let's both get stronger and go to UA. Izuku said with determination, as he held his fist. Right back at you, from now on, you're my rival Midoriya, so let's push each other to the top. Ojiro replied, before he returned the fist bump. Then his memories shifted to that call they had after they both passed the UA entrance exam. Getting to UA was only our first step, Izuku began. Yeah, from now on, we will compete and push each other to the top. Because that's the spirit of youth. Ojiro said with a lot of enthusiasm before the two boys laughed. We had a promise, we promised each other to reach the top together, Ojiro said as he gritted his teeth and clenched his right fist. My best friend is in this state because I was weak to do anything. Damn it. Ojiro repeated in frustration. He was ashamed of himself. He was cursing himself. Some hero am I. I couldn't even save one friend. What are you saying? Momo questioned, grabbing his attention. I was the one who supported his idea to go to the center plaza. I was the one who left you two back there alone with the Nomus. I didn't even fight. I just stood there and watched from a distance. Momo said as she fell on her knees and began to cry. We were all a team. It's our fault. Awase added as he looked down on the floor. He, too, was frustrated. All of us committed the sin of leaving our comrade. Abara said as she too felt guilty. I never saw someone as manly as him. Kirishima added in a sad tone. He may not have known Izuku for a long time, but he knew how much of a good person and selfless the boy is. Izuku Midoriya, I want you to know that I'm sorry about before, and that you're our hero, the hero of all of us. In all my life, I've never met a person as selfless as you are, and honestly, I can clearly see why people gather around you and believe in you. Monoma exclaimed in his head as he wanted to apology to Izuku for insulting him before. He felt guilty that the guy who he insulted out of jealousy, saved his life the same day. How did our first week in high school ended like this? Denki questioned with a hint of sadness. Why did you keep going idiot? I told you I didn't want to see you almost die again. Why did you sacrifice yourself, Izuku? Itsuka said as she also began to sob and cry. Flashback. Izuku had just won a sparring match against Itsuka, and they were both taking a rest. Tell me, Izuku, what do you plan for the future? Itsuka asked, as she got closer to Izuku. Too close. Izuku muttered, his face was completely red. Itsuka chuckled at how shy Izuku was before stepping back a little. So, you can beat me in a spar but you still can't hold a conversation with me. Izuku, you really should work on that muttering and shyness of yours. I'm sorry, Itsuka, I actually want to become a hero. Izuku exclaimed. With that muttering and shyness of yours, you won't be able to become a hero, so we need to work on that first. Itsuka replied as she chuckled again. But what kind of hero do you want to be? I want to be a hero who can save everyone with a smile, like All Might. I want to be a hero that would make people feel safe once he arrives. That's the hero I want to be, the one who saves everyone. Izuku excitedly said and smiled, which made Itsuka blush, but she managed to hide it. Damn, he has a cute smile. She thought. Back to present. You might have saved everyone with a smile, but what about our smiles? She said in frustration as her tears kept running down on her cheeks. The next scene would be described as heartbreaking as many of the students were crying at the sight of Izuku, who was lying on the bed in a vegetable state. His mother was also inside, sleeping as she didn't get any sleep for the past few days. Even Bakugo, who was wearing a black hoodie and hiding so no one could see him, could be seen cursing under his breath. Later that night, All Might came in his weakened form to check on his successor. He always came every morning and every night to check on him. How is he doing, recovery girl? Is there any sign that he's getting better? All Might asked. I'm sorry, Toshinori, but his condition hasn't improved at all. She replied. I swear on my honor as a hero that I will catch him and his league of villains and bring them to justice. All Might exclaimed as he clenched his knuckles. Is it really him who's behind this? I thought he didn't survive your last encounter. I don't know how did he survive that death battle, but it has to be him. Those Nomus had multiple quirks, and didn't have any humanity left in them. I talked with Detective Tsukauchi, and we're 100% sure it's him. All Might said as he had an angry look on his face. First my predecessor and now my successor. Calm down, Toshinori, we're in a hospital. Recovery girl sighed. I think you should visit Midoriya, I'm sure it would make his mind happy wherever it is. All Might finally managed to calm down and regain his composure. I believe you're right, All Might said before entering Izuku's room. Who are you? Are you a doctor who can help Izuku? Is he finally going to wake up? Inko asked with a hint of hope. She was hoping that her Izuku would finally wake up and come back to her. All Might was sad that he was the one who had to bring her hopes down. It was ironic how the symbol of peace, who normally brings hope to the people's hearts, was now about to disappoint this lady. I'm sorry, I'm the person who trained Izuku to get into UA. All Might replied as Izuku's mother frowned once she heard the name of the school where Izuku got hurt. Can I have a moment with young Midoriya? He asked. Yeah, sure. Inko replied as she wiped some tears from her eyes and got out of the room. All Might sat on the chair and stared at his successor. He was sleeping soundly and breathing through his oxygen mask. When he took a good look, he noticed how much Izuku has changed in the past year. You sure are growing up fast, young Midoriya, I want to say thank you for saving my life. You truly have proved to everyone you have saved that you're a true hero, All Might said and of course didn't get any response back. I wonder when did you become so courageous, my boy? When did you become such a fine young man? All Might said as he began to remember the first couple of weeks when he trained Izuku for the entrance exam. Flashback. Izuku was pushing a car on Dagoba Beach while All Might in his weaker form was cheering for him, but Izuku suddenly stopped. Hey, don't tell me you're already tired. Where's all the spirit you normally have? All Might asked. It's no use, All Might, I can't do it. I'm useless. Izuku suddenly snapped and started shaking. All Might took a more serious tone before saying, what's wrong, young Midoriya? This isn't you. I lost again yesterday, in a sparring match at the dojo. Even after all the training I did, even after all the effort you've put in me. I still lost. Young Midoriya, it's okay to lose sometimes. This is still the first month of your training. I don't expect you to go from level 1 to 50 in one swoop, All Might replied, but was cut off by Izuku. I'm not losing because I'm weak, I'm losing because, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Izuku shouted as he started to cry. Every time I spar against someone, I immediately start shaking in fear. Every time I fight, I start to remember it all, the bullying, the pain, the humiliation, and I'm just afraid that I'll go through all of it all over again. But you fought well against Aizawa, so what's wrong? Because Mr. Aizawa is a hero, I knew he would hold back and would never injure me like the others, but the others once left me in a park with a broken leg. And nobody bothered to help me. Even at the hospital, they kicked me out early because I'm quirkless, and they needed the bed for someone with a quirk. Yes, I'm a quirkless useless loser. Izuku exclaimed before All Might pulled him in a sudden hug, surprising Izuku. Young man, we really should work on your attitude. All Might said as he sighed. He then took a moment to think about his next words carefully. First of all, that quirkless coward you speak of, was the only one to go and fight the sludge villain while all the pro heroes froze in their places including myself. So, if this isn't courage and bravery, then I don't know what it is. Secondly, remember that you have a quirk now. Even though I chose you to become my successor. It wasn't because of your awesome quirk, but you Izuku Midoriya. I chose you for who you are. I saw potential in you. I saw a hero. All Might exclaimed as he patted Izuku's head. If it makes you feel better, the number one hero, who's standing in front of you now was also Quirkless. All Might added as he kinda understood what Izuku went through. You were Quirkless, All Might? Izuku asked with a weak and shocked voice. Yes, young Midoriya, but just like I was amazed by your heroic spirit, my master was impressed by my heroic spirit too and gave me one for all. The truth is when I see you training every day, I see my younger self in you. All Might pointed out as he smiled. Do you really believe in me, All Might? Izuku asked as he finally stopped crying. All Might then transformed into his hero form before saying, yes, I do young Midoriya, so stand up and rise because you my boy are the next symbol of peace. Now, let's continue your training. He then flashed a smile at Izuku. Yes sir. No, show me your fire. Yes sir. Izuku yelled. Excellent. By the way All Might, what was your predecessor like? Izuku asked. Well, I have to say, she was unique. All Might chuckled as he remembered Nana's antics. But, she was a very kind person at heart young Midoriya, just like you. Whoa, Izuku simply replied. Anyway, let's continue with your training. We shouldn't slack off else we won't be able to prepare you for the UA entrance exam. All Might quickly changed the subject. Right. The next day, Izuku grabbed the hand of his opponent before flipping him over his body. Midoriya wins. Daisuke announced as Izuku and his opponent bowed to each other. I see that you've improved, Midoriya, and I can see that your heart is finally in the right place. Daisuke added and patted Izuku's head. Yes Daisuke-sensei, someone important to me was able to help me overcome my self-doubt problems. And I'm sure he did a fine work. Daisuke replied with a smile. Back to present. All Might then remembered the happiness on Izuku's face, when he came telling him that he won his first sparring match. You sure are not that same kid, who doubted and hated himself anymore. You're now a person who's respected and loved by many people, confident in your abilities, but also humble, and willing to put the others' well-being above yours, but please, young Midoriya, please wake up. The whole world needs you, your mom needs you, your friends need you, I need you. All Might said, as he had visible tears in his eyes. As a hero, All Might saw many deaths including kids, elders and women. He got used to it over the time, but seeing Izuku in this state, it was different. It reminded him of the death of his master, if not, it was even more painful. It also didn't help when he heard this morning from random doctors, that if his condition doesn't improve at all, they will have to unplug the medical equipment and let him die. To All Might it was like a son dying. All Might held Izuku's hand, before he said, please Izuku, wake up. At that moment, a scent of ozone started to fill the room and green electricity began to swirl around Izuku's body. All Might then gasped in shock as Izuku opened his eyes, revealing the Sharingan. Earlier that day, Izuku opened his eyes and found himself floating in space. He looked around and saw the Earth. Izuku may have seen photos of Earth many times in books when he used to study in the library, as he had nothing better to do, but seeing it from space, Izuku was able to see how beautiful it was. Wait, what am I doing here and how can I breathe? How can I even talk in space? Izuku questioned as he was nervous and confused about what was happening. Suddenly though, he felt his body being pulled towards something, he looked underneath him and saw the moon, before he landed on it. Hello Izuku. A strange yet familiar voice said. Izuku then turned around and saw a strange man. Who are you sir? I'm your ancestor. The man replied. He had short, unkempt, dark-colored hair, black eyes and a relatively broad nose and well-defined eyelashes, that were turns upwards at each end. He wore a high-collared, dark-colored outfit along with a tanto, short sword, strapped to the right side of the back of his shoulder. He also wore what appeared to be a harness for his tanto which ran across his chest and fastened over both his shoulders. What are we doing here? Did I die? Are my friends okay at least? What is this place? And what do you mean by ancestor? Izuku began to ask so many questions, and began to mutter, only for the man to give him a light chop. Easy there, kid. Don't you remember who gave you the power you needed at the USJ? The man asked. Izuku began to recall what happened at the USJ and remembered the strange voice who offered him power. It was this man's voice. You were the one who offered me the power, and helped me awaken my second Tomo. Izuku replied. Exactly, although I didn't really give you any power. You were already going to unlock it. I just gave you a push with one for all to wake you up, as well as increase your emotional stress levels to quickly unlock the second Tomo. Now to answer your questions, my name is Shisui Uchiha, and no, you're not dead. In fact, we're in your mindscape. Shisui said as he pointed over a holographic screen, displaying the events that happened at the USJ. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad that everyone is okay, and I guess that I'm here because I didn't wake up yet. Indeed, you've been unconscious for 3 days now. Shisui pointed out. 3 days. Oh no, this is bad, how do I wake up? Can I even wake up again? I also must have missed a lot of classes. Everyone must be worried too. My mom must be freaking out too. Izuku began his muttering again, before getting another chop from Shisui. Relax kid, sheesh. You mutter a lot, Shisui said with a sweat drop. You will wake up again, but until that let's have a talk. You see that symbol you have on your hero costume, that's the Uchiha symbol. The Uchiha symbol. What is an Uchiha? The Uchihas were a clan that lived together and had a special dojutsu called the Sharingan. The Sharingan, that's my quirk. It seems you're mistaken about something, but the Sharingan is not a quirk, it's a dojutsu. It existed long before the appearance of quirks. A dodge what? A dojutsu, it means an eye technique. There were other clans that had their special dojutsu, but we, the Uchihas, were famous for the Sharingan as it was a really powerful dojutsu. So, this means, I'm still quirkless. Izuku said as he was reflecting on what he was hearing. Well, you still have one for all and it's thanks to it that I can appear in front of you like that. Shisui replied. Also, you're really underestimating the power of the Sharingan, boy. I remember when I was about your age, people would have done anything to get my Sharingan and eventually, there was even someone who managed to take one of my eyes. I really just talked like a grandfather. Shisui thought with a sweat drop. I'm sorry to hear this. Don't be. After all, I'm already dead and this whole thing happened over 1,000 years ago. Shisui replied. What? 1,000 years ago? The Uchiha clan goes from way back then. Izuku yelled in surprise. Yes, the Uchiha clan existed for hundreds of years before I was even born. Then what happened to our clan? Where are the other Uchihas? Izuku asked. I believe that this is a story to tell for another time. Shisui said as he knew that Izuku would wake up soon. The most important thing I want to tell you right now, is that your Sharingan can grow even stronger. However, as you saw when you've overused your new powers, the Genjutsu to be more precise, along with having a severe injury to your head, you ended up in a coma. If it wasn't for All Might knocking you out, you would have never woken up ever again. Shisui explained in a more serious tone, which made Izuku freak out. What is Genjutsu? He asked after calming down. It's the power to cast illusions or simply an illusion. It's one of the Sharingan's granted power. Shisui replied. I see, so that is the new power I acquired. And it'll grow stronger the more you train and use it. How do you know so much about the current world, grandpa? Izuku asked. Shisui let out a laugh before responding, you can call me Shisui. Like I said before, when you got one for all, the quirk searched through your Sharingan heritage and brought me. So basically, I was formed from your genetic memories. Shisui then pointed at a large green star before saying, you see that large green star? That's one for all. Anyways, I came to existence when the blue energy in your body you call quirk enter. Wow, it's really huge. I don't know how I didn't see it before. Izuku replied in shock, interrupting Shisui. By the way, what did you mean when you said my Sharingan can grow even stronger? Izuku asked, but was interrupted when he saw his friends crying in the big holographic screen. And that's your cue to leave, Izuku. Shisui said before patting Izuku's head, who suddenly found himself floating again. Wait, Shisui, I still have so many questions to ask. Izuku said to Shisui, who was now waving a goodbye at him. I didn't get the chance to tell him anything about the true power he holds. The connection between us is still weak, Shisui sighed as he had so much to tell Izuku. I guess I'll have to wait before I can meet him again. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself being pulled towards the big green star, that was one for all. As Izuku was going towards the star, he began to see his mother, who was crying by his side. Then in another holographic screen he saw All Might, who had a sad expression. Please Izuku, wake up. Don't worry guys, I'm coming back. Izuku said as he heard their voices. His Sharingan then activated as well as his full cowl, and as soon as he collided with the star, a white light blinded him. At that moment, a scent of ozone started to fill the room and green electricity started to cover Izuku's body before he opened his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. The Sharingan user quickly sat and took off the mask. Young Midoriya, you're awake, All Might excitedly said with a hint of shock. Izuku scanned the room around him and realized that he was in a hospital. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Izuku apologized with a sheepish smile. I swear you're going to be the end of me, kid. All Might let out a sigh in relief before he hugged Izuku. All Might? Izuku questioned, surprised by the gesture, but he then returned the older man's hug. Wait, how is everyone? No one was hurt, right? Izuku said as he began to panic. He saw what happened at the USJ, but wanted to make sure that what he saw wasn't a dream. Geez, you really should learn to be selfish, kid. Don't worry, everyone is okay. All Might replied as he let go of Izuku. Well, I take after you. Izuku said with a smile. Aizawa is mad at you for using your quirk on him. All Might pointed out. Izuku let out a laugh before saying, I'm sure he'll wrap me up in his scarf. Izuku. Inko entered the room with tears in her eyes. She was so happy that Izuku finally woke up, and hugged him tightly. Ow, mom, I'm still injured. Oh, sorry. Inko said as she let go of him. I was so worried about you. She said, and just then waterfalls began to come out of her eyes. Mom, please calm down before you drown us all. Izuku said in a worried tone, which made All Might chuckle before excusing himself. We'll talk later, young Midoriya. All Might said as he left the room. Recovery Girl finally came and began to scold Izuku for all the trouble he gave her while he just laughed and sheepishly smiled. Inko finally left the room and Recovery Girl did a few tests to see how Izuku's body is doing before she finally returned to his room with the results. Most of your injuries have healed, young man. Even the brain damage miraculously disappeared, but, she said as she then showed him an X-ray of his right leg. Your right leg was gravely injured, after you broke it. Seriously, what did you kick? A monster with a bone regeneration quirk and enhanced bones through a special surgery, making his bones as hard to hit as steel given how many times he regenerated, or even more. Not to mention I used 100% of one for all. He said, and recovery girl couldn't help but frown at his statement. She had to admit, the boy has been through a lot. Putting your reckless behavior aside, I can't heal your leg because you don't have enough stamina after healing the rest of your injuries. Not only that, but it may ache for a while, so you'll have this bracer for 2 weeks. And even after those 2 weeks, I prohibit you from doing any physical activity for another week. What? Then at this rate I'll miss the sports festival. He exclaimed in a worried tone as he began to freak out. Don't worry about that, the sports festival was postponed. It will be held in a month from now. Just focus on getting better. Recovery girl said, as she got out of the room in order to give Izuku some rest. This is bad. This will give me only a week to train while the others are going to surely catch up to me. Izuku said in his head. But fighting stronger opponents will surely make it more exciting. Izuku was sleeping in the hospital's bed, when he woke up at the sound of someone knocking on the window. He was confused when he saw no one, although he could swear that he heard the sound of a girl giggling. He turned on his phone, ignoring all the messages he got before activating his Sharingan to see the second Tomo in his right eye. The Uchihas, I wonder what happened to them, he murmured before turning off his phone, and going back to sleep. Chapter 14, Himiko Toga. Izuku woke up the next day feeling much better. He looked at his right leg, that was currently in a leg brace, and his body that was still covered in bandages. Looks like his recovery will take a while. This is really going to hinder my training. Everyone is going to get stronger while I'm stuck here doing nothing. I still don't have much control over one for all, and Shisui said that my Sharingan can get stronger. Although, I don't know what did he mean by that. Izuku said, as he grabbed his crutches to go to the bathroom and wash his face. I wonder what the others are doing at UA right now. Well, I'll ask them when they come to visit. He added with a smile before brushing his teeth. He went back to his bed and grabbed his secret hero analysis journal, which he asked All Might to bring for him. This journal contained only information about himself and All Might. He began to update his personal information, changing the Sharingan from quirk to an eye technique, passed down through his family, the Uchiha. He then added new ability, Genjutsu, the ability to cast illusions and even control beasts through its powers like the Nomu. However, as he finished writing he murmured, if the Sharingan was passed down to me through my family, then this could only mean that either mom or dad is an Uchiha descendant. I'm sure that my mom isn't the one since she doesn't have the Sharingan, so maybe it's my father. But I've never heard my mom mentioning that dad has the Sharingan, and when she saw mine, she reacted as if it were her first time seeing it, maybe it skipped a generation. I don't know. Anyways, no one can find the truth about one for all or the Sharingan. If people discover that another source of power exists other than quirks, it will be a problem, and scientists will certainly want to experiment on me. Izuku shuddered at the idea of being experimented on. He finally closed his book and put it away. Even if the Sharingan is not a quirk, it's still a power that requires stamina. If I'm going to compete in the sports festival and fight a lot of battles, I'll have to increase the time limit of how long I can use it. And if straining it decreases my time limit, then I'll have to get used to using it for long periods. Izuku activated his Sharingan and decided to keep it activated for a while, but after only 2 minutes, he felt tired. Right, I forgot that I don't have any stamina now. He said before he completely lay down on his bed, deciding that it was better to rest. Later that day, some students from Class A and B came to visit Izuku again to check on him, but were surprised when they didn't see him in the emergency room. Wait, where is Deku? Ochako nervously asked as everyone was filled with dread, hoping that nothing bad happened to him. Hey everyone, you're all here. Izuku said from behind them. Midoriya, you woke up. Iida pointed out in surprise. The boy looked so much better than yesterday. Yeah, I woke up yesterday. I'm sorry for worrying you guys. I heard you came every day. Izuku said with a sheepish smile and rubbed the back of his head. Let's go. Izuku tried to say something, but was cut off by Itsuka, who ran into his hug. Idiot. I told you not to risk your life again yet you did it. Itsuka said with a shaky voice and tears in her eyes. Izuku was surprised by the girl's reaction, not expecting things to turn out like this. I thought I lost you. I was so lost and felt so helpless, how could you do that to me? Izuku frowned a bit, upset that he put the girl through so much pain. I'm sorry for worrying you Itsuka. I'm fine now and I promise I won't overdo it again. Ochako also hugged Izuku from his back with her own tears. Deku, I thought I wouldn't see you again. I thought you would never wake up. I was really scared, when I saw you after the USJ. Once again, Izuku was really surprised by how many people were genuinely worried about him. No one ever worried about him like that except for his own mother. He patted her head and apologized too before turning to the others. Thank you for bringing us help, Iida. You saved us from the villains' attack. And Ojiro, you really saved my life back then. How's your tail? No Midoriya, you were the true hero that day. If it wasn't for you, everyone would have gotten hurt or worse. Tenya replied and bowed, showing his respect and gratitude. What? No. I didn't really do that much, Iida. There's no reason to thank me. All Might is the one who saved us. Ojiro sighed, his friend sure didn't change one bit. Just take the compliment for once, Midoriya. As for my tail, it should take a few days before it's back to normal. And well, you saved my life too, so thank you. Ojiro replied. Compared to you, I only got in your way, but I swear that I will only get stronger. The young Uchiha rubbed the back of his head, not used to people thanking him like that. Let's go back to my room. We can't stay crowded in the halls like that. Izuku exclaimed before he used his crutches to walk, and everyone followed him until they reached his room. Hey Midoriya, what was that attack you used to take out one of the Nomus? It was so manly. I even thought I saw a green dragon with an intense aura coming out of your leg. Kirishima excitedly said. Yeah, or that time when you woke up and mind-controlled the other Nomu to eliminate all the villains in the USJ, it was fucking awesome. Awase cheered. Language, we're in a hospital. Itsuka sternly said. Sorry. Izuku smiled, that green dragon kick is my ultimate attack. I created this move thanks to Mori-sensei back at his taekwondo dojo. It's a powerful attack that most people would likely fall unconscious after being hit by it. I used it and used my quirk at 100%, and broke my right leg, just like in the quirk apprehension test. That's so manly. Both Kirishima and Tetsu yelled before being smacked by Itsuka. No, it wasn't you idiots. He hurt himself, and broke his leg. She angrily said as she couldn't have these two cheering Izuku for breaking his leg. And how does your quirk break your leg? That's what happens whenever I use my full power. I break my bones. I broke my finger in the quirk apprehension test a few days ago when I used 100% of my quirk. And when you destroyed the zero-pointer in the entrance exam, you broke your legs and an arm. Iida added, to which Izuku nodded. Man, what's wrong with your quirk? Always breaking your bones like that. It's terrifying. Awase commented. Tell me more about that kick, how did you create something like that? Ojiro asked. Well, 5 months before the UA entrance exam. Triple kick. Izuku yelled as he tried to hit Mori with the new finisher he learned for him, only for Mori to block his attack with his leg and kick Izuku in his stomach, knocking him on the ground. Izuku groaned, I lost again. I couldn't even touch you Mori-sensei. Midoriya, you sure did improve over the last 2 months, but after sparring with you many times I've finally discovered your greatest weakness. Mori said in a serious tone. My greatest weakness? Yes, your problem is that you don't have an identity. Mori pointed out. Once you figure out what I mean, you'll grow much stronger. And with that, he left the dojo, leaving Izuku all alone. What does he mean by my own identity? I'm Izuku Midoriya, but who is Izuku Midoriya? What does define Izuku Midoriya? What makes Izuku Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya? Izuku questioned as he looked at himself in a mirror. I'm going crazy. He yelled while Mori's cat looked at him with a sweat drop. He tried to think about what his master told him, but he couldn't find the answer. Midoriya, it's time for you to go home. Mori said as he entered his dojo, spotting Izuku who has been thinking about his identity for an hour now. But I didn't find an answer yet. You're a smart boy and I'm sure you'll figure out your problem. Yes, Mori-sensei. Izuku replied. Izuku left the dojo and began to think again. Why do I keep losing despite getting stronger? It doesn't make any sense. I learned every move he taught me. I mastered his fighting style yet I'm still losing. However, Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by a villain's attack. He took out his notebook and prepared to take notes. Look, it's Kamui Woods. A bystander yelled as Kamui rushed to stop the villain's rampage. Kamui was able to easily stop the villain, although what surprised Izuku was the fact that Kamui created a shield of wood to protect himself and the innocent people behind him, before knocking him with the shield and changing its form to a net and capturing the villain. He grabbed his hero analysis journal and began to modify Kamui's stats. That's a new move you got there, Kamui, care to explain it? A reporter asked. Usually, I used to try to bind my opponents like Eraserhead to capture them, or fight them hand to hand before capturing them because I did intern with him back in the day. But lately, I decided to develop my own fighting style and forge my identity. Kamui said as he continued his explanation. However, one thing he said managed to catch Izuku's attention. His own fighting style. He forged his identity, Izuku said, as he began to think about what Kamui said. All this time I kept copying people's fighting style and never bothered to have my own. Of course, I kept losing against Mori-sensei. He knew all my movements, it was his fighting style after all. He knew how to counter every attack I threw at him. How could I have been so blind about this? The next day, Izuku started to spar with Mori using a combination between his Muay Thai and Taekwondo moves, creating his own fighting style. I see you figured out your problem, copycat. Mori said, as he dodged a punch from Izuku. Yeah, I thought about what you said, and I understood what you meant by having my own identity. You meant that I needed to have my own fighting style. Izuku said as he dodged a kick from Mori. He then stepped back a little before rushing at Mori with his full speed, and jumped in the air. Not bad kid, but not good enough. Mori said, as he thought that Izuku was going to use the triple kick once again, only for Izuku to move differently and aim at Mori's face. As Izuku was finally going to land the kick, Mori used his forearm to block Izuku's attack, before landing a kick to Izuku's chest. He looked at his own forearm, it was numb, which shocked him. Good job, Midoriya, you forced me to use my arm, which is something that I rarely do. Mori praised Izuku, and laughed. Izuku smiled at the praise, it was thanks to your guidance that I was able to improve and get rid of my weakness. Well, it couldn't be helped, considering that your quirk lets you copy other people's fighting style. Mori pointed out, which made Izuku flinch. Wait, you knew? Izuku asked in surprise. Midoriya, it's too obvious when you think about it. After sparring with you so many times, I realized that something was wrong. It was like I was fighting a clone. You moved exactly like me after training with me for nearly 2 months, which wasn't normal by any means. I'm sorry, Izuku said as he looked down, feeling ashamed. You don't have to apologize at all, Midoriya. After all, you're using every resource you have to grow stronger and nothing is wrong with that. By the way, that last attack you used, it was amazing, it could be your ultimate attack in the future, it still needs some work but I'll help you develop it. Mori said with a smile. Really? Thank you so much, Mori-sensei. Izuku replied as Mori rubbed his head. Back to present. And that's how the Green Dragon Ultra Kick was created. Izuku finished. Wait, so, all this time, you were just copying our fighting styles? Ojiro asked in shock. Well yes, but not all the time. It was just to strengthen my quirk, and to get stronger faster. After all, compared to you who trained for years, I only had 10 months. Izuku said, as he smiled sheepishly. Well, I guess it's fair. Ojiro replied. That Green Dragon Ultra Kick is so amazing, and your sensei seems to be so manly. Kirishima exclaimed. He is. In fact, I never got a full hit on him, even with my Sharingan activated. Izuku pointed out. Wow, you're kidding me. He must be strong as hell. Awase said, voicing everyone's thoughts. Izuku, who seemed to be pretty much invincible to them, never got a full hit on some old man even with his quirk activated. Although, they didn't know that he didn't have one for all at that time. Deku, tell us about your quirk awakening. Ochako demanded. Quirk awakening? Momo questioned, while the others also had a curious look on their faces. Izuku activated his Sharingan to make explaining things easier for his classmates. I used to have one of these things in my right eye. Izuku said as he pointed to his tomos. Now I have two, just like my left eye. This gave me the ability to cast illusions and even mind control beasts like the Nomu at the USJ. I swear Midoriya, your quirk is truly amazing. It's like you have multiple quirks. Denki pointed out. To imagine that you're even stronger than before is just both amazing and terrifying. It's like your power has no limits. Awase added. Thank you, but I think that all of you have amazing quirks as well. So, tell me, what have you guys been doing at UA? Izuku asked. We're all going to move into the UA dorms. The sports festival has been postponed and Aizawa gave every one of us a unique training program to prepare for it, except for you because you're recovering. I know about the sports festival, but the dorm thing sounds exciting. Izuku commented. Yeah, we're going to all live together, isn't that amazing? Mina cheered while everyone got excited. We can all have pillow fights. Denki yelled. And watch movies together. Siro shouted. Living together with girls, UA is truly the best hero course. Mineta shouted, but was immediately smacked by Asui, before Abara used her vines to hang him upside down, causing everyone in the room to laugh at him. If we put a good show at the sports festivals, the pro heroes will surely scout us. Siro pointed out. We only have 3 chances so we can't afford to miss this. Tokiyami said. Oh dear, what will I do? I stand out just by standing still, so the scouts won't be able to stop looking at me, right? Aoyama said, but everyone ignored him instead. Deku, Iida, let's do our best at the sports festival. Ochako said with an intense expression, and a menacing aura around her. You Uraraka, your face. It's, Izuku exclaimed, as both he and Tenya were shocked by Ochako's sudden mood change. What's wrong? You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means. Mina said, as Ochako's new attitude terrified everyone around her. Everyone, I'm gonna do my best. Ochako cheered but there was no response. I said, I'm gonna do my best. Ochako repeated, and everyone decided to cheer this time. They definitely didn't want to mess with Ochako right now. Midoriya, Bakugo's coming for you. Kirishima pointed out as silence filled the room. Of course. He wouldn't be Kachan if he didn't, but I won't lose that easily, so he better prepares himself. Izuku replied. To be honest with you, he's not the only one. Kirishima added, causing Izuku to blink in surprise. You might be the strongest one right now, but I'm going to train hard enough and beat you at the sports festival. Don't forget about me too, I won't lose to any of you without a fight. Tetsu added with a burning determination. Midoriya, you better ready yourself because you won't win our rematch. Ojiro said with a confident smile. I will do my best to win and bring honor to the Iida family too. Midoriya, you're one of the people I want to face in the sports festival. Tenya exclaimed as he moved his arms in a robotic fashion. This statement isn't only for Midoriya, all of us have to do our best. Kirishima cheered. And we girls don't intend to let you guys hang in the spotlight by yourselves. Itsuka said as all the girls behind her were also determined to prove themselves. Izuku watched everyone and heard what they wanted to say. And one thing for sure, everyone was out there to get him. Everyone wanted to be the number one. Then all of you better train and do your best because I'm not planning to lose in the sports festival. He activated his Sharingan and looked at everyone with determination in his eyes. Outside his room, Izuku's mother was so happy that Izuku had so many friends now. She knew that when Izuku was quirkless, he didn't have any friends despite how hard he tried to hide it. She couldn't help but tear up after watching her son surrounded by many people who genuinely love him as a friend, a true friend. Meanwhile, a blonde ash-haired boy, wearing his black hoodie was smirking as he was leaving. So, you finally woke up. Good, because I will get first place at sports festival Deku. I'll do it but not before I crush you. he said while walking away. That night, Izuku was soundly sleeping in the hospital's room. He was really happy that his friends visited him today. He also talked with his mom about the UA dorm system, and she agreed to let him go. However, he suddenly woke up as he heard the sound of the door opening. He kept his eyes closed as he heard a person coming closer, and the person seemed to be giggling. Izuku felt an ill intent getting closer and closer. Someone was planning to attack him. Was it the League of Villains? Did they come after him because Shigaraki deemed him as a threat? He shot up and managed to grab a hand, holding a knife that was pointed at him, his Sharingan activated. Who are you and what do you want? He asked. I want you Izuku, you're so cute that I couldn't help but imagine how much cuter you would be if you bleed. A strange feminine voice yet psychopathic said before she grabbed another knife to stab Izuku. Stop, he shouted as he elbowed her, causing the girl to fall on her butt. He turned on the lights and saw a relatively petite, fair-skinned girl, blushing with a pretty face. She had slightly inward-tilting eyes, irises bright yellow and their pupils thin slits, making them somewhat resemble those of a cat, and her wide mouth was also rather feline, as both her upper and lower canines are more pointed and longer than the rest of her teeth. Her hair was a pale, dirty ash blonde and was styled into two messy buns, numerous wild strands sticking out at all angles from their centers and where they're fastened, a straight fringe and two chin-length side bangs to frame her face. She was also wearing a middle school uniform. He looked at her eyes and immediately saw different flashbacks. Why can't you be normal like the other girls? A man yelled at a small little girl who was crying. Hey, do you know that Toga has a blood quirk? A girl said. Ew. That's so disgusting, she will surely become a villain in the future. Another girl replied. He then saw a little girl being hit by a couple of boys with their flashy quirks and calling her a villain. You're not my daughter, you're a monster. A woman said to a girl who was crying. Izuku noticed that she strongly resembled his attacker. Izuku finally snapped out of his trance, confused by what he just saw. What was that? What did I just see? Is this another power of the Sharingan? Did you see that? What did you do to me? The girl asked with visible tears in her eyes, stepping back from Izuku. Izuku began to put two and two together, and deduced what he saw must have been her memories. Yes, I saw that. He looked at her with a sad expression. The girl looked at Izuku darkly, and immediately decided to run away since she had failed to kill Izuku. Wait. Izuku saw her running and decided to stop her. I'm like you, he said, reaching out with his hand although he couldn't really move from his bed. The girl stopped in her tracks after hearing what Izuku just said. How? How can you be like me? How can you understand my pain? She exclaimed as her eyes were teary. How about we talk about it? He asked, but the girl wasn't interested and was ready to leave. Izuku had deduced from the flashbacks he saw that the girl liked blood. If we talk about it, I could give you some of my blood. He offered. The girl didn't really want to talk about anything, but she hasn't drunk any blood for the last 3 days. She was desperate and really wanted to some blood so badly, so she decided to take a seat. Fine, but I'll be the one asking question Izuku Midoriya. That's fine by me, but how do you know my name? He asked. I said I'm the one asking questions. Okay. He replied with a sweat drop. What did you mean when you said you're like me? She asked him. I meant that my past is similar to yours. I was bullied too and I didn't have any friends, all for the fact that I was Quirkless, so people saw me as useless. Izuku said with a sad expression on his face. Usually, he didn't like talking about his past, but for some reason, he did. Was it because he saw how similar their pasts are? I remember once when I went to a park, the kids ganged up on me and they broke my leg and left me with a bloody face, people just passed by and no one cared, no one tried to help me. Even at the hospital, they had to discharge me early before I fully recover because one kid with a quirk bruised his knee, so they needed the bed. What was he saying? He never told that story to anyone except for All Might. But even All Might didn't get to hear the full story. What I'm trying to tell you, is that I understand your pain, I truly did. Himiko was completely shocked by his story, and for a moment there was only silence. She didn't know what to say because she never thought she would ever meet someone like her. How didn't you give up on everything? How didn't you fall down the dark path? She asked as she realized how she and Izuku had a lot in common. After hearing his story, she was really interested in how he controlled his own fate. Because despite everything, I didn't let go of my dream to become a hero. At least, I've tried my hardest. Then one day, I finally got a quirk and managed to get to UA. And that was because someone told me that I can become a hero. He was the only one to believe in me. At least you have a quirk now, and a hero quirk to top on that. I'm not like you, I was born with this quirk to become a villain, to not be normal. I don't believe that it's the quirks that define us. You are the one who control your quirk, you're the one who decide whether or not to use it for good or evil. Long ago, people didn't have quirks, yet there were always good and bad people. But my quirk lets me drink other people's blood to use it and I can't help it. If I use 100% of my full power, I could kill someone. But I'm the one who controls my quirk. I control it and use it for good. Anyways, what's your quirk exactly? My quirk is called transform. By sucking people's blood, I can transform into them. She said, while thinking that Izuku must be disgusted by her right now, only to see him grab a journal and write something in it with the speed of light. Oh, this quirk is amazing, it would be very useful for stealth operations, interrogations, cover-up operations, spying. But how does it work? Does how much blood she ingests affects the transformation time? Or does the time limit depend on the blood type? And if she drank multiple people's blood, will she be able to change from one person to another? Izuku kept muttering non-stop, that even the author was no longer able to understand what was he saying. What is wrong with him? Himiko questioned, as she was weirded out by Izuku's muttering. Hello, Earth to Izuku, she said as she waved her hand in front of his face, snapping him out of his trance. Oh, sorry about that. Izuku smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. I tend to do that a lot. Hey look, I wrote a few pages about your quirk. Izuku exclaimed as he handed his hero analysis journal to the girl. However, as she was reading, something grabbed her attention. Music. You can become a hero. Wait a second, hero analysis journal. Do you really think that a quirk like mine could be a hero's quirk? Yes, why not? Your quirk is wonderful. Izuku bluntly replied, but the girl's reaction was something he didn't expect. She dropped her knives and started to cry and sob. It was only a few more seconds until it hit him. He looked at the girl and remembered when All Might told him he could become a hero. He cried so hard too, just like her. He deduced that this girl was also waiting for someone to tell her that her quirk was amazing, that it wasn't a villain's quirk, that she's the one who had control over her fate and not her quirk like she thought. This opened Izuku's eyes on something he never thought about. This society is wrong. Izuku gave the girl a few minutes to calm down before he asked, so, what's your name? My name is Himiko Toga. But please call me, Himiko. Himiko replied as she took back her seat. Okay Himiko, and how do you know so much about me? I was stalking you since you've arrived at the hospital. You smelled like blood and I like blood. Right, yeah totally normal. He said as he smiled sheepishly. So, for how long have you been away from your home? A couple of months now. I ran away the day of my middle school's graduation ceremony. Izuku was a bit surprised of her sudden mood changes. While the girl was at first crazy and psychopathic, she was now calm and rational, but he shrugged it off. Did you ever kill anyone? Even if he sympathizes with the girl, he would have to report her if she was a murderer. Himiko was taken back a little by the question, but she decided to answer truthfully. I never killed anyone, but I was planning to kill you today after drinking your blood. I also hurt a few people, cut them and drank their blood. Then it's a good thing that I was supposed to be your first kill. I can turn a blind eye to the whole cutting people and drinking their blood thing, but you have to promise me to change, and to stop being a villain. Izuku knew that what he was doing was essentially wrong, but he was truly conflicted. On one hand, Himiko was just a girl his age, torn by nowadays society and needed help like he once did. On the other hand, she was a villainess who already hurt a few people. He knew that his job was to save people, but what about villains? Maybe some of them needed someone to save them. He was truly lost and confused about the matter, but something in his heart screamed at him to help her. He wanted to know more about her past, but he knew it was a bad topic to talk about right now. Izuku, Himiko called him, snapping him out of his train of thoughts. Yes, your blood, you said I could drink some if we talked. Himiko said, blushing while doing so. Izuku said with a shocked expression on his face. He totally forgot about their deal after she started crying. He only offered his blood at that moment because it was the only thing he could have done to get her attention. However, Izuku wasn't someone who would go back on his word. Yeah, sure. Why you could have some. Just don't take too much please. Himiko giggled and jumped in her place in excitement. She grabbed him in a hug and bit his neck, finally drinking his blood. She kept sucking for a minute or so before she stopped and let go of Izuku. Izuku felt a bit drained but he shrugged it off. Can you show me your quirk? He asked, now excited to watch her transform. She nodded before her body started to change with her hair becoming green, her eyes became emerald, freckles appeared on her face, and her body changed into one of a teenage boy. Izuku was surprised when her transformation was completed. It was as if he's looking in a mirror. And now I'm you. Himiko said as even her voice was exactly like Izuku's, which shocked him even more. How long can you stay like that? Izuku asked. A few hours, I ingested a good amount, so I should be able to stay like this until morning. Izuku grabbed his journal, modifying some information on Himiko's quirk. I told you your quirk is wonderful. Himiko smiled. I have to go now, but I'll see you again Izuku. She then exited the room, and left Izuku all by himself in his room. Izuku yawned before going back to sleep. This was surely one of the weirdest moments of his life. He felt bad for not asking her if she had a place to sleep, but Izuku thought that he can offer her one the next time they meet. The next morning, Izuku finally woke up. The sunlight coming through his window confirmed that it was morning. I had a weird dream yesterday, he said, as he thought about yesterday's events. He lifted the covers and his eyes widened as he saw a naked Himiko sleeping besides him. Hi, Himiko. He called her name in shock as his face was completely red. What happened last night? He screamed in his head. Himiko let out a yawn before she sat up and looked at Izuku. Good morning Izuku, did you enjoy last night? She asked with a blush and a smile on her face. Izuku's face started to heat up, and steam started to come out of his ears. The boy started to mutter at the speed of light and scream in panic at the possibilities of what could have happened last night. Well, I was too tired to go anywhere after yesterday, so I decided to crash here. Himiko explained, as she grabbed her clothes. Izuku covered his eyes and sighed, how do I find myself into these situations? Can't I have just one normal day? The plot. Himiko responded. I know a place where you can live from now on. Izuku pointed out. Really? Where is it? She asked in excitement. I'm going to live in the UA dorms starting from next week, so you could live in my house. However, you have to promise me to behave because my mom lives there too. Boring. I want to be with you. I can visit you after school if you want. She smiled in excitement, and can I drink your blood too? Izuku figured that her drinking his blood would be better than her drinking anyone else's blood or his mother's, so he decided to take this responsibility upon himself. Yeah, from now on, you're going to drink my blood only. No drinking other people's blood. She smiled happily at him. Yes, I'm fine with that. Chapter 15. The Sports Festival. 4 days later. Izuku was finally discharged from the hospital, his whole body was healed except for his right leg, and so he still had his crutches to support him. Meanwhile all of the UA students moved to the dorms, and started to train for the upcoming sports festival. As for Izuku, he decided to move into the dorms as well and was now heading there, leaving his old room for Himiko. Fortunately, he was able to convince his mom, after explaining to her how hard Himiko's situation is, without mentioning her being a criminal or that she sucks his blood every day to satisfy her urges. Toga, please don't forget to behave well and to not do anything suspicious while I'm gone. Izuku said, as he was standing in front of the UA High School's gates. Izuku, I think I already told you to call me Himiko, right? Himiko said, while staring darkly at Izuku and pulling her knife, placing it at his throat. Why yes Himiko? Izuku said nervously. Himiko smiled and put her knife away, as she regained her cheerful tone once again. That's more like it, and don't worry I won't cause you any trouble Izuku, also your mom is in good hands. During the past few days, Himiko completely stopped committing crimes. The reason was that she was actually confused by the recent events that happened. She always thought that she had to choose between two paths, living the so-called normal way, the way that her parents tried to force on her, or becoming a villain and live freely. However, meeting Izuku opened a lot of new doors, he was different from everyone. The guy was totally okay with her drinking his blood and praised her quirk. Something she never thought would ever happen. Izuku Midoriya was a mystery to Himiko, a mystery that she was willing to solve. I'll come back at dinner time so that you can suck my blood, so see you later Himiko. Izuku exclaimed as he entered the gates. Once he entered the dorms, he was very surprised to see the students from class 1A and 1B, quietly sitting in the common area and staring at him. Hey, what's wrong guys? He asked. Dude you have to hide. Kaminari broke the silence but was very quickly cut off. Izuku Midoriya. How dare you trick us to get yourself in danger you idiot. Using an illusion on Aizawa-sensei, and tricking us all to fight the Nomu. You won't get away with this easily. Itsuka yelled at him, her voice sending shivers down everyone's spines. Itsuka, I'm really sorry, I promise I won't do anything like that again, alright. Izuku said, with a little bit of fear in his voice as he shrieked. Who knew that Itsuka could be this terrifying when she's mad? Sorry, isn't going to cut it, you didn't only get yourself in danger, but you used your quirk on your teacher and broke the rules. For God's sake, they may expel you for all we know. Itsuka exclaimed. Expel? Izuku asked, with visible fear and shock in his voice. Midoriya, while I agree that saving All Might was very heroic back then, but breaking the rules and using your quirk on your teacher is a big mistake. I mean you even did it in the first place to disobey his orders, so there's that too. That is not how a UA student should behave. I just hope you won't get into any trouble. Iida added, while moving his hand in a chop motion. Izuku was a bit shaken by this, but he didn't regret what he did, he saved his friends and teachers and this is what matters. I'll accept any punishment they'll give me, but I don't regret anything. Izuku said, gaining his confidence back and looking determined, only to lose it shortly after. What do you mean by not regretting anything? You must be the most stupid person I have ever met. Have you listened to we have just told you? Itsuka kept shouting while everyone kept laughing. Well, I think that Itsuka is the strongest person here, given that even Midoriya, the one who scared all the villains is scared of her. Hanta mused. Well, you would have been expelled if the circumstances were different. Aizawa said in his usual monotone voice, as he entered the accommodation. He was followed by Vlad King. Aizawa-sensei you're okay ow. Izuku exclaimed, but was cut off in the middle by Aizawa who gave him a chop on his head. Worry about yourself, before worrying about your teacher kid. I swear you're giving me so much trouble. Aizawa said, while Nezu appeared from behind him. What do you mean by different circumstances Aizawa-sensei? Ochako asked. Izuku Midoriya, while you broke the rules and used your quirk on your teacher to disobey his orders and endanger yourself and gave us so much trouble, we apologize. It's because of our lack in our security measurements that you were injured so badly. Nezu said, as he bowed. No please raise your head Mr. Principal, it's my fault in the first place that I got these injuries. I'm the one who pushed myself way too far. Izuku explained, while waving his hands. He was embarrassed that the principal himself was apologizing to him and bowing. No Midoriya, it's because that you pushed yourself too far that you saved your fellow classmates and teachers. It's because of you that everyone is safe and sound now, it's thanks to you that we avoided the worst case scenario. So, for that you have my thanks as well. Nezu said, and finally lifted up his head. You may request anything you want and the school will help you with it. Nezu added. Izuku looked at Aizawa, not knowing what to say before Aizawa said, if it was up to me, I would have punished you, but you saved my life, and for that I thank you. Also, seems like Kendo here will give you your punishment in my stead. Yeah, I won't let him off the hook that easily. Itsuka exclaimed, still annoyed by her crush's acts. Izuku then looked at Vlad, who said, you're a hero kid, and you deserve this. In my whole teaching career, I've never seen a student as heroic as you, and I can see why everyone has their eyes on you. Izuku thought about what he wanted carefully for a moment before grabbing his notebook and opening the page where he drew his hero costume. I want this symbol to be embedded on my PE uniform during the sports festival. Izuku said. Over the last couple of days, he adopted the idea of being an Uchiha and accepted his heritage. He wanted to show the world the power of the Uchihas, who they forgot about, but most importantly he wanted to say something to everyone in the school, to the League of Villains, to the whole world. He wanted to say I'm here. Is that all? Nezu asked. He didn't expect that Izuku will ask for such an easy request. Yes sir. Izuku replied with a smile. Nezu smiled. You chose a fine successor Yagi. Nezu thought, before looking at the two classes and saying, all of you did pretty well during the USJ attacks, and I have no doubt that you'll become outstanding heroes. You may be surprised that we grouped everyone together from Class A and B in the same dorm, but we wanted both classes to get to know each other more, and I'm sure that the USJ incident made you all get closer to each other. So, we hope you grow stronger together as future heroes and make us proud one day. While everyone was getting hyped and excited about all of them being together in the same dorm, Izuku was getting worried since this meant he had no escape from Itsuka's wrath. In fact, just as the teachers were leaving, Izuku looked in fear at Asuka, who was staring daggers at him. Izuku. Itsuka plainly said, sending more fear in Izuku's heart, but before anything could happen Izuku's phone started to ring. When Izuku looked at who was calling him, he was happy to see that it was his mother. She probably wanted to check up on him, and to ask him if the school staff moved his things to his room, since he was injured. Lucky. Izuku thought as he grinned, and waved at Itsuka, who looked annoyed. Damn it, when did he get so cocky? Itsuka questioned, with a frown on her face. So, what's the first thing we should do today? The intense training doesn't start until tomorrow. Denki asked. Oh, I know. Let's have a movie night today. Mina said with a cheerful tone. That's a great idea. Hanta responded. HMPH, idiots. Bakugo said as he went to his room. Let's just ignore him and get the popcorns ready. Mina said. The students began to prepare popcorns and drinks, before they went on choosing a movie. Izuku however decided to pack everything properly. He had to place these All Might Actions figures and posters after all. The next day, Izuku woke up smelling something delicious. Someone is a good chef. He thought, but as he went downstairs, he found that the good chef was an angry Bakugo. Good morning Kachan. Izuku said with a smile. Don't talk to me you fucking nerd. You hear me? Here, eat this. Bakugo yelled, as he handed him his plate. Thank you, I guess. Izuku responded. Don't you fucking thank me Deku. Bakugo replied. Oh Bakugo, you're making breakfast for everyone. Denki asked in a cheerful voice. Thinking that Bakugo was actually a nice guy, but was just hiding his true personality all along. Of course not Pikachu. I'm only doing it for fucking Deku and myself, because he's injured so he can't make a decent meal for himself, and if he doesn't eat properly, he won't be at his best during the sports festival. I need him to be at his best when I crush him or I won't approve of it. Bakugo shouted. Wow you're really dedicated. Denki replied. And so manly. Kirishima added with tears in his eyes. And annoying, for God's sake it's 7 in the morning. Abara exclaimed, with a frown. Good morning everyone, what's this delicious smell? Hanta asked. You can't have any. You hear that weird face? Bakugo growled from his seat. Of course, I don't have a death wish. Hanta replied, nervously. And you, fucking nerd, you better eat all of your food. Bakugo ordered. I will Kachan, I promise. Izuku replied. He was a little bit worried right now. He didn't really know who was scarier, an overprotective Bakugo or an overprotective Itsuka. A few moments later, everyone woke up, got ready and started heading to school, but they all gasped in shock when they saw Izuku using his crutches to walk, while Bakugo was holding both his and Izuku's bag. The reason being that Bakugo wanted Izuku to heal properly and to not strain himself. Kachan I can hold. Shut the fuck up Deku. Right, Izuku replied. Later, when they went into the class Izuku was about to sit in his place only to be stopped by Bakugo. Rest your fucking leg on that chair. Bakugo shouted. Kachan, did you take someone else's chair? Izuku asked, feeling a bit weird about this whole new Bakugo. You got a problem with that Deku? Bakugo asked, as explosions started to ignite in his hands. No at all. Izuku immediately replied, as he sat in his chair and placed his injured leg on the other chair, finally surrendering and deciding that it would be best to obey Bakugo. Hey, that's my chair, Mineta shouted, annoyed that his chair was stolen. What the fuck did you just say you fucking midget? Katsuki questioned, with a menacing look on his face. I was just saying how it would be a good idea to try to sit on the desk today. Mineta replied, not wanting to go against Bakugo. When Aizawa entered the class, he saw everyone sitting in their seats except Mineta who was sitting on his desk. He decided to ignore the matter and start the class. He was too tired to know what happened to Mineta's chair. Lunch time. You better stay fucking put, Deku. I'll be back with your shitty lunch in a few minutes. Bakugo exclaimed, and Izuku decided to comply. You sure have it hard today with Bakugo acting like your mom. Ochako said with a chuckle, she found the whole situation so funny. At least it's better than how he usually acts. Tenya added. You think? Ojiro questioned. Hey guys, you're all here. Itsuka exclaimed as she entered Class 1A's homeroom. Yeah, we were just waiting for Bakugo to come back with Izuku's lunch, then we were planning to go to the cafeteria. Tenya replied. He's still acting like your babysitter. Itsuka asked. Yeah, Izuku replied as he smiled sheepishly. It's so funny. Ochako said, as she started laughing. I agree. Ojiro replied, as he smiled. Uraraka. Izuku called the brunette. Yes, why did you decide to come to UA and become a pro hero? I know why the others did, but what about you? Izuku asked, which made Ochako get embarrassed because it was a sensitive subject. Because, for money. She replied. For money? You want to become a hero for money? Izuku asked, quite shocked by the answer. To boil it down simply, yes, sorry it's such an unwholesome reason. You guys have such admirable motivations, it's embarrassing, she said, as she tried to avoid looking at the other from the embarrassment. Why? How is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable? Tenya tried to reason with her, and convince her that there's nothing to be ashamed about. Yeah, it's just how can I say it, unexpected. Itsuka added. My family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work at all, so we're flat broke. This isn't really something to tell other people, though, Ochako explained. You have our word that our lips are sealed. Ojiro said. Construction, Tenya said, with his hand on his chin thinking about something. With her quirk, if she gets licensed then it'd bring costs way down, right? Izuku deduced. She could make any raw material float. They wouldn't need any heavy equipment. Tenya added. Right, that's what I told Dad when I was a little. But, he refused, he wanted me to chase my own dreams. Ochako replied, before clenching her fists and adding, I'll definitely become a hero and make money and let my parents take it easy. Bravo. Uraraka, bravo. Bravo. Tenya shouted as he clapped his hands, while everyone else just smiled at her. There's no reason to be ashamed of that goal, Uraraka. Izuku pointed out. She's not just aspiring to be a hero. She's also taken reality into consideration. Izuku thought. Ha ha ha, young Midoriya is here. All Might said, as he made a dramatic entrance. All Might, what's the matter? Izuku asked. Lunch. Want to eat together? All Might asked, which made both Itsuka and Ochako burst into laughter. He's like a maiden. They yelled in unison. How about it? Izuku looked at his friends for a moment before they gave him a nod. While he knew that he would get in trouble later with Bakugo, he decided to go. I'd love to. He answered, as he stood up, took his crutches and followed his mentor. I wonder what he wanted with Deku. Ochako asked. Well, I'm sure he wanted to thank him for saving his life during the USJ incident. If it wasn't for Midoriya's bravery and power, who knows what could have happened? Tenya replied. I see. That makes sense. Ochako said. Also, remember what Asui said on the bus. Ojiro added. Your quirk is like All Might's. The boundless power they both have are similar, too, so maybe All Might has taken a liking to him. He's amazing. Tenya deduced. To be honest, it feels like Deku is the All Might of our generation. Ochako added with a smile. She was happy to have a strong classmate like Izuku, and she really admired him. Yeah, not to mention that his quirk gives him so many abilities, I mean it's hard to believe that it's one quirk. Itsuka exclaimed, wondering if Izuku really had just one quirk. Yes, Deku is amazing, he has enhanced perception, speed, physical strength and can cast illusions and mind control. He's really strong. Ochako cheered for a reason that she couldn't understand. Unbeknown to them though, a certain red and white hair teen was listening to their conversation. All Might, and Izuku Midoriya, he thought. Teacher's lounge. First of all, how's your leg, young Midoriya? All Might, who was currently in his weaker form asked. It's much better, I'll be able to walk again on my own soon. Izuku replied. Good, but you have to know that this is only the beginning of your journey. What do you mean? All Might sighed. It was a bit hard coming to terms with the fact that his days as a pro hero were numbered. My time limit has decreased to about 50 minutes. About 50 minutes. Izuku repeated in shock. All Might was no longer able to do hero work for even an hour. Yeah, that's the limit to how long I can use my power now. I overdid it too many times. That Nomu is also a tough opponent. And it hurts. I can just barely maintain muscle form for 1.5 hours now. All Might said, as he poured some tea for both of them. About that, Izuku was about to apologize, feeling responsible about All Might becoming weaker, but the older man quickly interrupted him with a burst of laugh. You don't have to apologize. Man, we really are alike, you and me. Have some tea. Thanks. More importantly, about the sports festival. You still can only control 8% of One for All, right? What will you do? All Might asked. I have a few ideas, but I don't really know if they'll work, not without testing them out first anyways. Izuku replied. Have you ever used the lightning of One for All as a power and fired it on someone? Izuku asked. All Might gained a puzzled look on his face after hearing what Izuku said. Young Midoriya, are you sure your brain was 100% healed? Because my power enhances someone's strength and speed, as you know. Oh yeah, right. Of course I know, what a crazy idea. It's just that I had a dream about something similar today, and I wanted to ask if it was possible. Izuku answered back while smiling sheepishly. Right, what about your Sharingan? I mean, I know it has evolved to the next level, but how is it? All Might questioned the green-haired teen. Well, honestly, I need to use it during combat to actually see how much it did improve. Well, I can offer you some training before the sports festival. It's time for you and I to have some sparring and see how strong you are. We need to make sure you're at your full power before the festival. Really? Sparring with you, All Might, I mean, it's a great honor. Izuku said, as he started to enter his fanboy mode. Now calm down, you're still injured, and we don't want to upset Recovery Girl. All Might said, as both he and Midoriya flinched as they pictured an angry Recovery Girl. Frankly, I don't have much time left as the symbol of peace. All Might pointed out, and Izuku couldn't help but frown. He was sad. All Might was his idol, his favorite hero, and knowing that All Might was going to retire soon, just saddened him. No way. And some of those with built-up villainous intent are starting to realize. I granted you my power because I want you to succeed me. You still feel the same as you did back then, don't you? Back then when you told me you want to become the greatest hero and save people with a smile. All Might questioned the boy's dream and resolution once again. Of course, even now, my feelings haven't changed. Izuku replied once again with the same determined eyes he had back then. Then, the time has come for you to show that. The UA Sports Festival is something pro heroes know, the whole country is watching closely. A big event. That is what I brought you here to talk about. The next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace, Izuku Midoriya. I want you to tell the world I am here. All Might said with intensity in his eyes. Izuku paused for a second, letting All Might's words sink in. This was yet another big step in his journey in order to become the #1 hero. He had to prove himself in front of everyone. He had to make people acknowledge him. Something that he never had the chance to do when he was Quirkless, but now with One for All and the Sharingan, he has the chance to deliver the message he has been trying to deliver ever since he was a kid. That he can become a hero, and not just any hero, the best hero. But still, he knew that it was easier said than done. It's true that I won't have the same chances of winning as everyone else since I won't properly train, but the odds have always been against me, so it's nothing new. I'll get first place and show everyone that I, Izuku Midoriya, am the next symbol of peace. All Might could only smirk, and feel proud after hearing his successor's words. That night, Izuku, you're here. Himiko cheered as she giggled. Hey Himiko, I got a favor to ask of you. Izuku pointed out. What is it? Himiko asked. I want to train and I need a sparring partner. Izuku replied. So, you're finally ready to do it. Oh Izuku, who knew that you had this bad side in you? You could have at least waited until you healed. Himiko said, as her cheeks got red, and with naughty images appearing in her mind. I just wanted to use my Sharingan on you and cast illusions. Is that not okay with you? Izuku asked, completely oblivious about what Himiko meant. Himiko could only facepalm as she heard his answer. Yes, that's fine, as long as you don't peek at my past like last time. Her past was still a sensitive subject, she liked to avoid it. Thanks, you're the best. Izuku said, as Himiko blushed at the comment. Why are you training anyway? She asked out of curiosity. Well, the UA Sports Festival is coming, and I wanted to train a bit, so that I don't fall back behind my classmates. Izuku exclaimed. The sports festival. I used to watch it back when I was a kid, you're competing in something like that. That's so awesome, I have to come and cheer you. Himiko said, with her cheerful tone. Thanks, Himiko. This means a lot to me. Izuku replied. While it was fairly dangerous to bring Himiko to a big event such as the sports festival, what were the odds that someone from the government or the police would recognize her? Izuku then sat and activated his Sharingan, he then looked in Himiko's eyes and began to cast illusions. Wait, why are we back at the hospital? Himiko asked. We're not silly, that's just an illusion. Izuku replied, before disappearing. Wait Izuku, where did you go? She asked. That's the game we're playing hide and seek, and I'm hiding. Izuku replied. That's not fair, she pointed out. She was trapped in his illusion for a few minutes, unable to feel anything happening in the outside world, until Izuku flicked her nose, snapping her back to reality. Did you enjoy your trip? Izuku asked. Of course not. How's going to the hospital a trip? She said, with clear annoyance in her voice. Sorry, that was the only illusion I could think of back then. I'm still a beginner and that's why I need more practice. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly. If you want to apologize then take me to the arcade. Himiko said, with her arms crossed and looking at the other side. Alright, I promise you to take you to the arcade after the sports festival. Can we resume my training now? Apology accepted, but don't leave me alone in those illusions of yours. She replied. You have my word, Izuku said, as he began to cast another genjutsu on Himiko. 20 minutes later, Izuku was tired, as casting genjutsus and maintaining them made him so tired. Himiko then jumped at him, and hugged him before saying, it's time for my treat. You really don't hold back. Izuku said, as he was a bit embarrassed when she had to hug him every time, and jump in his arms. However, he really felt sorry for Himiko and what she had gone through. Deep inside of him he just knew that he had to protect her. 2 weeks later. The UA Sports Festival is in 1 week. It'll be broadcast live on TV, too. There's no doubt that those who do well have a much better chance of becoming pro heroes. We won't know what events we'll be participating in until the day of. But I'm sure everyone has started getting ready. Izuku thought, as all of his classmates were busy with their training. He would see Bakugo, returning home every night with his arms bruised. Ojiro with his whole body aching, and Todoroki with frostbites on his right side. Some people decided to train together, like Mina and Ochako or Ojiro, Kirishima and Tetsutsu, and from time to time and Ibara and Itsuka. However, Izuku didn't make much progress. Even though he was much better at casting genjutsus and maintaining his Sharingan for longer periods of time, he hadn't improved his control of one for all or getting any combat training. He tried to sneak up once, but unfortunately for him Itsuka caught him, and dragged him back to his room. She always made sure to keep an eye on him, and would have Ochako or Ibara take her place if she wasn't present. But today, I will finally be able to train. Who the hell am I kidding? I've fallen way back behind the others. He thought, as he was currently going to Dagoba Beach. Young Midoriya, you're finally here. Are you ready to get you back to shape? All Might asked. Yes, I need to train and get stronger as soon as possible. Izuku said, as he immediately activated his Sharingan. Very well, come at me. All Might exclaimed. Izuku didn't hesitate for a second, as he rushed at All Might, with one for all full cowl activated and went for a punch to the face. Only for All Might to punch him in the guts first, which made Izuku fall to the ground and clench his stomach. Ow, All Might, you don't pull back any punches, don't you? Izuku exclaimed, with a smirk on his face. Lowest round kick, he shouted, as he tried to knock All Might off his feet, only for the latter to easily dodge it. He then grabbed Izuku by his shirt and threw him in the sea. You'll have to do better than that, young Midoriya. All Might said, as he approached Izuku. Izuku decided to be on defense this time, as All Might tried to land a punch, but Izuku managed to dodge it thanks to his new enhanced perception. He then kept dodging All Might's fists, waiting for an opening to attack, but All Might was not giving him the chance. This is harder than I thought. He thought, before he got an idea. All Might finally managed to land a punch to Izuku's face, before saying, come on young Midoriya, a hero always finds a way to win, remember you need to prove yourself in the sports festival. Yes sir, Izuku replied, with determination, before rushing at All Might once again. Detroit Smash, he yelled, only for All Might to easily dodge the blow and elbow him in his back. He tossed him around, and as Izuku finally stood up he said. Look carefully young Midoriya, I'll show you what a real Detroit Smash looks like. Detroit Smash. All Might managed to land the punch in Izuku's gut, but to his surprise Izuku was just standing still. What the? All Might said, before feeling the impact of a kick in his back. Green Dragon Ultra Kick, Izuku shouted, as he landed his ultimate attack on All Might, which pushed the latter a couple of steps backwards. Wait, how did you do that? All Might asked. You were trapped in an illusion All Might. Izuku said, as he laughed. Since when? Since the barrage of fists that you were trying to land on me. Izuku replied, still laughing. All Might also laughed, before taking Izuku in a headlock. Come here you cheeky zygote. We'll call it your win this time. Izuku managed to somehow free himself from the headlock before replying, but you're not even knocked down, not to mention that you were holding back on me. Izuku clearly didn't want to win like this. Ha ha ha, well that's true, maybe one day we'll have a proper match, and when you truly win, I'll be the happiest man alive. Now ready for another round. All Might said, as he was proud of his successor. Absolutely. Izuku replied, as he retook his fighting stance. For the rest of the week, Izuku kept training on getting back to shape, as well as spar with All Might, but each time he would lose, as he stood no chance against the current symbol of peace. Luckily for Izuku, with the intense training he did, it wasn't so long before he regained his full strength back. It's true that he hadn't got any stronger, except for the fact that his Sharingan evolved, but that doesn't mean that he didn't have some tricks up his sleeve for the sports festival. 1 week later. Izuku, be careful not to get hurt. Inko said with worry, her mother instincts kicking in. Okay. He replied. I'll record it, okay. In high resolution. Inko exclaimed. Okay. Izuku replied. Do your best. Inko cheered her son. Your mom and I will be cheering for you Izuku. Himiko also cheered. Over the last 3 weeks she spent with Inko she really liked the lady. She felt like Inko was the mother she never had. In fact, upon meeting Izuku, Himiko was so much happier now and she met so many nice people. However, one question was always lurking in the back of her head. How will people react if they knew about her quirk? Will they accept her like Izuku or try to suppress her like her parents once did? You heard your girlfriend. Inko bluntly said, which made both Izuku and Himiko blush. Mom, she's not my girlfriend, she's only a friend. Izuku replied. A friend, Himiko repeated with an emotionless face and blank expression. She had an urge to just kill Izuku and herself right now. She gave him so many signs that she liked him, yet he was still oblivious. While Himiko was busy in her thoughts, Izuku decided to ask his mother something important. Hey mom, do you think that, dad would be watching me? He asked. Of course son, and I'm sure he would be proud of you. Inko replied. Thanks mom, I'm off now. Izuku said, as he stepped out of the house waving goodbye to his mother, and to Himiko who was still in her trance. Ooh, high school. Man, I wanted to wear my costume. Mina said, still sad by the fact that they had to wear their PE uniforms. To keep everything fair, we can't. Ojiro replied. I wonder what the first round is gonna be, Sato exclaimed, as he was nervous. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it. Fumikage replied. Right. Shoji agreed and gave a nod. Everyone, are you ready? We will be entering soon. Tenya came to the locker room asking. Midoriya. Todoroki called Izuku. Izuku looked at him and questioned, Todoroki. What is it? Both of them, gaining the attention of the whole class. Looking at things objectively, I'm now stronger than you. But, All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? I'm not trying to pry about that. But I'm going to beat you. Todoroki replied, with a cold tone, filling the room with tension. Oh, is the second best in class planning to finally take the top? Denki questioned, with a sweat drop. Kirishima stood up immediately, afraid that something bad could happen. Hey. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Not now, we're about to start. We're not here to play at being friends. So what does it matter? Todoroki replied. Izuku waited to hear everything, before finally replying, Todoroki, I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll beat me, but don't just assume that I'll lose easily. In fact, I'm planning on winning this whole sports festival. But you should also know that everyone, and I'm not talking about the students from the hero course only, they're all aiming for the top with everything they've got. I can't afford to lose today, not after coming this far. Izuku said, before activating his Sharingan, and looking at Todoroki, with confidence and determination written on his face. So, I'll also be going for the top with everything I got. Yeah, Todoroki coldly replied, while Bakugo was annoyed by the fact that he declared a war only to Izuku and not him. Izuku decided that now was a good time to drop this. And Todoroki. He called the red and white hair teen, who turned back once again to face him. Izuku turned his back to the whole class and pointed to the Uchiha symbol. I'll show you the true power of an Uchiha. Chapter 16. Midoriya the Powerhouse. Izuku decided that now was a good time to drop this. And Todoroki. He called the red and white hair teen, who turned back once again to face him. Izuku turned his back to the whole class and pointed to the Uchiha symbol. I'll show you the true power of an Uchiha. Izuku then exited the room, as the whole class was just silent from the intense tension he created. Denki somehow managed to pull himself together, before finally being able to speak. Wow guys, who would have imagined that our usually shy and reserved cinnamon roll could be so intimidating. Don't forget, this shy cinnamon roll was also the one who scared away all the villains during the USJ incident. Hanta replied. But he was right about everything he said. We all should do our best to make it to the top. Kirishima added. Does anyone wonder about the Uch something that he mentioned? Kyoka asked with a perplexed look. She was a bit curious about the name. I don't know, Momo paused for a second. I never heard of this Uchiha thing. Momo exclaimed, making the students even more curious about the matter. However, they had to shrug it off as the sports festival was about to begin. Hey, pay attention, audience, swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. President Mike shouted, as the crowd screamed in excitement, the press ready with their cameras for tomorrow's articles, and pro heroes ready to scout the students who proved themselves. Izuku, Inko nervously called her son's name. She was currently sitting in the seats that were reserved for the students' families with Himiko, and Bakugo's parents. Don't worry Inko, I'm sure that Izuku and Katsuki will do great today. Mitsuki said, as she placed a hand on Inko's shoulder. Yes Mrs. Midoriya, I'm sure that Izuku will win and blast this whole tournament. Himiko exclaimed, confident in Izuku's abilities. Excuse me, but who might you be? Mitsuki asked. Oh, this is Himiko Toga, she's Izuku's friend and she's been staying with me lately. Inko said as she winked at Mitsuki, the latter gaining an evil grin on her face. I see, nice to meet you Himiko, I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, I'm like Izuku's aunt. Mitsuki introduced herself. Nice to meet you too, Himiko replied. Meanwhile, All Might was sitting in the teacher's seats, taking his weaker form. He was nervous as well as excited to watch his successor's performance. I know you'll be able to win and overcome any obstacle in your way young Midoriya. I believe in you. Show them all who's the next symbol of peace, and tell them I'm here. All Might thought as Izuku entered the stadium, followed by his classmates. Roger that, All Might. Izuku pumped himself, as he remembered All Might's words and training. The UA's Sports Festival, the huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars WHO overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel, hero course, class 1A and B, right? President Mike said, as the students from 1A and B entered the stadium. Wow, there are so many people than I thought. Izuku said, a little bit shocked by the numbers of spectators. Will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? This is also part of the training required to become a hero, Tenya exclaimed. Man, he's going overboard with that praise. I'm getting nervous, aren't you Bakugo? Kirishima asked. No, I'm just getting more into it. Bakugo replied, as he had a psychopathic look on his face, like if he was a lion finally free from his cage. Next up, General Studies classes C, D and E, Support course, classes F, G and H are here, too, and Business course, classes I, J and K. All of whose first years are here now, President Mike yelled, as he wrapped quickly the other classes' introduction, which put a frown on some of them, except the purple hair guy, Shinso, who made a declaration of war the other day. The pro R-rated hero, Midnight, this year's chief umpire for the first years, cracked her whip, before saying, "Time for the player pledge." While some men, women and students had blushes on their faces. Her hero costume is very similar to one of a traditional dominatrix. She wears a black leather breastless leotard over a white bodysuit, which emphasizes her breasts, body, and legs, the leotard possessing red gemstone-like accessories in a vertical pattern from the collar to the midriff. She also wears translucent black thigh-high stockings that are connected to a red utility belt decorated with gold studs around her hips, a matching pentagonal buckle in its center, and black knee boots. She has a small, red mask outlining her eyes, a handcuff on each wrist. The white bodysuit is made of thin material that is easily torn so she can more easily use her quirk. "What is Midnight Sensei wearing?" Kirishima questioned. "That's an R-rated hero for you," Denki replied. "Is it okay for her to be at a high school even though she's R-rated?" Tokiyami asked with disbelief. "Yes," Mineta screamed with a thumbs up, while he had a perverted grin on his face. "Quiet, everyone," Midnight ordered as she cracked her whip again. Representing the students is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. She yelled, as all the students from other courses, and the audience were interested in seeing the guy who saved All Might and everyone. "Wait a second, I am supposed to give a pledge?" he asked, with visible shock as he had no clue about this matter. "Well, that makes sense since you scored the highest during the entrance exam," Honda exclaimed, as he pushed the nervous Izuku forward. "In the hero course," a student from another course added, with a frown on her face. "It's obvious she hates us," Honda replied, "and it's all Bakugo's fault." Denki added, while Bakugo looked the other way, not giving a damn shit about these extras. "But how come I didn't know about this?" Izuku asked. "Well, Aizawa-sensei kind of planned this whole thing as a punishment for what you did during the USJ attack. He also said that if we told you about it, he would expel us all," Momo explained. "And I'm the one who suggested this idea," Itsuka smirked. "She's way too evil," Izuku thought. "I'm sorry about this, Midoriya, but do your best," Momo exclaimed with a sweat drop. "Izuku Midoriya, are you currently present? If so, then please come here to give the player pledge," Midnight repeated once again. "Yeah, I'm right here," Izuku said, as he climbed the stairs to the podium. Meanwhile in the commentator's sitting area, Aizawa was hiding his smirk under his scarf. "Serves you right, kid," he thought to himself. "Please don't tell me that you didn't tell him about the player's pledge," President Mike exclaimed. I don't know, I think that my memory got messed up a bit when he mind-controlled me," Aizawa replied sarcastically. "You're so evil, Shota," President Mike replied. "Look, Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku is finally showing up," Himiko exclaimed with enthusiasm, grabbing Inko's attention. "Oh, no, what am I going to do? I'm terrible at public speaking. I'm just going to stutter. I'm going to make a fool of myself in front of everyone. Everybody is going to laugh and make fun of me." Izuku finally got to the podium. He looked at all the students. Some had determined and focused eyes, others were angry, others were sad, and others, well, were indifferent. He then looked at the massive audience, and somehow, he spotted not only Himiko and his mother, but also All Might, which managed to help him get over his stress, as he saw the smiles of the people who supports him. He took a deep breath before holding the mic and saying, "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I am sure most of you know me because of the USJ incident or even saw me on TV, but as you can see, I'm back to full health and doing well. I have to say though, sorry Ua for causing you a lot of trouble," Izuku said with a sheepish smile. "Anyways, let's not talk about the past now, and focus on today," Izuku exclaimed, as he was thinking about what he would say now. He took a deep breath. All men are not created equal. That is the harsh reality I learned at the young age of 4. Some people are born with everything. Money, power, prestige. Others aren't as lucky. There are even those who are born with none of these. Izuku paused as he saw he had everyone's attention and interest. "To be honest with you, I didn't have a quirk. I was a late bloomer. I was always told by everyone around me that I should give up, that I could never become a hero. People shut down my dream, said it was foolish. No one really believed in me, but I never gave up on being a hero. Why did I never give up, you may ask? The answer is simple. It's because I have a dream. So no matter how much they tried to shun me, I didn't let their words stop me or decide my fate. I just never gave up, and to never give up are not just a few simple words to me. To never give up, to never go back on my word became my way of life. My hero way." Now everybody in the stadium had their eyes fixated on Izuku. They were all curious about hearing his next words. Izuku meanwhile had a small tear coming down his cheek, but did his best to hide it. "And after 10 years, something finally happened. One day, I've been given a chance to prove myself. I saw somebody who needed help. So, without thinking, I did what I always wanted to do. I saved a life. I was a hero. But that's not all, as in that same day, someone came to me and said the words that I will never forget for the rest of my life." Now everybody was on the edge of their seats with one thought in their minds. What did he say? "He said to me, 'Young man, you can become a hero.'" All Might smiled warmly as he realized what his successor was referring to. He was so happy that he never chose another successor over Izuku. Izuku continued his speech. Ever since that day, I decided not to let the chance I got go to waste. I worked as hard as I can and have been through so much, and so much has changed in my life. Izuku smiled, thinking about how much his life has changed. He has powers now, he has friends, people that willingly stand by his side and support him. His entire world flipped upside down. Izuku then took one final breath before he ended his speech. What I'm trying to say is that dreams can become a reality, no matter what they are. You just have to fight for them. And that's why today in the UA Sports Festival we should all aim for the top. Give it our best. What course you are doesn't matter. Izuku said as he glanced at the general ed students. No matter your background, abilities, or even where you may come from. Just go for it today, and fight for your dreams and what you believe. Izuku turned to face all the students. Go beyond plus ultra. Izuku raised his fist in the air. Plus ultra. Everyone followed Izuku's example before they started clapping their hands. Izuku's speech managed to reach the crowd's hearts, gaining their respect and admiration, and Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that the applause was directed at him. The Sharingan user bowed and quickly got off the stage, making his way back to his friends, from which he received many compliments and thumbs up. So manly, I have never heard such words before. Those words hit harder than any punch I could ever block. Midoriya, you have inspired me to do my absolute best, Kirishima said as his manly tears from his eyes. He truly is manly, Tetsu added, with his own manly tears. He got me fired up, Denki cheered. Izuku, I'm so proud to call you my rival, and I look forward to face you in the finals, Ojiro said in his head. I honestly expected the #1 applicant to be overconfident and to just declare that he would win the whole festival, but he's the exact opposite. He's humble and just wants everyone to do their best. Seems like not all the people from the hero course are arrogant, Shinso thought. People of the other classes were also having similar thoughts about Izuku. It was truly a surprise to the other classes to hear such words from a student of the hero course. A good majority of the classes thought that all students from the hero course would look down on the other classes, but they were wrong. They actually appreciated what Izuku said and, just like Shinso, grew a newfound respect to him. However, there was something only a few people noticed about Izuku when he was giving the student pledge. Some of those few were none other than Himiko, Momo, Itsuka and Ochako. While Izuku was giving his speech, they focused on Izuku's eyes, and while they did see a burning inferno of motivation and determination to excel in the festival, they also noticed something more, hidden. Hidden in his green orbs were years of pent-up sadness and grief. They even saw a tear escaping his eye. It was very brief, but they were observant enough to catch it while everybody else was immersed in his words. Izuku, Inko called her son's name with tears in her eyes. She wished she could have been more supportive to Izuku when he was a kid. It's okay, Inko, Mitsuki said, as she put a hand on her friend's shoulder. But, Inko tried to protest. But you're here today, Inko, you're here for him and that's what matters, the other woman replied. This is the real Izuku, Himiko thought, as she wanted to know more about him. She wanted to see the Izuku who managed to change her mind and stop her from becoming a villain. She wanted to know his drive, his true personality, his history, everything that made Izuku the person who he is today. Izuku, what happened to you that made you go through suffering and despair? Yeah, everybody give it up for Izuku Midoriya. That speech will definitely be remembered in our school for ages, President Mike announced as the crowd began cheering. He then turned to Aizawa. I see that your little revenge plan failed, Shota. Even if it failed, his words managed to make me proud to have a student like him, Aizawa admitted. Oh, is that the sound of the famous strict teacher Aizawa acknowledging someone? President Mike teased his best friend. Well, he sure has my respect, but let's see if he can back up his words, Aizawa replied. All Might looked on in absolute pride as he couldn't get the smug smirk off of his face. That's my successor for you. Honestly, for a second I thought he would start stuttering and muttering. Meanwhile, a certain flame hero was standing among the crowds, staring at our Sharingan hero with interest. Izuku, Midoriya, could it really be? I mean, the name Midoriya and that green hair, he must be related to him. A sound of a whip was heard throughout the arena as it got everybody's attention. Alright, thank you Midoriya for that beautiful student pledge. You have inspired the hearts of everybody in this arena. Including mine, she finished that sentence with a blush on her face. But we had to get back on track. Midnight announced as now everybody was focused on the R-rated hero. Alright, let's get this show on the road, President Mike announced as the crowd were all fired up now. Midnight smirked sadistically as she whipped the air. Now, let's get started right away. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. Now, here is the fateful first game. This year it's this. An obstacle course race, Izuku said, as he looked at the screen behind Midnight. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom, Midnight said, as she licked her lips. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now take your places everyone, she added as everyone went to take their places. All Might, Izuku thought as the first light of the entrance went off. Please watch me go beyond, Izuku said in his mind as he activated his Sharingan and the second light went off. Plus Ultra, Izuku yelled in his mind, as he activated his full cowl at 8%. Start, Midnight shouted, as immediately all the students began to run at full speed through the entrance to get the lead, that turned out to be a tunnel. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary, or Acerhead? President Mike asked. You're the one who forced me to come, Aizawa replied. Let's get started right away, Eraserhead. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? This part right now, Aizawa answered. Hey. It's too narrowed, ouch, hey, move. Many students shouted as they were stuck in the crowded tunnel, as it was too narrow and small for all the students to fit. However, the temperature immediately dropped, as the tunnel was immediately covered in ice by Shoto Todoroki, who froze the whole tunnel, trapping the other participants while he advanced. OWWW. What the? It's freezing over, I can't move. So cold. Wow folks, it seems like Todoroki already took the lead by freezing the whole tunnel and trapping the others. What fierce power, Present Mike shouted. Sorry, but Todoroki was about to say something, but saw someone emitting green lightnings far ahead of him. You're wrong Mike, there's someone else who has the lead, Aizawa corrected his friend. Izuku Midoriya has the lead. This unbelievable everyone. When did he get here? Present Mike yelled. That is what happens when you don't pay attention. If you were looking carefully, right when the race began, Midoriya had already ran past all the other competitors. He figured out that the tunnel would be too narrow to fit all of the students at once, so he made the smart decision on being the first one to go through the tunnel, thanks to his incredible speed. Aizawa stated as he knew that Izuku would never fall for such a cheap trick. Deku, half and half bastard. I won't let you get away so easily, Bakugo shouted, with explosions coming out of his hands, as many students of Class 1A and B started to get out of the ice trap. Whoa, that was close, Mina exclaimed, as she dodged an ice attack. I can't use my special move yet, Ochako said, as she was trying to keep her balance while walking on the ice, while some students were just carrying Shinso over it. More people outside of Class A and B were able to dodge that than I expected, but the true threat is you Midoriya, Todoroki said with annoyance in his voice. Mineta used his balls to get over the ice with ease, as he bounced over them. I've outwitted you, Todoroki. How pathetic. Take this. My special attack. Graw. But Mineta was immediately thrown away from an explosion made by Bakugo. Get out of my way extra, he shouted. Meanwhile, Izuku had to stop for a second, as he got surrounded by many robots from the entrance exam, including many zero-pointers. Targets found. Lots, the robot in front of Izuku said. The faux villains from the entrance exam? Izuku questioned, as he looked at the robots in front of him. Obstacles have shown up suddenly, starting with the first barrier, Robo Inferno, Present Mike announced. Aren't those the zero-point villains from the entrance exam? Dinky asked, as fear covered his face. Seriously? The hero course had to fight those? A student from another course asked. This is what they meant by obstacles. I wonder where they got the money for all these robots? Momo asked, as the robots surely looked expensive. That's Ua for you. Run away, Izuku. You can't beat those robots, Inko screamed with teary eyes, while also clenching Himiko really hard and suffocating her. He'll be fine MMPH. Himiko tried her best to calm down the older woman, before she loses her breath. Many students were standing in fear right now of the giant robots ahead of them, but that wasn't the case for Izuku, who immediately jumped over a three-pointer and stomped its head with his foot, destroying the robot and jumped higher than before. This sure brings back a lot of memories, Izuku said, as he went to face a zero-pointer. But this time, I'll destroy you without getting injured. Izuku added with a grin. Triple kick. Izuku performed one of his signature attacks, destroying the zero-pointer with ease, before running again with the lead. The first one through the first barrier is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Can you believe this everyone? Izuku Midoriya destroyed the zero-pointer with one attack. What a display of strength and speed. And just so you know folks, during the entrance exam, he also managed to destroy the zero-pointer with one punch. You've improved a lot Midoriya. There's a huge difference from when you broke your arms and legs during the exam. I'm really proud of you, but can you keep the lead forever? Aizawa thought, with a smile on his face. That kid is sure something else, his strength is unbelievable, one of the pro heroes in the crowd said. Yeah, if he's just a kid and he's this powerful, imagine how strong he'll become once he grows up, another pro hero added. He'll surely be a top hero, another pro hero cheered. Izuku was then followed by Todoroki and Bakugo, who also started their rampage. Die, you stupid piece of shitty metal, Bakugo yelled, as he destroyed a robot with one of his explosions. So, this is what they used in the general entrance exam. If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better, since my stupid old man is watching, Todoroki said, as he froze all the robots who were in front of him. He stopped them, a student shouted in relief. Between their legs. We can get through, another student shouted, as they began to advance once again. I wouldn't if I were you. I froze them when they were unbalanced. They'll fall over, Todoroki said, as he went after Izuku, but not without creating another trap for the students behind him. I won't let you outperform me Midoriya. Todoroki from Class 1A. He attacked and defended in one hit. How elegant, amazing. It's unfair, Present Mike shouted. His actions are logical and strategic, Aizawa exclaimed. As expected of someone WHO got in through recommendations. He'd never fought them before, but those Robo Infernos couldn't get past his elite moves, Present Mike added. And now he's trying to catch up to Midoriya. Suddenly from underneath the rubbles made by the fallen robots, Kirishima appeared with his quirk activated. Like I die, he yelled. Kirishima from Class 1A was underneath. That's crazy, Present Mike shouted. That bastard, Todoroki. He timed it on purpose so it'd be right when they fell. If it hadn't been me, someone would have died, Kirishima exclaimed. Eijiro Kirishima. Quirk. Hardening. His body can get super hard. He can become the strongest spear, or the strongest shield, President Mike explained, before Tetsu also came from underneath the rubble. That Todoroki is truly a bastard, the metal boy shouted. Tetsu from Class B was also underneath, that's crazy. If it hadn't been me, someone would have died, he shouted, just like Kirishima. Tetsu. Quirk. Steel. His body can become like steel, he can become the strongest spear, or the strongest shield. Our quirks are pretty much the same. I have a hard enough time standing out as it is, Kirishima as he ran with tears coming out of his eyes. It was truly unlucky for him. Like I'd let you get ahead of me, Deku, Bakugo shouted, as he used his explosions to go over the destroyed robots. CLASS1A's Bakugo, since the bottom's blocked, he goes overhead, clever. It's really weird that most of the group that's gone ahead is from Class A. The pro hero Snipe said, from the teachers sitting R. Class B and the other courses aren't bad, either, it's just, All Might replied. Class A doesn't spend a lot of time standing around. They're always competing against each other and pushing each other further. Aizawa finished All Might's sentence as he looked at the top three, Izuku, Shoto and Katsuki. Combined with their experience with the world above them through the incident at USJ, those who had fear planted in their hearts. He added, as he looked at Ojiro who was in the top 5 and destroying the robots in front of him easily. They all used that experience to drown out their hesitation. He then looked at Momo who created a cannon to blast the robots. Class 1A are just starting. Meanwhile, Izuku was running as fast as he can, as he saw the students behind him who cleared the first obstacle getting closer. However, he had to stop when he saw what seemed to be a bottomless pit. There were tall platforms spaced out between each other but they were so far apart that it seemed like it was impossible to simply jump from one platform to the next. In between each platform were long and narrow trails of rope that honestly didn't seem like they were stable enough to hold the weight of a couple of students. Hey, the first barrier's a piece of cake, huh? Then what about the second? President Mike grinned as many students widened their eyes in horror. If you fall you're out. If you do not want to fall, then you have to crawl. It is the fall. When did they build this stage? Ochako asked as she like the other students were very fearful of dropping to their death. However, our Sharingan hero looked at the entire obstacle carefully. This is surely the work of Powerloader Sensei but, he thought, before smirking and getting into a jumping stance. I can jump from a platform to another easily, he said, as he launched himself high in the air, and then started to jump from one platform to another. Wow, and now, the leader of the pack is easily getting through first, President Mike announced as the crowd began cheering for Izuku. Deku-kun? I didn't know he could jump so high? Ochako exclaimed in shock as she and the participants had their eyes focused on Izuku. Whoa, his quirk must be super strong to allow him to perform such amazing acts of athleticism, President Mike shouted as the spectators agreed since Izuku has been nothing but impressive so far. Pay attention you idiot. His quirk is only helping him in enhancing his physical strength and speed, but how he moves, how he jumps, his judgment and his analytical skills are all the results of his training before UA, Aizawa lazily groaned. Midoriya, if you think that I'll let you embarrass me in front of my shitty father, then think again, Shoto growled, as he used his ice slide through the gaps between each platform. I got you now half and half bastard, Bakugo shouted, as he was finally catching up to Todoroki. Bakugo was using his explosions to boost himself upwards over the pits and platforms, and since he was sweating more, his explosions got stronger and made him faster. Shoto looked behind him to see Bakugo really ganging up on him. Looks like he's getting fired up. A slow starter, Shoto said as he continued to run forward. He needed to catch up to Midoriya before it's too late. Damn it! Bakugo noticed that Shoto was picking up speed and catching up to Izuku, so he boosted his explosions to gain even more speed. My older brother is probably also watching. I can't let him see me act so uncool. Tenya saw that some students were already crossing the dust. He proceeded to land on the rope and used the engines in his calves to thrust him forward and much faster along the ropes. That is so uncool, President Mike shouted as the rest of the audience agreed with. Tenya was about to say something but stopped as he almost lost his balance, when a special teenager with a tail kept jumping and using his tail to grab the ropes and go from a platform to another. Sorry Tenya, but I have to catch up to Midoriya and the others now, Ojiro said, as moved faster than usual and was soon catching to Bakugo. The guy in second place behind Midoriya is so strong, and he might even catch up to him, a member of the audience commented as he and many others were impressed at the strength that Shoto showcased. Yeah, his quirk is really strong, but his natural athletic ability and judgment are also cut above the others. Of course it is. That is the flame hero, Endeavor's son. No wonder. The blood of the guy second only to All Might, huh? They'll be fighting over who gets him as a sidekick. The lead pack is a step ahead, but below them, everyone's clumped together. They haven't announced how many people will make it through, so you can't relax. Push forward, President Mike exclaimed as when the students heard that, they hastily continued through the obstacle course, not wanting to be left behind. Izuku was nonchalantly running at very high speeds before he abruptly stopped as he saw the last obstacle ahead of him. There were signs that read danger mines. And now, we have quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is, that it is a minefield. It is set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. By the way, These landmines are for games, so they are not that powerful, but they are loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants, President Mike announced as he revealed the third and last obstacle. That depends on the person, Aizawa commented as he didn't think those mines would make everybody pee themselves. I get it. So they put this as the last obstacle so that those in the lead would be in a disadvantage so that others lagging behind can have the opportunity to catch up and possibly take the lead themselves. This is very clever design. And also entertaining for the audience here and the viewers watching at home. But with my Sharingan I can clearly see where the mines are hidden. Izuku thought as a grin formed on his face. I love my powers so much, he yelled in his head. Izuku began hopping between mines in a consistent but fast pace, making sure to scan with his Sharingan the mines' locations. Behind him, several students were going through the mines carelessly and igniting pink explosion that slowed them down and in turn caused an area of effect where other competitors nearby were also stunned and slowed down. Shoto was right behind. He knew that unlike Izuku he didn't have the luxury of knowing the exact location of the mines without observing, so he decided to slide on his ice following the same way Izuku was taking. Just when he clears this minefield, I'll freeze his legs and steal the first place from him, Shoto thought. Bakugo looked at the minefield and smirked as it didn't scare him the slightest. This doesn't affect me, Bakugo yelled as he used his explosions to send him above the minefield. He then passed Todoroki who had a surprised look on his face. He clearly was not expecting Bakugo to just rush through like that. Bastard, don't make a declaration of war to the wrong person. Bakugo then aimed an explosion towards the bicolored teen, but Shoto was able to dodge the attack. Wow, and now we've got someone new in second place. Rejoice, mass media. It's the kind of development you guys love, President Mike yelled through the speakers as the crowd cheered loudly as they finally got to see two students fighting for the second place head-to-head. Not lagging too far behind them were the other students as they were going through the minefield in their own quirky ways. Hey, the rest of the pack is also speeding up, however, even as they push and pull at each other, can the three at the top remain in the lead? Shoto and Katsuki were throwing blows at each other as each of them dodged each other's attacks as they fought for second place. Izuku looked behind him as he grit his teeth. Damn, Kachan and Todoroki are right behind me. And the others are not too far behind either. Kachan really has the advantage in this obstacle, and if he managed to shrug off Todoroki and come at me, he'll easily get ahead of me. I have to. Izuku's thoughts were suddenly cut as he barely avoided a kick from someone. You should pay more attention to your surroundings, Midoriya, Ojiro said, as he was the one who launched that kick. I have to say you really surprised me, Ojiro, Izuku replied, before trying to deliver a punch but Ojiro dodged it. Look at this, folks. Can you believe it? Someone has finally been able to catch up to Midoriya. It's Ojiro Mashirao from Class 1A, amazing. Both of the teenagers were about to attack each other again, but they dodged as Shoto's ice attack came in between them. Todoroki? Kachan? Izuku questioned, as the two said teens stopped fighting among themselves to catch up to him and Ojiro. You fucking nerd, don't even dream about getting first place, neither you Tails, Bakugo yelled, as he shot an explosion at Izuku who dodged it. But I only have on tail, Ojiro said with a smile, happy that he's in the lead. Shut up Tails, Bakugo growled. Ojiro tried to grab Todoroki's leg with his tail and flip him over, but the bicolor hair teen attempted to freeze Ojiro's tail, only for Ojiro to back off his tail immediately. However, he was almost met with another punch from Izuku but he barely dodged it. You should pay more attention, Ojiro. Izuku repeated the same words the other teen told him earlier. Don't ignore me, shitty nerd, Bakugo shouted as shot an explosion at Izuku's face. Izuku managed to react and slapped his wrist but the explosion managed to graze his cheek. At that moment, Shoto took his chance to send an ice attack at Izuku, who dodged it at the last second and almost stepped on a mine. Shit, Todoroki growled. Phew, that was close, Izuku said, with relief washing over him. This is it, everyone, the final battle between these four. WHO will emerge victorious, I wonder? President Mike shouted to pump the crowd, who started to cheer more and more. Izuku then took a moment to analyze his current surroundings. Just behind him was Bakugo and Todoroki and besides him was Ojiro. This is even worse than the worst case scenario I had in mind. What should I do? What should I do? Think, Izuku. Think. And just like that a light bulb went off in Izuku's brain. He turned around to face the other competitors. Hey Kachan, Izuku yelled. What the fuck do you want, Deku? You'll never be able to surpass me, Izuku teased as he stuck his tongue out at him. Bakugo snapped. Why you damn nerd? Bakugo then ignited an explosion in both of his hands to get closer to Izuku and murder him. Izuku smirked right away when he saw explosions forming on Bakugo's hands. Got you. He then looked in Ojiro's eyes. Hey Ojiro. He called his friend's name, before casting a genjutsu on him, and he immediately fell into it. He then grabbed Ojiro by his tail and threw him towards Bakugo and Todoroki. What the fuck? Hey, before Bakugo could make a move or dodge, Ojiro's body slammed into him and then Todoroki, making them all fall and land on several mines. This caused a huge explosion, that managed to push back a lot of competitors, while it gave Izuku a boost forward. What in the world? Todoroki shouted in shock as he and the rest of the participants were blown off of their feet. The velocity of the explosion was just too much for them to handle as they were immobilized for quite a bit. What is going on? Hey, everybody except Midoriya is down. How did all of the mines go off simultaneously? President Mike asked earnestly as he and the rest of the spectators had no clue to what just happened. Bakugo got up again, but was a little bit stunned and glared darkly at Izuku, who cleared the last obstacle and was heading to the finishing line. Damn you, Deku. Thanks for the help, Kachan, you're truly a good friend, he said sarcastically. Eraserhead, can you explain what just happened because everyone watching here and at home are completely lost? Present Mike asked as he looked towards his co-commentator who was currently trying to take a nap. Huh? Oh yeah, well you see, Midoriya taunted Bakugo which provoked him to try to engage Midoriya. However, Midoriya used his ability to cast illusions on Ojiro, and threw him on Bakugo who had no time to dodge, and Todoroki got dragged with them, before they all fell. Izuku made sure to calculate it at the right time so that Bakugo wouldn't be able to dodge no matter what. He also tried to make sure that most of the participants in the surrounding area would get knocked off of their feet due to the blast radius. Even though, he pretty much got rid of all of the obstacles for his opponents and made their path much easier, he in turn got a really big lead and will now more likely than not get first place in the race. Very smart choice for him. He will make it far as a pro. Aizawa finished his explanation as he began to close his eyes again. Oh, well, thanks for the play-by-play explanation, Eraserhead, Present Mike said as he and the audience were now understanding what exactly happened a minute ago. Now, pay more close attention so you don't have to interrupt my naps. Would you believe it? Midoriya cleared the minefield in an instant, Present Mike announced. No matter how hard you're cornered you always find a way to get past the wall in front of you. You're so cool, young man. All Might thought as a proud smirk was visible on his face. The first ones to get back up after Izuku's little stunt were Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki used his ice to make him run faster. Bakugo then used his explosions to follow closely behind. Ojiro finally managed to snap out of the genjutsu, but unfortunately for him Izuku and the other two got ahead of him. Eraserhead, your class is amazing. Where are you teaching them? Present Mike asked. Aizawa sighed as his nap was interrupted again. I didn't even do anything. They got each other fired up on their own. Aizawa said as the cameras focused on Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki who were in first, second, and third place respectively as they were running towards the tunnel that led to the entrance to the stadium which was the finish line. UA Sports Festival, first year stage, are you not listening? Aizawa comically groaned. WHO could have predicted the developments at the beginning or this conclusion. Present Mike exclaimed as the audience were now eagerly waiting on who would come through the tunnel first. Right now, the first person back in the stadium is that man, not Bakugo, or Todoroki, it's the powerhouse, Izuku Midoriya. Rainbow-colored confetti dropped as the crowd cheered furiously, happy to see the Izuku come first place in the obstacle race. Inko started to flood her sitting area with her tears, but luckily Himiko and Katsuki's parents had umbrellas. Himiko was so happy that Izuku won. Oh, it's that kid from last year, the one who rushed the slime villain who had a hostage and was then saved by All Might, Death Arms said. It truly is a small world. Who would have thought we would be seeing this kid again getting first place in the first event of the UA Sports Festival? Kamui Woods commented as he also recognized Izuku from the slime incident from a year ago. From the League of Villains hideout, Tamura Shigaraki was covered in bandages and watching the sports festival. That brat with the demon's eyes, he growled. He was pissed off when he saw Izuku's face. After Izuku crossed the finish line, he took a moment to look around and observe all of the cheers and applause he was getting from the viewers in attendance. He then looked all the way up at the teacher's box and found All Might who was clapping and smiling down at him with proud face. Izuku grinned as he made a closed fist and pointed it towards his idol. The sports festival is a competition where they have to aim for the top, even if it means defeating their friends and classmates. Modern heroes depend a lot on their popularity, so they need to have that desire to be above all the others. At your core, you are a true hero who wants to help and protect others. That is exactly why I chose you, but I thought that was also your weakness. I was worrying over absolutely nothing, sorry. But hey, at least you're not crying your eyes out like how you used to. All Might thought as he was overjoyed at the fact that Izuku was slowly becoming more mature and more of a man and hero. Well, what do you think? First of all, Midoriya's stock will climb really fast. He definitely has the look. Tall, strong and defined muscular frame. He has it all. The power, speed, size, and explosiveness. He also seems to have a brilliant mind. We could really highlight those parts, but we will need more raw material to work with. All Might's sweat dropped as he overheard the conversation between the students. That business course, they never change, huh? The three students that were just discussing Izuku's marketability are part of the business course in UA. There is not really any benefit to them participating in the sports festival. Therefore, they cultivate their instincts by selling things or doing marketing simulations. They've got a lot of free time. Bakugo made it through the tunnel as he stopped to catch his breath. He was panting hard as boiling with anger. Damn it. I fell right into his plan again. Damn you, Deku. You played me for a fool. I can't let you get away with that. When I'm able to get my hands on you, I swear. And now, they are finishing one after another. We'll make a list of the results later, but for now, good work. Present Mike announced as more and more students began entering the arena. Shoto caught his breath as he glared at Izuku who was too busy doing his best trying not to cry as the emotions that were currently going through were very hard to hold in. Why yes. I made it through the first round. Now all I have to do is be consistent and hopefully I can make it through the entire tournament, Izuku thought. Deku-kun. You were amazing, you got first place. Izuku turned around to see Ochako running towards him to congratulate him as Itsuka and Tenya were not too far behind. Tenya was sulking in the background as he was comically depressed over falling behind with a quirk that was supposed to be most dominant in a racing type of environment. Uraraka, Itsuka, I'm glad to see you guys and Iida were able to make it through the first round, Izuku exclaimed as he was genuinely glad that his friends were advancing to the next round with him. First place is amazing, but did you have to pull that little stunt at the end? Itsuka asked as she pouted. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Sorry, my bad, but I had to find a way to ensure my victory and that idea was the first that came to mind. But wow Izuku, you were so fast, Itsuka pointed out. You did well too Ojiro, Itsuka tried to cheer our blonde martial artist. Yeah, but I can't believe how Izuku just turned the favors into his sake with one move, he replied with a sheepish smile. Midnight then began to speak as she saw the last people who were able to advance for the first round. The first game of the first year stage is finally over. Now take a look at the results, Midnight announced. 1. Izuku Midoriya 2, Shoto Todoroki 3, Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Mashirao Ojiro 5, Shiozaki Ibara 6, Honanuki Juzo. 7. Like in canon, the top 42 made it through to the next round. It is unfortunate but don't worry even if you did not make the cut. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. The real competition begins next. The press will be all over it, give it your all. Bakugo growled in anger as he was still mad over falling for Izuku's trick and having to get third place instead of first. Midnight then swiped her whip as the spinning wheel began spinning at high speeds to determine what the next game will be. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? I just said it, and now here it is. The wheel landed on the words, Capture the Flag. Chapter 17, Capture the Flag. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? I just said it, and now here it is. The wheel landed on the words, Capture the Flag. Capture the flag, now that's going to be easy, Dinky pointed out. It's not an individual event, so I wonder how it'll work, Suyu exclaimed, as she had a finger on her chin. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It's basically the same as a regular Capture the Flag, but the one thing that's different is, Midnight explained, before taking her breath. Based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. A point-based system like the entrance exam, huh? That's easy to understand, Sato said. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on who's on the team, Ochako exclaimed. I see, Mina yelled, as she understood the game. You guys don't hold back even though I'm talking, huh? Midnight shouted angrily, as she flicked her whip. Yes, that's right. And the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points, and 41st gets 10 points. I see, so that's how it is. Then if I've done my math correctly, I should have 210 points. Izuku thought. Unluckily for him, reality had different plans for him. And the point value assigned to the first place is 10 million, Midnight exclaimed, with a grin on her face. Izuku just stood there with a blank expression, and so confused about what had he just heard. 10 million? He shouted in panic, with his eyes widening from the shock. Unfortunately for Izuku, as soon as he was assigned with the 10 million points, he became everyone's target. 10 million, huh? In other words, if you take down the first place player's team, you can stand at the top no matter what place you're in. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top, Midnight further explained. At this moment, Izuku was able to feel the stares that he was receiving from all the other participants. They clearly wanted a piece of him and his 10 million points. What the hell can you do? You're quirkless, Izuku closed his eyes, as he remembered his childhood. The eyes around me are different from junior high, the top spot I got for an instant changed that, so this is what All Might has to deal with every day, huh? To always have a target on your back, to have everybody want to have a piece of you. Yes, this is what it truly means to be number one, Izuku said in his head, as determination began to surge through him. Even if the odds are against me, I didn't make it this far just to go down without a fight. You're quick to understand, huh, young man? All Might thought, as he could see the fire of determination in his successor's eyes. Now then, I will explain the rules of Capture the Flag. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the flag will have that number. Teams will try to steal each other's flags until time runs out, and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen flags must be placed in the team's designated area, so the more you steal, the harder it will be to manage them, and the most important thing is that even if your flag gets stolen, you're not out, Midnight said, as she explained the basic rules of Capture the Flag. Which means, Momo said, since there are 42 people, there will be 10 or 12 teams on the field the whole time, Sato said as he finished Momo's thought. That's tough, Aoyama commented. One strategy could be to let someone take your flag first so you'll be more free, Mina added. It is hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up, Mina, Suyu hummed. During the game, it will be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks, but it is still a Capture the Flag. You will get a red card for attacks that could seriously injure someone. You will be removed immediately. Also, you're not allowed to move your flag from its place, unless it is to bring it back, Midnight warned. Fuck, Bakugo shouted. Now you have 15 minutes to build your teams, but before that, Midnight said, as she made a signal to Present Mike, who pressed on a red button, and as soon as he did the ground started to shake. What's happening? Kirishima asked, as the ground was shaking violently. The stands, they're moving, they're being pushed back, Itsuka remarked, as she saw that they had more space now in the stadium. Once the stands were pushed back far enough, Midnight made another announcement. Now, once you've chose your team, you'll take your flag and choose your designated area. Don't forget you have 15 minutes, now start. So, who wants to be in my, Izuku said, but stopped once he noticed that practically everyone has moved away from him and began forming their own teams, completely isolating him. Staff break room. The UA Sports Festival is more about simulating the competition they'll face as heroes than seeing how prepared they're to be heroes. Deatharm said as he smoked a cigarette while sitting down and enjoying his break. He and the other pro heroes who were assigned as security guards for the sports festival were currently watching the prestigious event from a monitor. Huh? What are you talking about? The blonde heroine, Mount Lady asked as she too was enjoying her break with her colleagues. Deatharms blew out a puff of smoke before replying. In a world crowded with hero agencies, in order to put food on the table, there are times when you have to kick down others in order to show your stuff. That was what the obstacle course race in the qualifier was about, right? Mount Lady covered her nose as she waved away the puff of smoke Deatharms blew out before she answered. Doesn't that just pain your heart? What? You did that quite gleefully, remember? The wood hero, Kamui Wood said as a tick mark formed on his head. He still remembered clearly the day that Mount Lady made her debut. She stole the spotlight right when he was about to finish off the villain. She shamelessly took all of the credit for apprehending the villain while the poor wood hero moped in sadness in the background. On the other hand, even if you're business rivals, there are many cases where you have to work together. Deatharms added as he also knew there were times when pro heroes had to cooperate with one another to take down a group of villains. Mount Lady widened her eyes in realization. Oh, that's just like capture the flag. If you win, your teammates also win. You have to think about compatibility and other people's quirks. It is a give-and-take situation. She now clearly understood the purpose of the preliminary rounds of the sports festival. She had to admit, it was a very clever structure and design. She'd expect nothing less from the #1 hero school in Japan. Coordinating with your sidekick and joint quirk training with other agencies, Kamui Woods muttered as he realized that is exactly what the freshman students of UA were doing now in the upcoming event. The kids are doing stuff now that will be their way of life after they become pro heroes, Deatharms replied. Mount Lady sighed as she thought about what the young adolescents had to go through. Man, they've got it rough. You said it, and let's not even talk about the guy who got first place. Midoriya, was it? He has it the worst out of all of them? Absolutely nobody would want to team up with somebody that has a huge 10 million point target square on their head. Although, something tells me that this kid is going to face the challenge head-on, Kamui commented. Oh, you want to bet and see if he'll advance to the next round? Mount Lady replied to Kamui's comment with a smirk. I'll bet on 5,000 yen that he'll win the whole sports festival, Kamui replied. Alright, and I'll bet on Endeavor's son. Mount Lady exclaimed. What about you, Deatharms? She asked. I think it's too early to decide, but if I had to, I'll bet on Endeavor's son too, he replied. Fine, no problem, more money for me then, Kamui said. Team up with me, Sato said, as he pointed to himself. What, Bakugo, team up with me, Mina exclaimed. Don't you want to team up with me? Aoyama asked. As he clenched his stomach, he had a stomachache from overusing his quirk. However, they never expected that all this time, Bakugo didn't give a shit about their very existence. I don't know what quirks you all have. What? He shouted. I can understand not knowing Class B's, but Mina began. He doesn't pay attention to what's around him at all, huh? Sato finished her thought. Even though his personality's like that, he still came in third and has 200 points. Considering the all-purpose use of his quirk, it makes sense that he's popular, All Might thought. Hey, Todoroki chose his team already, Bakugo, team up with me, Kirishima exclaimed. Weird hair. Bakugo simply replied. I'm Kirishima. At least try to remember, Kirishima replied, annoyed by the fact that Bakugo doesn't even know his name. Also, my hair's not that different from yours. You're gonna be an attacker, and try to steal flags, right? Then who'll be the wall that will guard all these flags? Someone with guts. Bakugo replied. Not really, but yeah, me. With my hardening, I'll be a wall that never breaks. You're gonna get it, right? Midoriya's 10 million points? Kirishima pumped the explosive boy and managed to sell himself, as the latter gained an evil smirk on his face. Damn Kirishima, you should consider a sales manager career. Meanwhile, Shinso had just finished brainwashing Aoyama into joining his team, when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Undo the brainwashing, if you want to team up, I'll team up with you but we'll work as a team, Ojiro said. Or else? Shinso questioned. Ojiro shook Aoyama out of his trance, before replying. Or else, I'll expose your quirk to everyone. Tisk, very well, I'll cooperate with you during the second round, besides I'm sure you know more about your classmates' quirks, Shinso replied. Yeah, and with you as our element of surprise, I can think of 2 more people who'll be solid teammates, Ojiro replied. As expected, people are teaming up with their classmates, huh? Since no one has a good grasp of what quirk those in the other classes have. I need to do something quick, too, about the current state where everyone's totally avoiding me, Izuku screamed in his head. Deku, let's be a team, Ochako offered. Uraraka, is it really okay? Everyone will probably be after me because of my 10 million points, Izuku screamed, happy to finally get his first teammate. If we protect the flag the whole time, then you'll win, right? Ochako asked. I think you're overestimating me, Uraraka. Izuku replied. As much as he was confident in his abilities, he knew that he couldn't defend the flag alone. Even with Ochako with him, he needed more teammates. Like I would. Remember who's the one who saved me by punching the zero-pointer, she said, as she tried imitating Izuku's punch. Or that time, when you defeated one of the Nomus with that super-duper dragon kick. She added as she tried to imitate Izuku again, while Izuku was getting embarrassed. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you can get along with, she said, as Izuku closed his eyes. What's the matter, Deku? You're so bright, Uraraka, so bright that I can't look straight at you. Actually, I wanted to team up with you, too. Thanks, for teams, it's best to be with people you can communicate with smoothly, right? Izuku replied. Yup. Actually, with your Quirk and the one other person, I thought of a plan. Iida, Izuku called, his turbo friend, before he made his offer and explained his plan. I expected no less from you, Midoriya, but I'm afraid I have to refuse. Iida rejected their offer. Ever since the entrance exam, I just keep losing to you. You're a wonderful friend, but that's why, if I just keep following you, I will never grow. Bakugo, Todoroki and Ojiro aren't the only ones who see you as a rival. I will challenge you. Iida added, as he went to join Todoroki's team. Iida, Ochako simply said. It has already begun. Everyone's an enemy. That's right, I'm at the top right now. I can't just play at being friends. Izuku thought as he stared at Bakugo, Ojiro and Todoroki's completed team. As I thought, this is great. You stand out, a girl with pink hair and weird goggles said. Team up with me, person in first place, she added, as she got close to Izuku. Ah, so close. Who are you? Izuku questioned as he freaked out. I am Mei Hatsume, from the support course, the pink-haired girl replied. Oh, that weird person from back then. Ochako replied, as she remembered seeing that girl using some weird gadgets to cross the second obstacle. I don't know you, but let me use your position, Mei bluntly said to Izuku, while also ignoring Ochako. She's honest, Izuku said, shocked by Mei's behavior. If I team up with you, then I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's watching most, right? If that happens, then my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big companies. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my babies, Mei explained. Wait, what, babies? You brought babies here? I don't understand, Izuku replied, completely confused. Yes, what companies and ba, Ochako added, but was interrupted and ignored once again. Yes, I have lots and lots of babies, I could even make one for you. Mei bluntly further explained to Izuku. WWH what, we can't do that there, and we're else behave bub. Izuku began to mutter and freak out, with how Mei was close to him and with that talk about babies. Himiko dear, what's wrong? Inko asked, as she looked at said girl who had a purple aura around her. My Izuku is playing around with another girl's senses are tingling right now, she replied, as she clenched the chair's arms crushing them. What's wrong Itsuka? Obara asked, her friend. My Izuku is playing around with another girl's senses are tingling right now, Itsuka replied. Then why didn't you join his team then? I mean you like him, right? Obara asked. Although, she was against relationships between teenagers in school, she knew that her class president would be rational about it, not to mention that everyone respected Izuku in the hero course, so of course she would want her friend to be with a guy like that. WWH what? No of course not, he's just a friend, yeah, definitely, she replied, as her whole face was red. Besides, as your class president and your friend, I should make sure that you're not left out. After, finally clearing the misunderstanding about the baby's stuff, and discovering that Mei was referring to her inventions, Izuku accepted her in his team. He only had to find one last team member for his new plan to work. Midoriya, please allow me to join your team, Momo asked. Yaoyorozu, you were actually the person who I was looking for, but are you sure about this? I mean we'll be everyone's target you know, with my 10 million points, Izuku replied. Yes, I'm sure of my decision, Momo replied. Great, glad to have you in our team then. Izuku then gathered his team and chose his area. Everyone, first of all, we all agree that we're only going to defend our flag during the whole match, unless it is taken. Right. Everyone replied. If we're being realistic, we do lack defense power and this event will be so hard, however the keys to our success are you two, Izuku said, as he looked at both Momo and Mei. I can't use my full power without breaking my bones, so I'm constantly holding back. I'm sure you two know about this, but Mei doesn't, Izuku explained. How much are you holding back, Midoriya? Momo asked. Let's say I'm using about 8%. 8%, the three girls yelled in unison. Yes, and that's why Yaoyorozu and Hatsume I need you two too. Now then, it's about time to get started, Midnight shouted, as the time limit alarm rang. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 team are present in the field, President Mike announced. There are some interesting teams out there, Aizawa pointed out. Now, raise those battle cries, it's time for a bloody battle. Light the signal fire, President Mike yelled, as each team finished their preparations, like Todoroki who just covered his flag in a glacier of ice. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Hatsume, please step back, and get ready for phase 1 of Plan A, Izuku said, as he activated his Sharingan. I chose you three because I thought it would be the most stable formation. Always say you'll be on defense and make sure that any flag we bring here doesn't get out of our area by sticking them with your quirk. Tokiyami you'll also be on defense, close to the ice cave and the flag, where you can use dark shadow a lot much better. Tenya, you're going to attack with me, and bring any flag I give you here as fast as possible. Todoroki explained their roles. So, you will attack and create diversions with ice and fire, then, Todoroki? Id asked. No, in battle, I will never use my left, Todoroki said, as he clenched his fist and looked at his father coldly. Alright, you made your teams, I'm not gonna ask if you're ready or not, now let's go, counting down to the brutal battle royal, 3. We're aiming for, Bakugo said, as he cracked his knuckles. 2, one thing. Todoroki finished Bakugo's thought. 1, start, Midnight yelled, and as soon as the second event started, all the attackers rushed at Izuku's team to take their flag. It's basically a battle for the 10 million points, Tetsu yelled. However, Izuku was standing alone in front of his area, wearing a weird gauntlet in his right hand, his eyes were closed, as he was focusing on the task at hand, and as everyone got closer, he charged 100% of one for all and yelled. Detroit Smash! As he punched the air, creating a powerful shockwave and gust of winds, that were able to push all the participants back, while Momo, Ochako and Mei took cover. So that's Midoriya's full power, incredible, Momo said, as she was shocked by Izuku's power. Unbelievable folks, what is this power? Eraser, what did Midoriya just do? He was able to knock down all the participants by punching the air, Present Mike exclaimed, with visible confusion and shock in his voice. Aizawa then looked at Izuku and analyzed the boy's gauntlet for a few seconds before replying. Well, as it was stated before, Midoriya only got his quirk a year ago, and because of that he still lacks some control over his quirk. Normally when he uses his full strength, he tends to break his bones, but from what I'm seeing, it seems like he asked the girl from the support item to make him some kind of gauntlet that could help him release all of his power without injuring himself. You mean to say that what we just saw was Midoriya's true power? What are you exactly feeding your students, Eraserhead? Just pay more attention to the match, and stop disturbing me, Aizawa replied. I see, even the gauntlet can't withstand a 100% smash, I give it 2 more times before it breaks. Izuku murmured, as he glanced at his gauntlet. The students who were knocked down, began to stand up again. For a few seconds they didn't know whether to try to steal Izuku's flag after their first failed attempt, but as some of them began attacking again, the others decided to follow. Damn it, I was hoping that they would be afraid to attack our area again after the first smash. I guess I have no choice, I'll have to use the same attack again, Izuku said, and as he prepared to use another Detroit Smash, his feet began to sink in the ground like he was in quicksand. I won't let you use that attack again, Juzo Honanuki shouted. Name: Juzo Honanuki Quirk, Softening. Juzo's quirk allows him to soften any non-living thing he touches. For example, he can soften the ground to make it similar to quicksand, hindering movements and mobility. If Juzo makes contact again, he can undo the effect. He is also capable of swimming through softened material. He's also one of the 4 recommendation students like Todoroki and Momo. I see it's his quirk, huh? Izuku questioned, as he grabbed some kunais from his pocket. Good thing Momo and Hatsume made these too, he added before throwing them in front of the participants. Ha! Your aim is off, is that the best you can do? Juzo taunted Izuku, but Izuku was just smirking before the stadium was covered in multiple explosions that knocked multiple participants away. That was my baby number 150, explosive kunai. Mei gladly cheered and boasted about her invention. Phase 2 of Plan A, successful, Izuku simply said, still with a smirk on his face. Wow, Deku was like a ninja the way he used the kunais, Ochako pointed out, as she was surprised by Izuku's ability. I had to say, I never knew that he knew how to use them. When he asked me to make them earlier, I was afraid that he was going to hurt someone, Momo exclaimed. Well done Midoriya, that's my student for you. The way he used those kunais was flawless, Kurigane said from the stands. You mean our student, Daisuke corrected his friend. Haha, I had to say, he's handling the situation pretty well, Mori cheered. However, as the dust settled another explosion was heard, but this one wasn't coming from Izuku's kunais. Deku, get ready because these 10 million points are mine, Bakugo yelled, as he came from the sky, and let another explosion from his hands, before rushing at Izuku to punch him. Izuku responded by giving his own punch and clashed fists with Bakugo. I knew you'd come Kachan, but don't think I'll hand over the 10 million points, Izuku replied. You damn NER, Bakugo began, but was cut off. Yaoyorozu, now, Izuku shouted. Right, Momo replied, as she fired a cannonball from her cannon towards Bakugo, which made him back off a couple of steps. And as many participants were trying to gang on Izuku, Izuku once again charged 100% of one for all in his arm. Detroit Smash, he shouted, as once again he managed to knock away his enemies. What do you think of my babies, aren't they cute? Cuteness can be made, you know. Mei shouted from behind Izuku. Excellent long-range attacks and very good durability. The babies are amazing, Hatsume, Izuku replied. Right, she replied. It's because I made the materials and the kunais, Momo murmured, with a frown on her face. We're going after them too. Come on, Jiro, time to get revenge, Toru shouted, as she went to attack Izuku's team with Jiro. They never rest do. Ah Toru, why are you naked? Izuku screamed in panic. What do you mean Midoriya, I'm invisible. Wait, don't tell me you can see me, she also screamed from embarrassment. Luckily for her, Momo quickly made a spare shirt and threw it to Jiro, who handed it to Toru. Midoriya, even though I was so scared to come back and attack again you, how dare have a quirk that lets you see Toru naked, and how dare you have 3 girls in your team, including Momo, you bastard, I'm going, Mineta exclaimed as he was behaving in his usual perverted manner, but Momo took one of Izuku's explosive kunais and threw it at him, making the perverted teen fly away. Thanks Yayorozu, Izuku said, as he smiled sheepishly. I hate that pervert, she simply replied. Izuku suddenly felt an incoming attack, but he was able to swiftly dodge, thanks to his increased perception. A tongue, that could only mean. I didn't expect any less from you, Midoriya, Tsuyu said. Asui. Call me Su, she replied, as she used her tongue to attack again, but this time Izuku activated his full cowl, and grabbed Tsuyu's tongue. And as soon as he did, Tsuyu immediately felt her whole body jolt from a shock, as if she got hit by a taser gun. Midor, Tsuyu began as she was struggling to stand up, but was interrupted by the sound of an explosion. Kachan, Izuku said with visible shock, he didn't expect Bakugo to come back so soon. Don't get carried away, damn it, Bakugo, yelled as he was firing the explosions from his palms to boost himself. He then fired an explosion directly in Izuku's face, but Izuku managed to block it, although it did hurt his arms. Izuku was ready to counter and go on the offensive, when he saw Bakugo ready to shoot another explosion. Only for it to turn out to be a feint, which gave Bakugo the opportunity to get past Izuku, but not before Shiro used his tape to restrain Izuku. Shit, Izuku exclaimed, as he was now worried. Wow, could you see this everyone? Team Bakugo was finally able to get past Midoriya's defense. Will Bakugo manage to finally get the 10 million points? He better do, cause only 7 minutes are left, President Mike shouted, as the crowd cheered. Release, Ochako shouted, as she brought her hands together, making multiple rocks fall in front of Bakugo, slowing him down. Damn it, out of my way, round face, Bakugo yelled, as he destroyed the rocks with his explosions. This flag is mine, he shouted as he got closer to the flag. Good job, Uraraka, Izuku exclaimed, before he mustered all of his strength to get his hands out, then grabbed the tapes that were connected to Shiro's elbows and threw Shiro towards Bakugo. Izuku then grabbed his last item, a capture weapon like Aizawa's, and captured both of them, before throwing them out of their area. Incredible! Team Midoriya was able to keep their flag safe thanks to Midoriya and Uraraka, but it seems like Midoriya used your capture techniques Eraser Head, President Mike announced, as the whole crowd were curious about how Izuku was able to use Aizawa's capture weapon and techniques. It's really simple, Midoriya has the ability to copy other people's fighting styles thanks to his eyes. He already saw me using it many times, so it's not a surprise that he's able to use the capture weapon like me. Aizawa simply replied, while the whole crowd were wondering what is Izuku's quirk, or how many quirks does he possess. Phew, that was close, thanks Uraraka, Izuku said, as he gave Ochako a thumbs up. Phase 1 of Plan B, successful. Staff break room. Damn, that kid Midoriya is really good. He was able to keep the 10 million points for half of the match. At this rate, he really might get to the next round, Deatharm said, as he was amazed by Izuku's power and strategies. See, I told you, looks like I'm going to go back home with my pockets full, Kamui replied with a smirk. Oh, it's too early to say that, Mount Lady replied. Now, let's take a look at each team's points. Here are the current rankings up on the screen. President Mike pointed out, as the results were shown on the stadium's big screen. It seems like other than Midoriya and Ojiro's teams, CLASSA isn't doing so well. In fact, more than half of Class A aren't doing so well, and Bakugo's team, they have 0 point, President Mike said with visible shock, as he analyzed the scores, which made Bakugo go back to check on his team. Class A is too simple-minded, Monoma said, as he grabbed Team Bakugo's flag while Kirishima and Mina were trapped in Juzo's quicksand. What did you say, you bastard? Give that back, or I'll kill you, Bakugo yelled. Since Midnight said it was the first game, it wouldn't make sense for them to cut a ton of people in the qualifier, right? Assuming they'd keep about 40 people for the next stage, we just made sure we stayed within that number as we ran, observing from the back the quirks of those who would be our rivals. There's no point in being obsessive over winning in the prelims, right? Monoma explained his class strategy. You did this as a class? Bakugo asked. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it was a good idea, right? Now excuse me because I'm done playing with small fries like you. Now it's time to face a real hero, my real rival, Midoriya. Monoma exclaimed, as Bakugo grew God only knows how much tick marks on his forehead. Kirishima, weird face, raccoon eyes, change of plan, before we get shitty Deku. Let's kill all these guys, Bakugo said, as he looked like he was being possessed by the devil. He then immediately fired multiple explosions and attacked Juzo first, knocking him and allowing his teammates to get out of the quicksand. Class B had a long-term strategy that involved throwing the qualifier, It's true that they could leave a stronger impression by overturning the mood that favored Class A before the sports festival started. But based on their way of thinking, it means they won't necessarily come after me, Izuku mentally said, as he analyzed their situation. He was happy because that meant that Ojiro's team, that consisted of Ojiro, Itsuka, Obara and Shinso, were probably not going to attack him. They were actually one of the teams that Izuku was worried about. Everyone, our load will be easier, now that Bakugo's team and Ojiro's team won't, Izuku said, before seeing two familiar faces coming towards him. It was Shoto and Tenya. Forgot about me, Midoriya? Shoto asked, while his father was watching his son go against Izuku. Todoroki, it won't be that easy, huh? And now it's Todoroki's team turn to try to steal the 10 million points. I wonder who'll wear the 10 million points in the end. The son of the number 2 hero, Midoriya the powerhouse, President Mike announced as the crowd cheered. I'll be taking that now. Todoroki exclaimed. Alright. Remember Shiozaki, I'll leave Kaminari to you while I take on Sato, and once we do, we'll get their flag and fall back, understand? Ojiro said, as he and Obara revised their plan for one more time. Understood. Obara replied. Good, now let's go, Ojiro said, as they rushed to Toru's team area. Denki immediately noticed Obara coming towards him, and knew that it was his time for action. However, he couldn't help but think how Obara was cute though, despite knowing that she was also strong. When this is over, wanna grab a bite to eat? I'll comfort you if you'll have me. Cause this match will probably be over in a second, Denki said, as he activated his quirk and ready to discharge his electricity. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts, he shouted. Crucifixion, she simply said, as her vines went underground before coming out again and trapping Denki in a ball of vines, while suspending him in the air to restrict his movement. Wee, Denki said, as he was smiling up there and looked like an idiot. Name. Denki Kaminari Quirk. Electrification. Denki's quirk allows him to generate electricity and cover his body in it. While he can also emit this energy over a distance, Denki has little to no control over it. Exceeding his wattage limit causes his brain to short-circuit. Obara then giggled before sarcastically saying, You're funny, at least I'll give you that. Huh, and you were calling yourself a competitive Pokemon player. What player doesn't know that grass has advantage over electricity, dumbass? Zero also sarcastically said. Focus on killing the enemy, weird face, before I kill you, Bakugo shouted at the tape user. Alright, sheesh. Zero replied. Good job, Shiozaki, I knew I could count on you, Ojiro cheered, as he was fighting Sato. I won't let you get our flag, Sato shouted, as he rushed to attack Ojiro, but surprisingly Ojiro managed to catch his fist. If that's all you've got, then I'm afraid to say that this ends now, Ojiro said, as he smacked Sato's face with his tail, stunning him, before doing a front flip and stomping Sato's shoulder in an axe motion with his calf, bringing him down immediately. How was his kick so heavy? Sato murmured, as he was in a lot of pain. It felt like Ojiro's leg weighed 40 kilograms, 93 pounds, or something. Wow, and just like that, with their amazing performance, Team Ojiro managed to capture a third flag, giving them second place, President Pick announced as the crowd cheered. As I expected, I knew that Todoroki's team was going to attack us sooner or later. After all, he wanted to recruit me to defeat Midoriya, Momo said, as she observed their new opponents. Only 5 minutes are left, we won't lose now, Izuku exclaimed. Todoroki began his advance, sliding on his ice, and Tenya activated his engines to build up some speed. Unfortunately for Izuku though, Todoroki's team wasn't the only one attacking his team now. Many teams who lost their flags became desperate and decided to attack Izuku's team with everything they have. Damn it, I'm out of kunais now and I can only use the gauntlet or one more time. I guess I have no choice then, Izuku thought, before charging 100% of One for All in his arm. Detroit Smash, Izuku yelled, as he threw one last punch to the air, destroying the gauntlet and knocking everyone away. Unluckily for him, Todoroki immediately made a wall of ice to stop himself and Tenya from being knocked away. You should know that this trick won't work on me again, well, it won't work on anyone anyways, Todoroki said, as he glanced at the shattered gauntlet. My baby, Mei shouted, as she saw her invention broken on the ground. Guys, I'll leave the rest to you, I'll take care of Todoroki, Izuku said, as he activated his full cowl and headed towards Todoroki. So, you finally decided to get close and abandon your post, Todoroki said, as he froze the ground in an attempt to trap Izuku. Izuku, however, dodged the attack thanks to his enhanced prediction and mobility and jumped through the air ready to deliver a roundhouse kick to Shoto. Well, I thought that it would be a good idea to stretch my legs a little, Izuku said. I see, warming up, I'm not good at that though, Shoto said as he made a wall of ice to protect himself from Izuku's kick, before making an ice spike to attack Izuku. Then why don't you use your left side? You can release fire from that side, can't you? Izuku replied, as he dodged Shoto's attacks. Shoto immediately felt his mind overcome with rage at the mere thought of using his father's flames. He threw the ice spike towards Izuku, who dodged it, before freezing the ground, trapping Izuku and the other participants that were around them. He then rushed at him with another ice spike in his hand, before saying, I'll never use my left side. Izuku, however, was in quite the predicament. He had to do something quickly. He looked around him and saw one of the kunais he used earlier, and immediately picked up, before blocking Shoto's ice spike with his kunai. If you never use your left side, then forget about defeating me, Izuku said, as he looked at Shoto in his eyes, then paralyzed him for a moment with a genjutsu, before freeing one of his legs thanks to his full cowl and kicking Shoto in his chin, knocking him and bringing him out of his trance. Midoriya, you bastard, Todoroki said, before freezing the whole area around them, and separating the other participants from interfering in their battle. Ochako and Mei were taking care of the other participants, when they saw the wall of ice surrounding their area. What is that? Ochako asked. Is that Todoroki's ice? I didn't know that it was this powerful, Momo said, while she was fighting Tenya with her staff and her fair share of support items. Unbelievable, I didn't know that Todoroki had this much power, Tenya gasped in shock. Wow, Can you see this, folks? Todoroki made a giant wall of ice to separate his team and Midoriya's from the other participants. It seems that he's truly aiming to get these 10 million points. What power? President Mike announced as the spectators were in awe after seeing Shoto's power. Monoma, stop provoking him, you'll be the same as him, one of the students of Class B said. That's right. I wouldn't become a hero. Besides, don't you often hear about heroes who get done in by villains who want revenge? Monoma said, further mocking Bakugo. Bakugo, calm down. If you don't calm down, we won't be able to get our flag back. Kirishima tried to calm down Bakugo. Kirishima, I'm seriously calm. Now come here, it's time for some teamwork, Bakugo said. Teamwork? You? Since Kirishima began, but got interrupted by Bakugo, who grabbed him. Wait, Bakugo, what are you doing? Killing these extras, Bakugo said, as he lifted Kirishima by his shirt and used an explosion to throw him on Monoma's team. Kirishima launcher, he yelled. Kirishima understood immediately what Bakugo wanted to do and hardened his body, taking down one of Monoma's teammates. Bakugo, you scared me, but that was manly, Kirishima said. Bakugo, however, rushed at Monoma and fired an explosion to his face, before saying, die, but Monoma swiftly dodged, while also making skin contact with Bakugo's hand, copying his quirk, and firing an explosion in Bakugo's face. Wow, what a nice quirk, Monoma taunted. Bakugo, someone has the same quirk as you, too? Kirishima asked, but was ignored by Bakugo, who really wanted to murder Monoma. Damn it! Bakugo yelled as he fired another explosion at Monoma, to which the latter blocked with his forearm, using Kirishima's quirk that he copied earlier. Really, such nice quirks. Mine's better, though, Monoma exclaimed. Wah, mine, the same again, Kirishima questioned in panic, clueless about what was happening. No, this guy copied them. Bakugo deduced. That's right, Monoma replied. Name. Nato Monoma quirk. Copy. He can use the quirks of anyone he touches as much as he wants for 5 minutes. He can't use 2 at the same time, though. Well, even an idiot can figure it out, huh? Monoma further taunted Bakugo. Damn, someone really has a death wish. You think I'm going to lose to a copycat, you fucking bastard? Bakugo growled. Yes, because I'm part of the copycat duo along with my rival, Midoriya. Just like he copies fighting styles, I copy quirks, Monoma exclaimed. To hell with you and that shitty nerd, Bakugo replied. 1 minute left, President Mike pointed out. Bakugo, forget about him. Let's try to dig other people's flag, please, Mina pleaded. No, we're not backing down now, we're going to get all the flags that this bastard collected, Bakugo said with unbroken determination. Todoroki made it so he'd have the 10 million to himself to seize in an instant. At least, that's what I thought 5 minutes ago. But unbelievably, Midoriya's been able to defend his flag in that cramped space for 5 minutes, President Mike announced as the crowd cheered. That's good, young man. Keep it up, All Might thought with a smile on his face. Damn it, Shoto, try to dig other people's flags, or you won't make it to the next round. He can see right through you. Fool, if he's that man's grandson, you won't be able to take his flag. Even though their quirks are a bit different, those eyes are still the same. Yes, the eyes that can see through anything, the Sharingan. Endeavor murmured to himself. He's been staying on my left side the whole time now, making it harder for me to deal with him. He's paying attention. At this rate, if I want to freeze him fast enough before he dodges, I have to turn around. At this rate, I'll also reach my limit, while this monster doesn't get tired at all. Tenya is also having some trouble with the other 3. 1 more minute. That bastard. We didn't get any other points other than what we already had, Todoroki thought. Todoroki, there's less than a minute left. You won't be able to use me after this. I'm counting on you, Tenya said. Iida? Todoroki questioned. Make sure you bring the flag back to our area, Todoroki. Tenya said, as his engine started to emit blue flames. Torque over, Tenya said, as he ran at blinding speed towards Izuku's flag. Reciproburst, he yelled as he grabbed Izuku's flag and began running, while Izuku and the others didn't have the time to react. No, the flag, Momo shouted in panic. Wah. What happened? So fast, Iida. If you could accelerate that fast, then show us in the prelims. President Mike exclaimed as the crowd cheered louder. This was the part where things get exciting. What was that? Todoroki asked with visible shock. By forcing the torque and rotations to increase, I created an explosive power. With the recoil, my engine stalls after a while, though. It's a secret move I hadn't told anyone in class yet. Tenya said, while Izuku was now in complete shock on how did that just happen. I told you, didn't I, Midoriya? That I challenge you, he added. The tables are turned. Offense and defense right at the edge. Reining that in, Todoroki gets the 10 million, and Midoriya is suddenly left with 0 points, President Mike announced. Get back here, Izuku shouted, with his full cowl activated. He rushed at Tenya, but Shoto made an ice wall in front of Izuku to slow him, before taking the flag from Tenya. We lost, Momo said in defeat as she fell to her knees. No, not yet. I won't allow us to lose. I won't allow things to end like this. Not after how far I came, not after all this training, Izuku yelled. The next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace, Izuku Midoriya. I want you to tell the world. I'm here, Izuku remembered All Might's words. Damn it, I didn't want to use it before the final match, but, Izuku said in his head. Alright, we'll get it back, Deku. We definitely will, Ochako yelled, as she used her quirk on Izuku to make him float over the wall. Music. You say run, Uraraka, Izuku simply said, as he was amazed that she didn't lost her will to fight. That's right, it's not just me. The feelings of the three, who put their trust in me, even if I don't make it after this, they had to. After all, I'm carrying all their trust and dreams with me right now. Izuku yelled as he activated his full cowl and pushed it to his limit, with the lightning around him intensifying and sparkling more. He started to control his breath, and was getting ready to perform his ultimate move. Don't tell me he's going to do it now? Kurogane questioned with visible shock in his voice. Izuku was only a few seconds away from activating his ultimate move, when suddenly he heard an explosion. Coming through the sky was Bakugo, who with a surprise attack managed to hit Shoto with an explosion, making the flag fall out of his hand. I already said that those 10 million points are mine, Bakugo yelled. Bakugo? Izuku questioned in surprise. Team Bakugo was able to seize all Team Monoma's flags, making them earn second place. The rankings keep changing in the final stages, it's the passion of youth. It seems like the idiots managed to bring back the flags safely to our area, Bakugo said with a grin. Sheesh Bakugo, if even after securing our spot you still went to get the 10 million, but that's so manly, Kirishima said from Bakugo's team area. And now with 15 seconds left, Izuku, Shoto and Katsuki were standing around the 10 million points flag, each one of them not letting their guard down. The time left was being displayed on the screen stadium, and as 10 seconds were left, they all rushed towards the flag. Bakugo used his explosions to boost himself, Shoto used his ice in the same way, and Izuku used his full cowl and ran as fast as he could. The whole crowd were now watching the intense final few seconds, with all might sweating up from nervousness. No, this isn't enough, I had to catch it. I had to catch the flag first, Izuku yelled in his head, as he pushed himself more and more, running faster and faster, until he finally managed to catch the flag first. Now, he had to deal with Bakugo and Shoto's attacks, but Izuku didn't even hesitate. He charged 60% of one for all in his arm, ready to nullify both of their attacks. Todoroki immediately saw this and without even knowing it, activated his flames, but it proved to be useless once Izuku punched both of their attacks and nullified them with a strong shockwave, that was also able to knock them away, but now he had to go back to his area. 3. Present Mike yelled. 2. The crowd yelled. On, All Might was about to say, when he heard a loud boom, with gust of winds being produced, before something or someone crashed into a wall. 0. Present Mike announced, but there was a moment of silence as no one knew who got the 10 million points. He looked at where the three competitors were, only to find Izuku missing, so he looked at the dust that was filling the air in Izuku's area, and slowly fading away. Suddenly, they saw someone coming out of the rubble at Izuku's area, and that person was surrounded by green lightning. It was Izuku, with a broken leg, a broken arm and covered in blood. He was using the flag as a cane to support himself, and was indeed in his area with his flag. His Sharingan and full cowl were still activated. Ah, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Izuku Midoriya, the powerhouse himself of Class A, made it back to his area safely. He really did it, folks. Izuku Midoriya managed to keep the 10 million points to himself. Present Mike yelled with all his might, with the crowd following and giving their applause. Izuku gathered all his strength to lift his broken arm, as a victory sign with a smile on his face, while Ochako, Momo and Mei also celebrated their victory. Chapter 18, The Lightning Cutter. 3. Present Mike yelled. 2. The crowd yelled. On, All Might was about to say, when he heard a loud boom, with gust of winds being produced, before something or someone crashed into a wall. 0. Present Mike announced, but there was a moment of silence as no one knew who got the 10 million points. He looked at where the three competitors were, only to find Izuku missing, so he looked at the dust that was filling the air in Izuku's area, and slowly fading away. Suddenly, they saw someone coming out of the rubble at Izuku's area, and that person was surrounded by green lightning. It was Izuku, with a broken leg, a broken arm and covered in blood. He was using the flag as a cane to support himself, and was indeed in his area with his flag. His Sharingan and full cowl were still activated. Ah, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Izuku Midoriya, the powerhouse himself of Class A, made it back to his area safely. He really did it, folks. Izuku Midoriya managed to keep the 10 million points to himself. Present Mike yelled with all his might, with the crowd following and giving their applause. Izuku gathered all of his strength to lift his broken arm, as a victory sign with a smile on his face, while Ochako, Momo and Mei also celebrated their victory. He kept his gaze on the crowd who were cheering for him, before Momo and Ochako approached him to help and support him, but Izuku just shook his head and refused their help. Deku? Midoriya? Both of them questioned why their friend refused their help and wanted to stay while he was clearly hurt and needed medical attention. You know, I was someone who nobody thought is worthwhile. Who never received goodwill and figured would never get any. I thought it would be fine like that. But being recognized feels surprisingly good. Izuku exclaimed to both Momo and Ochako, who were a bit confused by what he said, but decided to leave the questions for later and stood beside him, with Mei tagging along. Soon after, the medics came to take Izuku to Recovery Girl. It was a short moment of victory, but to Izuku it was definitely one of the best moments of his life. Staff room. While every pro hero was watching the sports festival live from the TV in the room, amazed by the power that Izuku displayed, Kamui Woods had a large grin on his face. I told you all he would make it to the final round, and now I'm a step closer to fill these empty pockets. So what? He made it to the final round, but it still doesn't mean he won the whole thing. Mount Lady replied in annoyance. She was really getting nervous now. She never imagined that Izuku had this much power and seems like she was going to lose the bet, which was something she really hated. After all, she really loved fame and money. I have to say that kid might be even at the level of an average pro, maybe even stronger, Death Arms pointed out. So, do you believe that he could win now? Kamui asked. Well, I have to see the next match first, he replied. What do you mean? Mount Lady asked, curious of Death Arms' reply. Did he notice something that the others failed to do so? To be honest, after seeing Izuku's capabilities she's starting to think that Izuku's going to win the whole thing, but of course she won't admit it to Kamui. You'll see. Death Arms simply replied, while watching Izuku being transported to the infirmary. Meanwhile, while Izuku was being transported, Shoto was thinking about what happened during the last few seconds of the match. What the hell was that? He said in his mind. They think that Bakugo used a surprise attack on me to knock the flag out of my hand? No, this isn't what happened at all. He screamed in his mind. How didn't they see it? I only turned my head back for a second, to see if he was coming after me, but he had a different aura, a calm aura, so calm that it was deadly and scary. I just froze. I couldn't move, although, as soon as it appeared, it disappeared. And then, Shoto stopped, for a second and looked at his left hand. I won't use this to attack. That's what I had decided, but I was overwhelmed. Todoroki. Tenya's voice called. And that other power he used at the end, only one other person I know has that same kind of power, Shoto thought. Todoroki. Tenya called again, which made Shoto snap out of his thoughts. Are you alright? He asked. Why yeah, Shoto replied, but in reality, he wasn't alright. He had so much on his mind now and… Match, Shoto simply said, he forgot about the match. His team did pretty bad and it's all his fault for only focusing on Izuku and letting his anger get the best of him. Iida, about the match, Shoto began but was interrupted by Present Mike. Now, let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away. In first place, you know it folks, the one and only Team Midoriya, Present Mike yelled, as the crowd cheered loudly. I still have trouble believing that we won, especially with what happened during the last minute of the match, Momo said. Yeah, Deku is amazing he's the only reason why we won. Ochako replied, but she felt a bit uneasy. What is this feeling? Even though we won, I feel guilty, she thought. Yeah, Midoriya really did save us, it's thanks to him that we're advancing to the next round. Momo exclaimed, but she also felt uneasy despite winning the match. Why'd I feel like I'm so useless, that I should have done more? In second place, Team Ojiro, Present Mike shouted, as the crowd began cheering again. We did it, woo! Itsuka cheered while hugging Obara. She was happy that she was able to qualify to the third round. Yes we did, and we're all going to the third round, Ojiro replied, smiling at his comrades. He then turned to Shinso and said, I'll keep my end of our deal and as promised I won't tell anyone about your quirk, but I also have to thank you for cooperating with us. Your judgment and quirk were pretty amazing out there. You managed to take the flag of a whole area by yourself. Look at you going all soft on me now. Listen, I'm not here to play friends alright. If we face each other in the third round, I'll defeat you with everything I have. Shinso replied, before turning his back and walking away. However, he was smiling for the first time in a long time. He was happy that someone praised his quirk for once. In third place, Team Bakugo, yay, we got third place and qualified to the third round. Mina cheered along with Shiro, before Kirishima interrupted them. Do you really think that's how he feels? Aw, damn it, third place again. I didn't only lose to Deku twice now, but to Monkey Tail too. Fuck. Bakugo yelled with all his might while smashing his head with the ground, and cursing his existence. And finally, in fourth place, Team Todoroki. What? How? Todoroki questioned, but felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned back to see Awase, grinning and pointing at Tokiyami. When Present Mike said that only 5 minutes were left, we waited for another few moments before we began to worry and decided to get some flags ourselves. Luckily since our team's points were pretty high to begin with, 2 flags were enough to secure a spot to the third round. Tokiyami explained. I know you wanted to get the 10 million points, but things don't always go your way, Todoroki. Well, at least fate gave us another chance now. Yes, I understand, thank you, though, Shoto simply replied. These are the 4 teams WHO will advance to the final round, Present Mike announced. Now, we'll take an hour's break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivities. See ya. Hey, Eraserhead, let's go grab food, Present Mike added. I'm sleeping. The lazy teacher simply replied. Sheesh, you're always sleeping, Mike pointed out. And you're always yelling, his lazy friend replied. No, Mike began, but found that Aizawa was already snoring. Too fast, he added as his eyes bulged out comically. Kiss, you're all patched up now, but it'll be better if you rest in the bed for a little bit. Thank God that you didn't use 100% of One for All and that we had an hour break, or else you would have not been able to participate in the final round. Also, I'm not here to heal these kinds of injuries, so stop breaking your bones as if you can regrow them. Is that clear? Recovery girl, scolded the green-haired boy. She was watching the match from a monitor, and as soon as she saw what happened she facepalmed. Yes ma'am. Izuku quickly replied. For God's sake, you're just like Toshinori. You broke your bones, so that these girls can make it to the final round, didn't you? Recovery girl questioned. They decided to trust me and join my team, despite me having the 10 million points. It felt so wrong to let them down. Izuku exclaimed, as he looked with an intense gaze at Recovery Girl, that showed his unfaltering will. Recovery Girl sighed, before saying, And looks like your harem is already here. The door to the infirmary opened as Momo, Ochako, Mei and Itsuka came in to check on Izuku. Izuku, Deku, they called him, while he was just going to ask Recovery Girl what she meant by harem. Oh, hey girls. He replied, with a smile. Are you okay now? Mei asked with a worried tone. Yeah, I'm all patched up now. Recovery Girl said that I'll be back to full health before the final event, he cheered. Good now, how dare you destroy my baby like that? Mei yelled as she grabbed Izuku by his shirt and started to shake him violently, while everyone decided to take a step back. Had Hatsume calmed down, we all weren't sure if the glove was going to work in the first place. Izuku quickly replied, while being shaken back and forth. It doesn't mean you had to break it, she replied, before catching him in a headlock position. Alright, I'm so sorry, I'll let you make my new H-Hero Cuz costume, how about that? Izuku said, as he gasped for air. Then why didn't you say so from the beginning, Mei said, letting him go. If that's the case then I do forgive you. Tell me what do you need? She added and got closer to him, interested by his offer, which made the other three girls a bit uncomfortable. Mental note to add, never break Mei's inventions. Izuku thought, as he finally started to breath again. I'll tell you about my new costume after the sports festival if that's alright. Sure, she replied with fire in her eyes, with different costume ideas flashing in front of her. Just then, the door of the infirmary reopened and Shoto appeared, before looking at Izuku in his eyes. Everyone, go to the cafeteria, I'll catch up to you there later, Izuku said, as he got out of his bed and followed Shoto. I wonder what Todoroki wanted with Deku, Ochako asked. I don't know but these two have been at each other's throats since the morning, with each confrontation getting more and more intense. I hope they don't battle each other today, or it might not end well, Momo replied. She was really worried about the amount of destruction that could happen if these two fought. What do you mean? Itsuka asked. Todoroki declared a war on Izuku this morning, and Izuku he said that he's not going down without a fight, and as you see they've been at each other's neck in every event, with Bakugo tagging along. Momo replied, as they were walking out of the infirmary and heading to the cafeteria. However, Itsuka got curious and decided to go after Izuku and Shoto. Itsuka, where are you going? Ochako asked. I'm sorry I need to check something, she replied, as she went on her way. Meanwhile, Shoto was just standing in silence for a while and didn't speak a word, so Izuku decided to speak first. Whatever you have to say it now. I don't have the time to wait much longer, I need to eat and resupply my energy before the final round. Honestly, what is he thinking? Is he trying to intimidate me with his silence? Izuku thought. Shoto, now not wanting to waste more time, decided to finally speak. I'm sorry, it's just that I want to ask you a lot of things, and there's something I would also like to tell you about, Shoto said, grabbing the Sharingan's user attention. Izuku, now feeling that this was an important matter, said, what did you want to talk about? I was overpowered. So much that I broke my pledge, Shoto replied. He never used his fire even if it would be to his advantage, Izuku thought as he analyzed Shoto's words. Iida, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Bakugo or that pink-haired girl, none of them felt it. At that last instant, I was the only one who was overpowered. Only me, who had experienced All Might's full power up close, Shoto exclaimed, as Izuku began to worry that his secret was finally exposed. What do you mean? Izuku asked a bit nervously. It means I felt something similar coming from you, Shoto added, as now Izuku started to panic. Midoriya, you know that my quirk is a combination of my parents, you know that sometimes children inherit both their parents' quirks. So, are you one of those children? Are you, All Might's secret love child or something? Shoto asked. What? Izuku has the same power as All Might. He even might be his child. Exclamation mark. Itsuka, who was hiding behind a wall, thought, as million questions began to form in her head. But that impo's not impossible, she said in her head, as many clues were being pieced together. Izuku's super strength that even Hatsume's glove wasn't able to contain, and that was able to knock all the participants away, without even touching them, Izuku rushing to save All Might despite his injuries in the cafeteria meeting the other day. Her thoughts were interrupted by Izuku, who was laughing. Izuku was really laughing hard and clenching his stomach right now. He was so worried earlier because of this. This made him have a good laugh. Todoroki, man, I didn't know you were so good at telling jokes. Of course, I'm not All Might's son, that's not it. In the first place, let me ask you something. Why do you think that about me? Izuku exclaimed, but unfortunately by dropping his guard made a great mistake. Since you said, that's not it. That means there's a connection between you two that you can't talk about, right? Shoto replied, while Izuku began to worry again. Shit, I'm an idiot, I didn't think carefully. Izuku thought. Izuku's not All Might's son, but there's something else. What could it be? Itsuka thought, but felt a hand grabbing her by her shoulder. She looked back, it was Bakugo. He put his hand on her mouth to silence her, and moved a finger in front of his mouth to tell her to be quiet. Endeavors, my old man, I'm sure you know that he's been stuck as the number 2 hero for forever. If you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. My old man has a strong desire to rise in the world. As a hero, he won a name for himself with crushing force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore to him. Since he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. Todoroki explained, as his body began to fill with rage for what he was going to say next. What are you talking about, Todoroki? What are you trying to tell me now? Izuku asked. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? That thing that became a problem for the second and third generation after superpowers appeared. Choosing a spouse based only on strengthening your own quirk and passing it onto your children, forcing people into marriage. The old-fashioned way of thinking brought about by a lack of ethics. He is a man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. It's so annoying, Shoto said with disgust and so much hatred. You mean, Izuku began but was interrupted. I won't become the tool of scum like that. In my memories, my mother is always crying. Your left side is unsightly, my mother said as she poured boiling water on me. Shoto added as he put his hand on his scarred face, while Izuku was shocked and didn't know what to say. Basically, I picked a fight with you to show him what I can do, without using his damn quirk. No, I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. Todoroki finished. As the three listeners were all silent, none of them knew what to say or what to do. Even Itsuka and Bakugo were wondering if it was right to eavesdrop on this conversation. We were so different. While I suffered because I was quirkless, he suffered because his quirk. His quirk that is one of the strongest and most awesome I've ever seen. Izuku thought. That's why when I put two and two together, I thought that All Might also decided to have you to create a stronger quirk than his own. I guess All Might is different though, he's really a true hero. Shoto said, as he walked away. I don't care if you can't tell me how are you connected to All Might, but no matter what, I'll rise above you with just my right side. Sorry for wasting your time. Wait, Izuku said, as Todoroki stopped and turned around. I won't pretend to understand what you've been through because I can't, but just know that if you come at me with half of your power then you'll lose. Because I won't let anyone disrespect the amount of effort I've put in my training, by holding back. Izuku replied as memories of his training flashed before him. He then looked at Todoroki with determined eyes and added. All Might, a hero who saves everyone with a smile. I'll become just like him, and in order to that I'll get stronger and rise above everyone, to become the #1 hero. So, I won't lose. Izuku finished as both teenagers stared at each other for a while, before both of them went on separate ways. I don't think I have to remind you that what we just heard must be kept to ourselves, right? Itsuka reminded Bakugo. Whatever, this was a waste of time. Bakugo replied before leaving Itsuka alone. I wonder what half and half bastard meant by Deku having something from All Might. Deku you bastard, what else have you been hiding from me? Bakugo thought. I have to find the truth about the connection between Izuku and All Might. But what could it be? I need more clues. Itsuka mentally told herself. For now, I'll keep an eye on him. Hey, Endeavor. It's been a long time. All Might greeted the #2 hero. Let's have some tea. All Might, Endeavor coldly called his rival's name. What do you want? He asked with visible annoyance in his voice. I saw you, so I wanted to greet you and say hello. All Might replied. I see. Well, you've already done that. Now leave me no, wait. He quickly changed his mind, which made All Might confused. He knew that this man hated his guts, but now he wants to talk. Interesting. That kid, Izuku Midoriya, he's his grandson, right? He's Hajime Midoriya sensei's grandson. Endeavor pointed out. Well, yes. All Might nervously replied, knowing where was this going. I didn't imagine that he'll notice right away, but I guess the Sharingan and the resemblance gave it all. He mentally thought. You knew about this, didn't you? Endeavor asked with an angry tone. No, yes, I knew. All Might replied, deciding that it was better not to lie. How dare you hide his existence from me, All Might? You know that it was my duty to train him, to make it up to Midoriya sensei for failing him. Endeavor nearly shouted. Endeavor, calm down. Look, it's complicated and the boy knows nothing about his family, since it was his father's wish. He only had his mother in his life so far, and lately so much has been going on with his life, so I just didn't want to pressure him. All Might replied. That's still no reason to hide his existence from me. Wait a minute, he's Hasashi's kid. When did it even happen? Endeavor questioned. Before he left, I guess. All Might said and shrugged. Look, if it makes it better, even I didn't know about his existence until last year. All Might replied, trying to ease the tension. That makes it even worse. Endeavor said. Judging by what I've seen of him so far, I guess the elders are the ones who trained him, didn't they? Endeavor said, trying to put two and two together. 3 of the 4 did, Kendo-san, Mori-san and Kurogane-san. All Might pointed out. Then for your information, I'll be the one to train him from now on. And don't worry, I won't reveal any secrets you and the elders are hiding. Although, I have to say he's going to be a great test to Shoto today. Endeavor explained with a smirk. What do you mean? All Might questioned. You see, I created Shoto to become a hero, who will surpass you one day, and after watching little Midoriya's matches I realized that he doesn't have the same Sharingan Midoriya sensei had. For one, after seeing his face closely on screen, he lacks the 3rd tomo. However, he also can't produce fire like the rest of his family, but instead has super strength and super speed, and it even might be close to your level of strength. Endeavor explained, while All Might got nervous and started to worry about his secret. If I remember correctly, his mother's quirk is telekinesis, so where did the super strength and speed came from? He asked. Well, maybe a mutation. I mean, you heard the story, he got his quirk last year. All Might shrugged, while trying to maintain a poker face. Yes, his Sharingan is definitely not like his ancestors, but anyway, as I was saying before, with a close level of strength to yours, he'll be the greatest test to Shoto, who will surpass you, me and everyone. Endeavor said with a grin, before walking away. Young Midoriya, I'm afraid we'll need to do a better job at hiding your quirk, or else danger might come after you. All Might said in his mind, with visible worry on his face. Now don't worry, we'll get our food now. Izuku murmured to his growling stomach, as he went to the cafeteria, only to say Denki with a stupid expression on his face and giving thumbs up, while Jiro, Honda and Awase snapping photos of him to create some memes and post on every social media app that existed. Way! Denki exclaimed, as he looked at Izuku and gave him the thumbs up. What's wrong with him? Izuku asked. The idiot overused his quirk and short-circuited his brain. Jiro replied, trying her best to stop laughing, but it was no use, Denki right now was too much for her to handle. Everyone, I hope you're all ready because we're resuming the sports festival in 10 minutes. Present Mike announced with his loud voice. What? 10 minutes? I didn't eat anything yet. Excuse me. Izuku shouted as he ran to grab a sandwich from the crowded cafeteria. Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for all of you who didn't make it to the finals. This is a sports festival. So, we've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up. Present Mike was announcing, but stopped when he saw the girls from Class A and B, in cheerleaders' costumes. Huh, what are they doing? Aizawa asked, weirded out by what was happening in front of him. What's the matter, Hero Corps students? What kind of fan service is that? Present Mike questioned. Mineta, Kaminari, you tricked us, didn't you? Momo yelled at the two perverts of Class A. Why am I always caught up in Mineta's schemes? I even used creation to make the outfits, Momo said, as she fell on her knees and sighed. Those guys are so dumb. Jiro angrily said with visible embarrassment. Allow me to punish these sinners. Abara exclaimed as she looked at Itsuka, who was spaced out. She was staring at Izuku, who was eating the sandwich he bought earlier. She was still wondering about the connection between him and All Might. Itsuka. Abara called her. Yes. Itsuka responded. Is something wrong? Are you sick? Abara asked. It's nothing, sorry, I was just thinking about the next event. She replied. Alright, just don't stress yourself out, alright. Yeah, she simply replied. Meanwhile, Izuku was still happily eating his sandwich when he noticed the girls in the cheerleaders' costumes. Wow, Itsuka, Uraraka and Momo look so amazing. He thought. No, Izuku, you can't focus on these kinds of stuff, remember, don't be like Mineta and focus on the task at hand. But, he said in his mind as he began to stare at them again. His eyes made contact with Itsuka's and they both blushed. However, shortly after, Izuku felt shivers being sent down his spine, as he looked behind him and found Himiko looking like she was going to suck all of his blood at any given moment. As I was saying before, focus on the task at hand, and that's eating my chicken fajita sandwich. He said, as he took a big bite from the sandwich, afraid of looking back at Himiko. Itsuka, however, sighed, as she thought that Izuku was only interested in his sandwich, while Momo and Ochako felt a bit annoyed for some reason. Alright, everyone, let's have fun competing in the recreational games. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, one-on-one. Present Mike announced. The last round is a tournament where we fight one-on-one, huh? I'm gonna stand on the stage that I watch every year on TV. Kirishima said, with visible excitement. He was proud of himself to make it that far. Was it a tournament last year? Mina asked. It's different every year, but there's a one-on-one competition every year. Last year, it was a sports Chanbara match. Hanta replied. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Midnight explained their current situation. Now from the first team, Izuku Midoriya. She called his name. Izuku went up to the stage, with his sandwich in his hand. I wonder which number I'll get. He mentally asked himself. Midoriya, you can't come here with your food, you know. Midnight said. Oh, sorry about that, but you see, I got to replenish my energy back before the last round. Midoriya bluntly replied. Ooh, this is it. This is youth. I can't say no when you say it like that. Midnight exclaimed as she blushed and squealed. Midnight, I would like to stop behaving like that in front of my student, please. Aizawa quickly replied to stop the R-rated hero from doing something well, R-rated. After this embarrassing moment, everyone went up to the stage to draw lots to determine the brackets, while the stadium's monitor showed who would fight who. The tournament's brackets. Izuku Midoriya vs Abara Shiozaki. Itsuka Kendo vs Hitoshi Shinso. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Mina Ishido. Shoto Todoroki vs Hanta Siro. Fumikage Tokiyami vs Ejiro Kirishima. Masharao Ojiro vs Yosetsu Awase. The first match of the first round, huh? If both Itsuka and I win, then we'll fight each other in the second round. I better not hold back then, but I'll also have to fight Abara, Izuku murmured, as he looked at his right, bandaged hand. Tisk, I haven't fully recovered yet, this isn't going to be easy. He thought to himself. Yes, this is it, this is my moment. All I have to do is defeat Shinso, and then I'll face Izuku. I already promised myself a year ago, that if I ever make it that far in the sports festival and face Izuku, I'll tell him how I feel after the match. Itsuka mentally cheered. Although, I still don't know anything about Shinso's quirk, and despite being together on the same team in the second round, he refused to tell us his quirk. Ojiro was the only one who knew about it, and said that he had a pretty good reason to hide it. Maybe, it's pretty easy to figure out its weakness. Itsuka murmured. HMPH, so I get to crush Deku before half and half bastard, fine with me. Bakugo exclaimed. I'll be waiting for you at the top Midoriya. And then, I'll defeat you without using his power, and show him that I'm better than him. Shoto mentally thought, as he looked at the screen. Meanwhile, Ochako was feeling down a bit, having to fight Bakugo at the first round. If she was honest with herself, she knew that her chances to win were close to zero. Alright, let's leave the tournament aside for a momentary interlude. Let's have fun with the recreation. Present Mike announced. Even if they were told to have fun, those who were in the tournament couldn't relax. Some polished their strategy against their opponent. Some tried to keep their presence of mind. Some prepared for the fight. Some sharpened their senses. And some tried to relax their nerves. As they thought their respective thoughts, it was time to start before they knew it. Hey guys, are you ready? Present Mike asked, pumping up the crowd, who began cheering with so much intensity. A lot's happened, but it's now come to this. A serious battle. You can only depend on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, you'll face lots of situations like that. You get it right. Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Present Mike gave the heroes in training a piece of advice. Let's see what you've got in store for us in this round, young man. All Might mentally thought. Audience. The finals that you've all been waiting for are finally starting. Match number 1, you know him, you love him, it's the One Punch Man but with hair. From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced, as the crowd roared with cheers for one if not their favorite competitor, while Izuku went up to the arena. Versus. The assassin from Class B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. From the hero course, it's Obara Shiozaki. Present Mike announced, as Obara made her way to the arena. Please excuse the interruption. What do you mean by assassin? I have only come to find victory, not to take my opponent's life. Obara corrected Present Mike's earlier statement. I'm sorry. He quickly replied, feeling bad, but unfortunately for him she continued. In the first place, I wished to enter UA High School not for wicked reasons, but for salvation of others, Obara added, as holy light from a mysterious source shone upon her. I said, I'm sorry. My bad, okay. Please forgive me, big guy. Present Mike replied, as he looked at the sky. She's not a saint, you know. Aizawa reminded his friend. Oh right, I almost forgot with the whole lights effects and stuff. Present Mike said to his fellow friend. I thank you for your understanding. Obara exclaimed as she bowed in respect. Anyways, the rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, I give up. Bring on the injuries. Because we've got our own recovery girl waiting on standby. You know the old lady will smack you for this. Aizawa lazily said. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. I want to see blood, Todd. Present Mike was explaining the rules, but go hit by a jab from Aizawa. I mean, of course anything life-threatening is crap. It's not allowed. But a little blood is maybe okay, he continued but got hit by Aizawa again. What? Are we really going to have this talk again? Aizawa asked, with a raised eyebrow. I like it when the arena is a bloodbath. Present Mike said to his co-announcer. No bloodbath. Aizawa firmly said. Fine. Present Mike replied, before he sighed. Anyways, ready. Start. Izuku closed his eyes for a second, before activating his Sharingan with the two tomos giving a quick spin. He also didn't waste any time and activated his full cowl. However, Obara did something else. She surrounded herself with vines and created what seems to be a big ball of vines, shutting herself in it. I see, so you're playing defensive Shiozaki. Izuku exclaimed, as he analyzed his opponent's moves. I had to take countermeasures against your mind control power. She replied. Fair enough, but you should know that there's more to my power than mind control. Izuku said, as he rushed at Obara to break her vine's shield, only to see some vines coming out of the ground trying to attack him, to which he managed to dodge. Of course I know that Midoriya, it will be a grave mistake to underestimate you after all. However, I think you shouldn't underestimate me too. Obara said from inside her vines, before another vine came out of the ground and tried to capture him. Thankfully, Izuku managed to dodge but the vine managed to graze his cheek. Damn it, I can't get close to her if these vines keep attacking me. Not to mention, it seems she's using the vines from inside the shield to attack me, by making them travel under the ground, which gives me limited time to dodge since I can't predict where the vines will come out from. Izuku said in his head as he dodged more incoming vines. Damn it, that fucking nerd better not lose. Bakugo murmured angrily. From Bakugo's perspective this sports festival isn't worth it if he doesn't battle Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to get closer to Obara, while dodging the vines as best as he could. He was actually getting closer, but then a vine came towards so he decided to catch it with both hands. What is this? Midoriya caught Shiozaki's vine with his bare hands. Is he crazy? These things are pointy, you know. Present Mike shouted. Damn, I have to say this is a bit painful. Izuku said as he looked at his bloody hands. But now that I got you, Izuku began, as the lightning of one for all began to intensify and fill the air. I'll throw you out of the arena. Izuku exclaimed, as he pulled the vine, ready to swing Obara and throw her out of bounds. However, before he could, 4 vines appeared out of the ground and quickly grabbed each of his limbs. The tables have turned, Midoriya, I'm the one who got you now. Obara said with confidence, thinking that now the match was over since she immobilized Izuku. Izuku Midoriya is immobilized in such a kinky way. Midnight announced as blood was coming out of her nose while she squealed. Midnight added, but was interrupted as Izuku stomped the ground, shoving his feet in the arena. Not yet, I won't lose. He said with determination, as he used all of his strength to move his arms despite them being tied by Shiozaki's vines. How can he move his arms, while being restrained by my vines? Shiozaki said with visible shock in her voice. She snapped out of her shock quickly and used more vines to bind Izuku, who was now clearly struggling. I said, I won't lose. Izuku shouted, while mustering all his strength. He finally grabbed the vines that tied his left hand and pulled them off, before pulling the one binding his right and then his legs. Unbelievable, folks. Did you see this? With his monstrous strength, Izuku Midoriya managed to pull off Shiozaki's vines. Present Mike announced while he was clearly amazed by Izuku's power. But now we're back at score 1. Damn it, this isn't going anywhere, at this rate I'll just lose. It's like she has a counter for everything I can do. Izuku thought as he was taking his breath, and also sweating a lot. Deku isn't doing so well, Ochako said from the stands. Yes, it's so weird, he was doing much better in the first 2 events. Tenya said, as he put a hand on his chin, trying to think why Izuku wasn't at his best like usual. Izuku then rushed again, dodging the vines coming towards him. Come on Izuku, you don't have much time left, you need to push further. He mentally said, as he ducked underneath 2 incoming vines, then jumped over another 2, before making his way to Obara's vines shield. What is this? It seems like Midoriya is finally managing to get closer, will this be the end for Shiozaki? Present Mike announced to get the crowd on edge. Finally, after dodging her last vine, Izuku jumped on the ball of vines, and tried to separate the vines to make his way in. Unfortunately though, the vines that formed the ball began reshaping again before trying to capture him. Luckily for him, he managed to predict this with his Sharingan, and barely managed to move out of the way. However, he took a couple of steps back and fell on one knee while trying to catch his breath. Ha 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 ha, that's because we Class B studied each one of your quirks Class A, strengths, weaknesses, uses, you name it. We developed counter strategies to counter each one of your quirks. However, when we came to Midoriya's quirk, I have to say that none of us had a good strategy against his quirk, except Shiozaki. Monoma said, showing up from behind a wall while laughing like a maniac. Luckily, Itsuka quickly came to smack him on the back of his head. Man, what is it that you have with our class? Kirishima said with visible annoyance. I just hate how you class seems to be getting more attention than the rest of us, while we're also attacked by villains. However, my goals for Midoriya are different. I want to see his full capabilities, I want to see how truly strong and heroic he is. I want to push my rival to be the best, I want him to go beyond his limits. That's what we agreed on when we became the copycat duo. Monoma finished. No, something's wrong, Ojiro said from his feet. What do you mean? Momo asked, as everybody turned to look at Ojiro. Even some kids from Class B were interested and stood beside Monoma to hear what Ojiro was about to say. This is not Midoriya's real strength and I know it. I sparred with him many times, I fought with him in the USJ, I know exactly what he's capable of, and right now I know that he's not at his best. Ojiro explained, while everyone was listening attentively. Are you trying to say that he's holding back? Jiro asked. No, what I'm saying is that he's tired. Ojiro simply replied. Tired? Are you serious? Him getting tired? This is Midoriya who we're talking about, he's tank, a powerhouse like how Present Mike called him. Denki replied, while Mineta just nodded. Take a good look at him, he's panting a lot and his movements are sloppy. If Midoriya was at his best, then against a strategy to counter his quirk or not, he would have destroyed that vine's shield and knocked Shiozaki out by now. Ojiro further exclaimed, while everyone looked at Izuku and see if what Ojiro said was right. But how? How is he tired? Midori was completely fine in the first 2 rounds. Mina asked. Midori. Itsuka suddenly popped out in class's sitting area, after hearing the nickname. Yeah, I gave him a nickname. What? Are you jealous? Mina asked. What? Jealous? Of course not, what do you mean by that? Itsuka quickly replied as she got all flustered. Oh please, you were always taking care, no extra care of him when he was injured, not to mention I always noticed your interactions with him. You can't fool Mina, the love expert of Class A. Mina said, as she took a lot of pride in the role she just gave herself, while Itsuka became more embarrassed. Ahem. Ojiro interrupted before neither can continue. Ishido, did you really think that defending a 10 million flag for 15 minutes was something easy for him? He had to give it his all to do it, you even saw how injured he was after the second match. But Recovery Girl healed him. Sato replied. Yeah, she even said that he would be alright. Ochako added. And that's what makes it weird, Recovery Girl is an expert doctor and she should have been right. Ojiro said, as he put a hand on his chin and began to think about the situation. Do you think she overused her quirk on him and now he's tired because of that? Tokiyami questioned. Yeah, it could be it. Awase added, agreeing with the Black Shadow quirk user. I don't think so, as I said this can't happen with Recovery Girl. In fact, I think that only Midoriya himself knows why. Ojiro deduced. You know why, don't you? A calm voice pointed out, as everyone looked at that said voice owner to see that it was Yui Kodai from Class B. Todoroki, you know why Midoriya is truly tired. The girl said again, as all the attention was shifted towards Todoroki now, even Bakugo who was only observing the fight looked at the bicolor-haired teen. I'm not sure, but I think I have an idea. Shoto said. With all eyes locked on him, he thought that he did have to reply. What is it? Shiro asked. Meanwhile, Izuku was dodging the Vine's attack coming from left and right, but barely making it. He knew that if this match continued any longer, he would lose. I never expected that even nearly using it would make me that tired. This is bad, as I see it, there's only one way now to win this match, otherwise I'll just lose. I wanted to save until I faced Todoroki, but I guess I have no choice now. Izuku said, in his head as his worried face changed to a newfound smirk covering his face. You have a plan, don't you, young Midoriya? All Might thought in his head, as he saw Izuku smile. You see, during the last minute when I took the 10 million flag Midoriya, Shoto began but was interrupted by Present Mike's loud voice. What is this? Even though Midoriya appears to be overwhelmed by Shiozaki's vines, he's smiling. Pay attention folks, it seems like something big is going to happen. Present Mike exclaimed, which made everyone look at the arena. Music. Number 1 Bleach Ost. Izuku dodged more incoming Vine's attack, before taking a couple of steps back. He then stooped and started to charge all of his energy, with the lightning of One for All intensifying and filling the air, along with the scent of ozone. What? He took a couple of steps back, what is he planning? Abara thought from inside her Vine's shield. Izuku kept charging his energy more, before kneeling down and grabbing his right wrist with his left hand, concentrating on gathering the lightning of One for All to his right hand. Guys, is Midoriya holding lightning in his hand, or am I going crazy? Jiro asked, completely clueless about what was happening right now with the Sharingan user. Bakugo stood up from his seat to take a closer look, as anger washed all over his face, while the other students were just shocked, including Todoroki whose eyes were widening. No, you idiot, his hand is covered in lightning. Bakugo exclaimed, while the others' eyes were fixed on Izuku's hand. Izuku's Sharingan began to spin so fast, as the green lightning in his hand began to glow stronger, while a sound that sounded like several eagles crying as they dive-bombed could be heard through the whole stadium, and just then the bandages that covered his hand quickly disintegrated. What is this sound? Awase murmured nervously, as this weird bird cry sound made him feel uneasy. I don't know, it's like the cry of 1,000 birds. Monoma replied, as he couldn't take off his eyes off his rival. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Don't tell me you really did it, yawned Midoriya. All Might screamed in his head, with his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. He recalled his talk with Izuku about shooting lightning using One for All. He never thought it was possible. Eraser, what is exactly Midoriya doing? Present Mike asked his friend. I don't know, I don't even understand. Aizawa replied, with visible shock on his face. Was this a new power? He thought. What is this weird lightning? I know that this is something that All Might can't do, but what is this? What are you, Izuku Midoriya? Itsuka mentally asked. I can only use this for an instant, so I need to use the Sharingan to verify her position and estimate the optimal point of attack. Izuku said in his head. The crowd started murmuring to themselves and Izuku even heard some of his friends whispering, but he couldn't afford to lose concentration before his final attack was finally ready. This is the end, Izuku simply said. Concentrating full cowl in his legs to go at maximum speed, Izuku pulled back his arm, causing the cement to shatter beneath his crackling hand. And he took off, appearing like a lightning bolt more so than a human, while the whole crowd just gasped in shock. So fast. Both Kirishima and Denki yelled. I can't even see him. Tenya added. I won't let you. Abara tried to defend herself, by sending vines towards him to attack him, but once they came close to him, they simply disintegrated. Impossible. She shouted with visible shock in her voice. Chidori. Izuku yelled. Izuku thrust his right hand into the brambles, which crumpled before his attack. Then there was a crack like thunder and Abara's shield blew apart, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust that filled the entire stadium. What the fuck? Bakugo hissed, his eyes widening at the last attack, while everyone's jaws fell to the floor, including the spectators. Even Shoto and his father were taken aback with surprise by the destructive force behind the attack. Not yet, Izuku shouted, as the smoke dispersed showing his right hand that was still covered in lightning. He clenched his fist, and uppercut Abara's jaw sending a jolt of electricity to her body and paralyzing her, before the strength of the punch sent her outside the arena. So, this is the power of Midoriya of Class A. I'm sorry everyone, it seems like we're the one who underestimated him and Class A. She murmured before hitting the ground and losing consciousness. Midnight stared in awe for a couple of seconds, she couldn't take her eyes off Izuku with all the lightning dancing around him. She then remembered that she has to check on Abara. She went to check on her and cracked her whip down at Abara's prone body laying outside the ring. Shiozaki is unconscious. She raised her whip towards Midoriya, who was still holding his right wrist and panting. Midoriya wins. It took a couple of seconds for the crowd to fully grasp what had just transpired in front of them, but soonly afterwards, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause as Present Mike screamed. Look at that everybody. Izuku Midoriya from Class A1, and with his elite moves just kicked Shiozaki's ass like nothing. Man, he is no simp. If you're going to the commenting, do it properly. Aizawa sternly said, before smacking present Mike on his head. Meanwhile, Izuku just smirked at Bakugo and Todoroki. He loved the look they had on their faces. Yahoo! And with this super amazing match finished, let's move on to the next one. Present Mike announced, as Abara was being carried away on a stretcher to Recovery Girl. Izuku also decided that he should exit the arena and go to Recovery Girl, but once he made it to the corridors, he tripped and fell on the floor. He was so tired, and using the Chidori while he was already tired sapped the rest of his stamina. No, it can't end like this. Izuku said with a weak voice as he began to faint. I promised All Might, that I would win the sports festival, that I would tell the world I'm here. He added as he tried his best to crawl to the nursery office, that was still far away. I wonder where is Deku? Ochako questioned. I'm sure he's at Recovery Girl's office to heal his injuries. Tenya replied, trying to assure her that nothing was wrong. It's just I think he's taking a lot of time. The second match is about to begin. Ochako exclaimed, while Momo, who overheard this, began to feel that something was wrong. Damn it, this can't be the end, there's still so much I wanted to do. I wanted to save Todoroki, settle things with Kachan, but most importantly, I wanted to show everyone the power of the Uchihas, the power of my bloodline. Izuku said as he tried to lift his arm, but he couldn't move at all. Momo stood up and decided to check on Izuku, something was worrying her and didn't feel right with her. With his injuries, he should have been back with them by now. Staff room. What the hell was that? Mount Lady screamed. Did you guys see this, whatever this lightning explosive thing was? She added, while the rest of the pro heroes were just lost for words, as the highlights of the fight showing Izuku's Chidori was being replayed for God knows how many times on the TV. Do you think that we're the ones who should be sending him internships, not the other way? A pro hero asked. I don't know, I feel like I'm becoming one of his fans. Another one replied. See, I told you that kid was amazing. He's definitely going places when he grows up, but today he'll win the sports festival. Kamui cheered, with a smug face. I have to say, I'm definitely sending him an offer to intern with me. He added. He's definitely going places in the future, but I'm afraid this is the end for him. Death Arms replied, as he lit a cigarette, before he grabbed everyone's attention. But, I'll definitely send him an offer too. He added. What do you mean? Mount Lady asked. If she was honest with herself, she wanted Death Arms to be right so that she doesn't lose her savings, but that didn't mean that she wasn't going to send the Sharingan user an offer too. Do you think that Endeavor's son will win? It's not about their capabilities anymore. He pointed out. That Midoriya kid, he's tired. He gave it his all. During the whole match he was so tired and his movements were sloppy. That last attack was probably something he wanted to save for the finals, but maybe he knew that he wouldn't make it, so he instead decided to give it his all in this last match. It's truly unfortunate, but no one said that maintaining the number one spot is easy. While it's a good mindset to have, it's easier said than done. However, I think we can all agree that he's strong kid. The veteran hero explained to the others. However, Kamui felt Death Arm's words drop on him harder than any punch he ever took, as his mind drifted to his poor bank account. No, it can't be. He silently murmured, while the other heroes present in the room were looking forward to collect their friend's money. Meanwhile, Izuku was just lying on the floor in the corridors. He was trying his best not to lose his consciousness as this was all he could do right now. However, he suddenly heard footsteps coming towards him. Well, what do we have here? A familiar voice said. Chapter 19. Izuku's Eternal Rivals. Meanwhile, Izuku was just lying on the floor in the corridors. He was trying his best not to lose his consciousness as this was all he could do right now. However, he suddenly heard footsteps coming towards him. A mysterious figure was coming close to Izuku with an evil smile, happy that his victim was unable to move. However, as the mysterious person got closer, he suddenly stopped. Well, what do we have here? A familiar voice said. Izuku's eyes were blurry, but nonetheless looked at said voice owner, only to find that it was Kurogane-sensei. Sensei, why are you here? Izuku questioned in surprise. What do you mean by why I'm here? Of course, I couldn't miss my pupil's sports festival. Kurogane replied, before pulling up Izuku and helping him to stand. You were going to use it during the second event, weren't you? Kurogane asked. Yeah, but I never imagined that it would make me this tired after nearly using it. You were right when you told me that, it's a forbidden technique. Izuku replied weakly. And that's why I'm here. The older man replied as he opened his hand revealing a strange medicine. Drugs? Izuku asked with a puzzled expression. Of course not, why would you think I would give you something like that? The man shouted. Because you're still pretty, sus to me. I still remember when you vanished like a ghost during our training. Izuku exclaimed, making the older man facepalm. And why would a ghost give you drugs? He groaned. So, you do admit that you're a ghost. Izuku pointed out. Just take the damn medicine. He yelled at the younger boy. Yes, sir. Izuku quickly replied with a chuckle, as he took the medicine, and gulped it with water. Jesus, I swear Mori really turned out to be a much worse influence on you than I initially thought. Who in their right mind even suggested that he should be the one to fix your social skills and personality? Kurogane questioned with visible annoyance as Mori and Daisuke both sneezed. So, what does this medicine do? Izuku asked. It heals the negative effects that are caused after using that technique. After some rest, you should be able to fight and heal normally like you used to. The old man explained. Wait a second, that's cheating. Izuku pointed out. He was perplexed as to why his sensei would do something against the rules. I figured out you would say that. That's why I made sure you take the pill first. Now listen, after each fight, where does the injured competitors go? He asked the younger boy. To Recovery Girl so that she could heal their injuries. Izuku replied, feeling much better now. Exactly, and then they wait until their next match, right? Kurogane questioned Izuku again. Yes, he simply responded. Now, do you think that Recover Girl would have been able to heal the effects that your body sustained after nearly using that technique? No, as we saw earlier, I went there and it made things worse since more of my stamina was depleted, and then when I used the Chidori things became even worse. Izuku murmured as he put his hand on his chin, thinking about what his sensei is implying. So instead of going to Recovery Girl who would have been able to do nothing about the matter, it's like I went to you and you healed me with this magic pill. Exactly, just like Recovery Girl uses her quirk to heal people, part of my quirk can be used to heal people too. In fact, this pill was created by my quirk. Kurogane explained, while Izuku pupils widened in amazement. It was time to enter the fanboy nerd mode. Tell me more about your quirk, sensei. What type of healing quirk is it? What do you mean by part of it can heal people? Can it do more than that? What exactly did the pill do to my body? How does the healing exactly work? Izuku overwhelmed the man by million questions, until the man gave him a chop on his head. Enough, he shouted before letting out a sigh. Fine, but I'm taking you to Recovery Girl first, I'll explain it on the way there. Kurogane said, before carrying Izuku on his back. Wow, even though he's old, he's strong. Izuku said in his head, clearly impressed by how his old sensei could easily carry him like that. While Izuku and Kurogane went to the infirmary, Shinso was hiding behind a wall. Tisk, I thought that this was a good chance to hypnotize Midoriya and take him out of the competition, yet this old man came and helped him. But what was that? I couldn't move earlier or do anything, he had such a strong aura around him, as if he was constantly looking deep into my soul. Shinso murmured, before he went to the competitor's waiting room and prepare for his next match. My quirk's name is, but the older man paused for a moment thinking about a certain person, before he shook his head. My quirk's name is, Absolute Blood. He lied. That's a weird name, Izuku replied. At my time people had weird name for their quirks. Kurogane lied again. My quirk lets me use my blood to heal people by boosting their healing ability, and unlike Recovery Girl, mine's boost your metabolism, blood flow and increase the vitamins in your body, which restores some of your stamina, no matter the blood type. I made these blood pills to make things less disgusting for my patients. Kurogane explained his quirk. Cool, that's amazing, sensei. You can do a lot of things with a quirk like that. It could be a valuable asset in many different situations. I wish I had my notebook right now to write down that stuff. So, what does the other part do? You only talked about the healing mechanism. Izuku asked. The man stiffened for a moment. He didn't know whether to answer this question or not. After all, this was a sensitive question. Since he knew that Shinso was no longer present, he decided that there was no harm in telling his student. What I just told you about is what happens when people ingest my blood, but things become different when I ingest their blood. Kurogane further explained. What happens? Please tell me what happens. Izuku pleaded, eager to know more about his sensei's awesome quirk. I can paralyze them for a certain amount of time. He replied. What? Really? That's even more amazing, sensei. Your quirk is really versatile in many different situations. It could be used to support people, or offense, the possibilities are endless. Izuku said in excitement, as he thought about different situations where his sensei's quirk would be really useful. Kurogane could only smile, but as soon as his smile appeared it vanished again. I wish I had the luxury to share the same opinion as you, Midoriya, but unfortunately this quirk did more harm than good. He decided to change the topic and go with something else. I have to say your last attack was pretty good. Kurogane praised Izuku. Thanks a lot, sensei. I was secretly working on it in my room when I was injured. However, I was never able to really try it until a few days ago. In fact, this is the 6th time I ever use it. I see a new attack, good to see you're improving. The older man exclaimed, happy to see his last pupil becoming stronger. It was thanks to you, Mori-sensei and Daisuke-sensei that I was able to get so much stronger and get to UA. Izuku replied, hiding the fact that he also trained with All Might. After all, he didn't know that they all knew each other. Yes, but you became much stronger and it's all down to your hard work, so keep it up. After a couple of minutes, they finally arrived to the infirmary, where Kurogane put Izuku in a bed so that he could rest a bit. Thanks a lot, sensei. I really do owe you one. You say that, but you keep annoying me with the smart mouth of yours. Maybe training in the woods again might be more entertaining for you, don't you think? He said with a smirk. No thanks, sir. Izuku quickly replied. He gulped as he remembered those 2 weeks. Anyway, I only had one pill. If you use that technique again, you'll be on your own. He added, before the curtains around another bed were opened revealing an angry Recovery Girl. It seems like my words are falling on deaf ears. Not only did you get injured again, but you injured other people too to bring them with you. Recovery Girl angrily scolded Izuku, before hitting him on his head with her cane. Ouch. I'm sorry. Izuku replied. Look at what you did to the poor girl, her jaw was almost broken, and her nervous system wasn't working well for a while. Recovery girl further scolded Izuku, while pointing to Obara. Sensei, help me out. Izuku called for help, but when he turned around, he didn't find his sensei. He vanished again. Izuku comically freaked out. What are you talking about? Now show me your injured hands. Recovery girl held Izuku's hands, but to her surprise they were completely fine. She was confused for a moment, until she figured out who healed Izuku. I see, so you finally used your quirk again, Sakanji. You should be good to go in a few minutes. Recovery girl said with a warm smile. Izuku lied on the bed, deciding to rest well this time. He glanced over Obara who was in a bed next to him. Hey Shiozaki, I'm sorry about that last attack. It was the only thing I could have done to win. You were really a strong opponent. Izuku apologized for hurting Obara this much. Just like Itsuka said, you always think about the people around you. Obara said as she turned her head to look at Izuku. Anyways, it's okay Midoriya, you were a strong opponent, and you bested me with all you've got, so I have no regrets. If anything, this just showed that there's still room for improvement. Obara exclaimed, taking the loss pretty well, which really surprised Izuku. Alright if you say so. Izuku replied. I want to ask though, what was that attack at the end? When my class was discussing your quirk, no one mentioned that you had lightning powers. Obara questioned the Sharingan user. To be honest with you, I don't know. Izuku simply replied, which left Obara with a puzzled look on her face. I had a dream about a kid, a couple of years younger than us. He was wearing a black, short-sleeved shirt with a high collar, black shorts, with many small belts adorning his left arm and similar bands around both legs. He also had a blue-clothed forehead protector with a weird symbol on it. He was fighting another kid, in a tournament or something, just like the sports festival. And then that first kid I mentioned used the same attack I just used, but once he hit the other kid, who seemed to have a sand quirk, yeah, a sand quirk. He stopped and looked at me, before saying you can do this too. Izuku explained, as he recalled the dream he had and Obara listened carefully. Not to mention, he had the Sharingan. Was he another Uchiha? I've been trying to talk to Shisui again and learn more about them, but I can't go back to my mindscape at all. Izuku said in his mind. At first, I thought it was just a dream like any other, but unlike any other dream I normally have. I couldn't forget it. So, one day when you were all training, and I was in my room getting better, I tried it. I tried to focus my energy, my quirk and lead the lightning to my hand, and then it happened, more lightning was being focused around my hand. Izuku further explained. What do you mean by focused on your energy? Obara asked, she didn't understand what Izuku meant by that. Izuku thought for a moment trying to find the right words to describe the feeling. You know how we usually use our quirk like a muscle, or an extension of our bodies? He asked, to which she nodded. This is different, it's like you focus on the source of your quirk, and once I did that, I found a source of energy. I tried to use this energy with my quirk and move the lightning that's usually around me to my hand and then it happened. The lightning gathered around my hand, where my energy was. Sorry, that's really the best I could describe it. Izuku finished explaining. No, it's totally fine Midoriya, I get that your quirk is pretty unique, that even you don't know its full capabilities. But that part about the quirk source or energy is really interesting. Obara commented, before the infirmary door opened. Midoriya. Momo came in shouting in panic. Yaoyorozu. Izuku called her name with visible confusion at why she seemed so nervous. Momo let out a sigh of relief, before saying, where were you? Why didn't you go back to the stands until now? I thought that something happened to you. I thought that the villains attacked you again. Izuku just looked at her like she grew a second head. I mean he was just in the infirmary resting. He never knew that Momo could be this paranoid, but then he remembered something. Why did Momo join his team today? Usually, Momo is someone who's smart who prefers taking the safe side rather than taking risks. Something was not right and he had to know what it was. I'm sorry, I was bit tired and decided to rest a little longer. Izuku replied, as he put his hand behind the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Obara though, looked at Momo with a different look. Looks like you have a rival Itsuka. She said in her head. It's okay, sorry if I acted out of character. Momo replied, a little embarrassed because of her earlier outburst. However, before anyone could say anything else, they heard Present Mike's voice from the room's TV. And now ladies and gentlemen, after finally repairing the arena, it's time for the second match to begin. Present Mike announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. She may be cute, but she's deadly, she may be one of the first year's beauties, but watch out folks because with one flick you can find yourself on the other side of town. It's the flick of death. From the hero course, Class 1B Itsuka Kendo. Present Mike went with the introduction. That's it, I'm calling the FBI. Aizawa said, before dialing a number. Versus sorry, he hasn't done anything to stand out yet. From the general studies. Aizawa's secret love child. Hitoshi Shinso. Present Mike announced, before Shoto jumped from his seat and took a good look. Yes, he's right. Shoto murmured as he nodded his head in approval. Please try not to destroy the arena again. Cementos added. He didn't want to keep repairing it. This is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about appearances. Shinso murmured under his breath, while Itsuka was trying to figure out his quirk, as well as a good strategy to defeat Shinso. Ready. I don't really know how someone like you got accepted into the hero course, Shinso began, while Itsuka gave him a confused look. Start. Always playing lovey-dovey with that, what did that dynamite kid called him again? Oh yeah, Deku, the useless Deku. People like you who are blessed really irritate me when you waste your gifts foolishly like that. I bet that when you guys got attacked by villains, you did nothing except crying while your useless crush got crushed by the villains. And they chose you as class rep, ha. More like clown's representative. Shinso mocked her, as well as Izuku and her classmates, which made Itsuka boil with anger. There was no way she was going to let him get away with that. What did you say? She shouted as she activated her quirk and enlarged her fist to give him a pounding he'll never forget. Unfortunately for her, it was already over. I win, Shinso simply said, while he activated his quirk on Itsuka, as she stopped moving. I'm sorry Itsuka, but I promised him not to tell anyone about his quirk, so please forgive me. Ojiro said in his mind. He was a little bit sad that his friend was going to lose the match. Hey, what's the matter? Liven things up. Kendo, the match has just started and she's completely frozen. Present Mike exclaimed with visible confusion. Recovery girl's temporary office. What's wrong? Why isn't Itsuka moving at all? Abara asked, worried about her best friend. I don't know, Momo simply replied. She was confused by the information she had on Itsuka's abilities. Itsuka should have captured that guy with her big fists and threw him out of the arena by now. Izuku just silently kept watching the TV, trying to figure out what did Shinso do to her, but the thing is he didn't even move. Just what kind of quirk does Shinso possess? He thought. Back to the arena. This is not good, Daisuke simply said, as he watched his granddaughter. She has been completely overwhelmed. He added with a sad expression, while his two friends nodded. She's got a blank look on her face and isn't moving a muscle. Is this Shinso's quirk? He didn't stand out at all, but could he actually be someone amazing? Hitoshi Shinso from the general studies has gotten the better of Itsuka Kendo from the hero course. WHO would have imagined this. Will the bottom really overthrow the top? That's why I said the entrance exam wasn't rational. Aizawa simply said. Huh, what do you mean eraser? Here's some basic data on the two of them. Since it's individual matches from here on out, I had someone compile it for me. Shinso failed the practical exam for the hero course. Since he also applied for general studies, he probably knew that would happen. His quirk is very powerful, but the practical exam consisted of fighting foe villains. That gave an advantage to those with physical attack quirks. Shinso wouldn't have been able to rack up any points with his quirk. Aizawa explained to his friend. You're lucky that you've been blessed, Itsuka Kendo. Turn around and walk out of bounds. Shinso said, before Itsuka turned around and began to head towards the edge of the arena. What's wrong Kendo, this isn't you. Monoma said with frustration. If she goes out of bounds then she'll lose the match. Awase remarked. I don't understand what's happening. Kirishima exclaimed with visible confusion. Name, Hitoshi Shinso. Quirk. Brainwashing. Answering his question turns on a brainwashing switch in his opponent's brain, forcing them to do what he says. If he doesn't want the brainwashing switch to turn on, it won't. Stop. Itsuka screamed in her head. My body's moving on its own. No, I can't lose now. I was so close to my rematch with Izuku, damn it, it's like my head is filled with fog. Please stop. Itsuka thought as she was now one step away from stepping out of bounds. She desperately begged her body to stop. She didn't want to lose after coming this far. Suddenly, Itsuka felt like she regained control of her body again. She quickly turned around, ready to win the match. She finally figured out how to counter Shinso's quirk. Itsuka Kendo is out of bounds, Hitoshi Shinso wins and advances to the next round. Midnight announced as she cracked her whip, and immediately the crowd began cheering for Shinso. Itsuka looked down at her feet and found that she was indeed out of bounds. At that moment, she couldn't even hear what was present Mike saying, everything fell on deaf ears. She lost. She was so close to that rematch with Izuku, where she would prove herself and then she was going to tell him. She remembered Shinso's words. Despite being harsh, she couldn't help but feel that he was right. She walked out of the arena, and decided to find somewhere private, where she could stay alone. She wanted to go away and forget about the sports festival. Itsuka ran and ran through the corridors, until she finally left the stadium through a back entrance. She leaned on a wall and let her body fall, before she brought her knees to her head. Am I really unworthy of becoming a hero? Am I really wasting my potential? Am I just wasting time by crushing on Izuku? She thought as tears fell from her eyes. Memories of the USJ came back to her, with images of the Nomu pounding Izuku while she was just standing there, watching him almost die. I really am pathetic, she murmured, her voice breaking because of her crying. Are you really? A familiar and gentle voice asked. Itsuka raised her head and looked at the voice owner, only to find Izuku standing in front of her. He was panting as if he ran for a few minutes. However, Itsuka was so ashamed of facing Izuku right now. She couldn't bring herself to look him in the eyes. What are you doing here? She asked, as tears were still running down her cheeks. I saw the match from the infirmary's TV and I saw what happened. I also saw that you weren't taking the loss so well, which isn't like you, so I looked for you. Izuku replied with a comforting voice. How did you find me? She asked. Well, I asked some people if they spotted you, and figured out you'd want to be alone in somewhere private. Izuku exclaimed. But, why? Why did you follow me? She asked again, raising her voice this time. I already told you, I followed you because you were sad. Izuku replied as he frowned. Still, it doesn't concern you. She responded, visible frustration. Then what are friends for? Izuku asked, while Itsuka stared silently at him. During the USJ incident, you were concerned about my safety, you were concerned about everyone's safety. Even after the incident, I saw you trying to talk to the other students and help them in case they were still getting nightmares. You always try to help people feel better, and yet when it comes to yourself you push others away. What if I say that I only fulfilled my duty as class representative? She questioned the Sharingan user. Liar, Izuku simply replied, as Itsuka stared blankly at him. If that was the case, then I don't know how your classmates call you their big sister. Izuku said with a gentle smile. Point is Itsuka, you should think about yourself too. It's okay to be sad, it's okay to be frustrated and angry, but you shouldn't face these things alone. Class B is there for you, Ojiro is there for you, I'm here for you. You're the last person who should tell me this, she murmured loudly enough for him to hear. Izuku chuckled, while Itsuka gave him a cute angry face. He stopped for a moment, before taking a much more serious yet comforting tone. I don't know what happened out there, but I assume that you're not sad because you lost, because I know this isn't you. I assume you're sad because of the things Shinso said. Izuku deduced, hitting the jackpot, as Itsuka looked down with a sad expression. Let me tell you something, whatever he told you is not true. He doesn't even know you. I know you much better than he does, and I know that Itsuka Kendo is a strong girl, brave and confident, yet also caring, inspiring and incredible. A genuine person. Someone who I'm proud to call my friend and in the same time, a hero. Izuku exclaimed, while she looked at him with wide teary eyes. Someone once told me that a hero isn't defined by his strength, but, Izuku stopped as he raised his arm. His heart, he said as he pointed at his own her heart, before then pointing at hers. And you Itsuka are one, so never forget that, never doubt yourself. No matter what that Shinso guy said, you're amazing because you're simply you. And remember before being heroes, we're humans, remember that next time you feel sad. But, she tried to protest but Izuku interrupted her. No buts. Remind me exactly who has the quirk that lets him see everything, that's right it's me, not Shinso or anyone else. Izuku finished, flashing Itsuka a warm smile. It wasn't a long moment, before she jumped off her place and hugged Izuku tightly as she sobbed. There, Izuku simply said, as he patted her head. He was glad that Itsuka was finally letting it all out. I guess I really am in love with Izuku, this warmth is truly what I needed, no matter what people say it doesn't matter as long as you believe me and me Izuku. She said in her mind, as she felt much better being in Izuku's embrace. She felt safe from any danger. It was really soothing and managed to calm her down. However, as soon as she calmed down, she realized that she could feel Izuku's hard abs and pectoral muscles. Now that she stooped crying, Izuku also realized that there was a cute girl in his embrace, which fired alarms in his brains. Nonetheless, both teens broke out from the hug, their faces were red and they couldn't look at each other for a moment. After a short while, they both managed to calm down, and Izuku was the first one to speak. How about we, G go back to the stadium and W watch the rest of the M matches? Izuku proposed, stuttering a bit. He was still embarrassed. Why yeah, let's go back. Itsuka responded. Oh my god, I can't believe I was in his embrace and held like that. That's so embarrassing, she screamed in her mind. The two teens went back to the stadium and proceeded to make their way back to the sitting area. Izuku about Shinso's quirk, I have to tell you how he brainwashes why, Itsuka began, but was interrupted by Izuku lifting his finger, telling her to be quiet. I don't need to hear about it. Izuku exclaimed looking at Itsuka with confidence. But you need to know, Itsuka began, but Izuku interrupted her again. I already know how to beat him. Izuku replied. I don't need to know anything about his quirk other than its brainwashing. Itsuka looked at Izuku's expression for a moment, all she saw was pure confidence and determination. She nodded her head before saying, I know this might be selfish, but get him for me, will you? I will. I vow to win, and I never go back on my word. Izuku responded. I won't forgive anyone who hurts my friends. Shinso, you picked a fight with the wrong guy. Izuku said in his mind, feeling angrier than he should be for some reason. While Izuku was with Itsuka, Ochako vs Bakugo's battle had already started. Ochako knew that the only way to defeat Bakugo is touch him and make him float, but will she be able to? Ochako appeared behind Bakugo with her hand stretched out. Her top half of the PE uniform now gone as she was now wearing a black tank top. Oh, she made her jacket float and sent it over there. She did it in an instant, too. Present Mike cried out. If I make him float now, Ochako thought. But before she could touch him, Bakugo reacted just in time, and fired another explosion at Ochako. This one had even more force behind it than the last one. Ochako was blown back, but she managed to get back on her feet. That explosion hurt a lot, her body was covered with burns and blood, but she was still standing. He moved after he saw her. Shiro said as he couldn't believe that Bakugo was able to counterattack. He was amazed by his reaction speed. With that reaction time, it doesn't matter if there's a smokescreen. With Uraraka not being able to activate her quirk unless she touches him, she's at a disadvantage with Bakugo's reflexes. Kaminari commented as he figured that the matchup was not entirely favorable for Ochako. Ochako began running towards Bakugo again in an attempt to touch him and use her quirk. Too slow, he shouted. Bakugo fired off another explosion right at Ochako's face, which made the entire crowd cringe as they were able to feel the heat of that explosion all the way from where they were sitting. That brat, he never holds back when it comes to fighting. Mitsuki said as she watched her son mop the floor with Ochako. To be more precise, he never holds back in anything. Masaru corrected his wife. I feel so bad for that girl. I don't feel that she deserves this. Himiko exclaimed, feeling sorry for Ochako who received yet another explosion from Bakugo. I know it's hard to watch, but that brat is only doing this because he acknowledges her skills. He really hates it when people hold back on him, so he makes sure he doesn't when he fights. He's just too prideful. Mitsuki explained her son's behavior. Ochako then reappeared from the smoke of an explosion. Take this. Ochako yelled out as she aimed to touch him again with her zero gravity. However, Bakugo just hit her with another explosion which blew her back again. Ochako. Suyu muttered as she was worried for Ochako's well-being. I can't watch. Jiro said as she covered her face with her hands. The sight of Ochako covered in bruises and burns was so hard to look at. Bakugo, don't tell me, your tastes run in that direction. Mineta said with a pervy tone, but Suyu slapped him with her tongue to prevent him from saying anything more. That's because he acknowledges his opponents. Izuku said, appearing out of nowhere. Midoriya, you're back, Kirishima exclaimed, as everyone looked at Izuku. Todoroki however just gave him a glance and then his eyes returned to the match again. He couldn't forget Izuku's match when he used the Chidori. Ever since he saw that attack, he kept trying to find a way to counter it. Kachan is a warrior, Izuku began, grabbing everyone's attention. Unlike us, he was born to fight and conquer and he won't stop at anything till he proves that he's the best. Izuku explained Bakugo's behavior. But Midoriya, isn't he going overboard? Tenya asked the Sharingan user. As I said before, Kachan is a warrior and he will always fight at full power no matter who is his opponent. He acknowledges Uraraka's abilities, that's why he's so brutal. One could say he was a Spartan soldier in a past life or something. Izuku said, as he watched the match. Not yet. Ochako kept on getting back up after each blow but Bakugo just blew her back down to the floor every time. It was getting to the point where the entire ring was breaking apart due to the force of Bakugo's explosions. Uraraka keeps attacking without rest, but present Mike stopped talking, as he didn't know what to say. What could he say? He said that he wanted bloodbath and all, but this is a massacre. Her substitution earlier didn't work, so she's getting desperate. A pro-hero commented from the crowd. Monoma looked towards him and sighed in annoyance. What an idiot, he simply said. Hey, shouldn't you stop this? Isn't he going a little too far? A random member of the crowd yelled at Cementos. Ochako ran straight ahead towards Bakugo but the ash blonde just fired another explosion. I can't watch. Hey, how can you say you want to be a hero like that? If there's such a huge difference in your abilities, then hurry up and send her out of bounds. Stop bullying and playing with the poor girl. Yeah. The crowd then began booing at Bakugo for tormenting Ochako. There's booing from part of the crowd, but honestly, I also feel the saw. Aizawa elbowed Present Mike in the face before he could finish that sentence. Was that a pro saying he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro? Aizawa asked. If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. Go home and look into changing careers. Aizawa yelled. Everybody was now confused by what he was saying. What do you mean Eraserhead? Present Mike asked. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. It's because he's doing everything he can to win, that he can't go easy on her or let his guard down. The smoke cleared to show Ochako still standing on her feet, panting, but still on her feet. Not yet, she's still, not dead. Bakugo thought as he acknowledged the fact that Ochako is a lot tougher than she looks. He commends her for lasting this long. Izuku nodded, approving of Aizawa's statement, because despite being brutal and blowing the shit out of Ochako, he saw respect in Bakugo's angry eyes. It's about time, I think, thanks Bakugo, Ochako weakly said. Ochako brought her hands together. For not letting your guard down. She finished. Bakugo said in confusion as he didn't understand what she was referring to. It can't be helped from where Bakugo is, but it's embarrassing for a pro in the stands to start booing without noticing. Monoma suddenly said as he now had everybody's attention. She kept her body low as she advanced, concentrating Bakugo's attacks on the ground, storing up weapons. And then, she narrowed his field of vision with relentless attacks to keep him from noticing. Monoma then looked up and everybody saw what he was referring to. Up in the sky were a bunch of rubble and other debris that were created due to Bakugo's explosions. Everyone stared wide-eyed as most of them didn't even notice that Ochako had been using her quirk all along. I'm gonna win. Ochako shouted with determination as she released her quirk. All of the debris began to fall towards the ring at high speed. A meteor shower. Present Mike cried out. You should have noticed. Aizawa said. She had a desperate plan like that up her sleeve. Mina yelled out in shock as the majority of Class 1A and B didn't even realize that she was planning this from the beginning. Izuku smirked as he watched Ochako's fight. And here I was regretting not giving her a plan to fight Kachan. I guess I didn't have to after all. Ochako then began sprinting straight ahead towards Bakugo. With this much debris, whether he's evading or counter-attacking, there will definitely be an opening. In that moment, I'll get close to him with my secret move. Ochako then activated her quirk as now she was ready to go for the win. I will win. I will win and be just like Deku, too. She outstretched her hand and she was fingertips away from touching Bakugo. She was fingertips away from winning, she was fingertips away from winning just like Deku. But right before she could touch him, Bakugo raised his palm up and ignited a huge explosion towards the sky that pushed Ochako all the way back. The resulting explosion was so powerful that it completely obliterated all of the debris. The explosion was also able to blow many people off of their feet. Since you're friends with Deku, I thought you'd be up to something. The smoke cleared to show Bakugo, unscathed. Ochako stared wide-eyed in horror. How? How is he so strong? She wasn't the only one who thought that, as even Izuku was surprised by the power of Bakugo. That was at least 2 times stronger than the explosion he fired off when we did the battle trials exercise. To think he managed to fire an explosion like that without any support items. Just how much strength did you get during the last month, Kachan? Izuku thought, while sweating. It seems like taking down Bakugo might not be as easy as last time. Bakugo delivers a satisfying explosion. He blasts boldly through Uraraka's secret plan. Present Mike stuttered as he and the rest of the stadium could barely form words at the display of such raw power. Bakugo took a deep breath. That was close, he murmured. Ochako shook as her mind could barely process everything that just happened. I did as much as I could. But he was not fazed at all. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Ochako getting back on her feet. Amazing, she's still not down. Even so. Quote. Bakugo smirked at this. All right, let's get serious then, Uraraka. Izuku gasped. He called her by her name. If it were Deku. Ochako turned around as she stumbled on her legs. He would never give up. Ochako's body was screaming in pain. She could feel her legs shaking, unable to support her weight any longer. Her skin was burned in various places due to Bakugo's explosions. Her body was screaming at her to stop. To just give up. But she refused. As she was about to fall, one image crossed her mind. The image of Izuku with his Sharingan and the lightning of One for All swirling around his body. For Ochako this was the image of victory. She managed to stay on her feet, and outstretched her hand towards Bakugo one last time, her legs were not moving anymore. Come on, please move. Please. One last time, she screamed in her head. Please. All I need is to make him float. She screamed at the top of her lungs, surprising everyone by her tenacity. Music. The raising fighting spirit. Bakugo just looked at her in silence, before suddenly his feet began to leave the ground. What the fuck? He shouted, completely shocked. How was he floating? Did Ochako touch him? No, he's 100% sure she didn't. The whole class A and B were equally shocked. What is happening? Denki stuttered as he looked so confused. Guys, I didn't short-circuited my brain again, right? He asked just to make sure, which made him get a nod from everyone who had their jaws open. Izuku couldn't understand. Ochako's quirk lets her nullify the gravity of anything she touches. So how? How is Bakugo going higher in the air like that? Can you all believe this? Somehow Uraraka actually managed to make Bakugo float. Unbelievable. Present Mike cried out, while the whole crowd were watching in awe. I don't understand, Aizawa muttered. However, after snapping out of his shock, Bakugo was not going to let himself lose like that. Not after coming this far. After all, he had a score to settle with Izuku. Uraraka. He shouted her name, as he started to challenge gravity itself and fire constant explosions to get closer to Ochako. Ochako tried her best to make Bakugo float higher by making him more and more weightless, her hand glowing pink. Almost there. She yelled, as her body was screaming at her to stop and her legs were shaking. Bakugo flashed an evil grin at Ochako, showing how confident he was. Don't underestimate me, he yelled as he fired more and more explosions, each one stronger than the one before. His arms were screaming in pain, but he believed that he could challenge gravity itself. I'll win just like Deku. Ochako shouted, not willing to give up too. Her hand was glowing more and more pink. Izuku just looked at her with wide eyes, but filled with respect. This wasn't the same Ochako that was his partner during the battle trials. For a moment, everyone watched the struggle in silence. Who was going to give out first, Bakugo or Ochako? Neither side was willing to give up, until Bakugo fired 2 powerful explosions from his hands, and once he was close to Ochako, he fired a giant explosion from his right hand aimed to the center of the arena, one that made the one he fired when he destroyed the debris seems like child's play. The giant explosion created massive shockwaves and the whole stadium shook like if there was an earthquake, dust filling the air. The poor people who were standing fell of their feet. When the dust cleared, it showed Bakugo panting, his arm had significant bruises and burns. Everyone was shocked, the entire arena was destroyed. They tried to locate Ochako, and shortly after they saw the poor girl unconscious besides the wall that separated the spectators from the arena. And it seems like that said wall had a crack in it. She must have smashed into the wall first. Eraser. Present Mike stuttered before calling his friend's name. Yes, Aizawa responded. Seriously, what are you teaching your students? Present Mike cried out. I certainly didn't teach them that. Aizawa replied, his eyes still looking at the debris of the arena where Bakugo was still standing. He had a wide smirk on his face. Midnight, who was knocked away after the explosion, finally managed to pull herself up thanks to Cementos. Huh, what happened? She asked. That Bakugo kid destroyed the whole arena. Cementos replied with visible annoyance. He had to fix the arena once again. I swear Nezu must pay us double this month. She groaned. Make it double for every time they destroy my arena. Cementos replied, still pissed about the fact that his arena was destroyed again. Midnight chuckled before checking on Ochako. She was unconscious. It's a good thing that the explosion wasn't aimed at her, or else something bad would have happened to her. Uraraka is unconscious. Bakugo advances to the next round. Midnight announced. Unbelievable folks. I don't know what to say. From the hero course the man WHO challenged the laws of physics itself and won. Class 1A Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike yelled, while the crowd erupted in cheers. But let's also give it to Uraraka from Class 1A2, WHO despite being at a disadvantage kept going. Present Mike cried out with visible tears in his eyes, as the crowd clapped their hands. Poor Uraraka, I wished you had won. He added. Hey, I thought we were supposed to be unbiased. Aizawa sternly told his friend. Izuku jumped into the arena and ran to Ochako. He looked at her with a gentle smile, before carrying her. She needed medical attention immediately. You did well, Uraraka. I want to win, like Deku, she murmured in her sleep. Izuku glanced at Bakugo, who was looking at him with a shit-eating grin, as if he was telling Izuku that he's next. Izuku kept staring in Bakugo's eyes. From what he just saw it seems like Bakugo was a bigger threat than he initially thought. Will he be able to beat him? Izuku didn't know, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't try. So before breaking eye contact, he smirked, telling Bakugo to come and get him if he can. He finally exited the arena and headed to Recovery Girl. Izuku arrived to Recovery Girl's office, and proceeded to lay Ochako on a bed. Poor girl, she's so hurt. I swear I hate the sports festival. Recovery Girl exclaimed, as she kissed Ochako and activated her quirk. Due to the fact that Ochako used all of her strength, Recovery Girl couldn't completely heal her, so she wrapped her arms and forehead with bandages. After a few moments, Ochako finally woke up. What happened? She asked, while she held her head. She was a bit nauseous. You passed out after Kachan knocked you out of the ring. Izuku replied. What? Ochako exclaimed with visible sadness. She thought that no hero will scout her, now that she lost against Bakugo. I lost, I failed. I'm useless. But before she could finish, Izuku gave her a chop on the head. Don't you dare say that. You hear me? You're not useless. Izuku sternly scolded her. He was not going to let her belittle herself like that. Deku, she muttered. Izuku stood up from his chair and proceeded to pat Ochako's head. Uraraka, you were amazing out there. Your match was even better than mine. I'm sure that the pros will scout you. Izuku exclaimed in a cheerful tone. Ochako couldn't help but blush, but how was Izuku so sure? How are you sure about this, Deku? She questioned. A part of her wanted to believe that he's right. Izuku pulled out his phone and showed Ochako a video when the whole crowd cheered for her. You see, you did your bees no, more than your best out there. You were simply amazing, Uraraka. Izuku exclaimed, while Ochako had a puzzled look while watching the video. She lost, so why are the people cheering for her? But why? She asked. Wait, you don't remember? Izuku asked, perplexed by Ochako's question. Remember what? She asked the Sharingan user again. Izuku was now confused as how Ochako didn't remember what happened at the end of the match. Uraraka, you made Kachan float, without even touching him. And then he actually struggled and kept firing explosions to stop himself from going higher, but he ultimately knocked you out with a big explosion. Izuku explained, hoping that Ochako remembers what happened. Ochako narrowed her eyes and gave a thoughtful look, trying to remember what happened. She then widened her eyes as she finally remembered what happened. Oh, I remember now. Great, Izuku exclaimed as he grabbed his notebook and pen. Uraraka, please tell me everything about that new ability. Izuku added as his pupils became like stars. Uraraka looked at her hand for a moment. She tried to nullify the gravity of a water bottle without touching it, but ultimately failed. Sorry Deku, I can't. I don't even know how I did that to begin with. She apologized for being unable to draw out that power. I see a temporary power up, Izuku murmured as he put a hand on his chin and thought about it. Or maybe my quirk almost awakened just like you, Deku. She said with a cheerful tone and smiled. She liked the fact that maybe her quirk can awaken like Izuku's. Yes, maybe it could be that. Izuku answered. Is that really possible? As far as I know, only my Sharingan was the only known power that has the ability to awaken, and Shisui corrected that by saying that it was just evolving and getting stronger. Can quirks really awaken? If that's possible, then could one for all awaken too? Izuku thought as million questions popped in his head. Deku, is something wrong? Ochako asked, snapping Izuku's out of his trance. Don't worry, it's nothing, I'm totally fine. He answered, before Ochako's phone began to ring. Oh, I'm sorry, that must be my dad. She explained. It's okay, I'm going back to the stands. But before I go, Uraraka, I need you to know that I'm proud of you, and that you should be proud of yourself too. Izuku said as he gave her a thumbs up, before leaving her alone. Ochako blushed, before finally answering the phone. When Ochako's father called, he told her how proud of her he and her mother were. And although Ochako replied, saying that wish she could have done more. Her father told her that she did more than enough, and that there's always a next year. He also mentioned how happy he was when the people cheered for her, which managed to convince Ochako that she surely got scouted by pros. She was only frustrated that she lost against Bakugo, and decided that during the internships, she'll focus on combat training. That way, she'll have more options as a hero in the future. As Izuku was making his way back to the stands, he met All Might in his skinny form. Young Midoriya, he called his successor. All Might. Izuku responded, not expecting to see his mentor here. I was looking for you, young man. You were so amazing during your match. You really managed to pull it off. All Might said, without referring to One for All. He pulled Izuku to a staff room so that they could speak without worries. I can't believe you used One for All like that. I never imagined that it was even possible. Izuku rubbed the back of his head while smiling sheepishly. I wanted to save it for the finals, but seems like I managed to surprise you. I can't say I didn't jump off my seat, while the other teachers just stared at me like I'm a weirdo. All Might replied with a chuckle. All Might then took a more serious tone, as he had something important to tell Izuku. Young Midoriya, I'm afraid we need to do a better job at hiding your quirks. After the USJ incident, there were already questions regarding your quirk, and now with your lightning powers, there ought to be more. All Might explained, while also thinking about his talk with Endeavor. Izuku frowned as no matter how hard he tried to find an excuse that would be convincing enough he couldn't. It's really that bad, huh? Izuku pointed out. Yes, but luckily for you I got the perfect one. All Might exclaimed, giving Izuku thumbs up. That's great, All Might. What do you propose? Izuku asked. We'll say that your quirk is Sharingan. A mix of an enhancer and emitter quirk. The enhancer part enhances all the physical aspects of your body including your perception, while the emitter part is the illusions you send to the brain. All Might explained, as in reality this was an idea derived of Izuku's grandfather, Hajime Midoriya's idea when he used to talk about his quirk too, except in his case things were different. Izuku gave a thoughtful look, trying to think if there's anything that doesn't seem convincing. What about the Chidori? He asked. Well, when you usually use full cowl, lightning appears around your body, right? You could just say that you found a way to use that lightning. All Might replied, with a shrug. Izuku thought about it for a second, before he replied, which is kinda true. Seems convincing to me. All right then, I won't take too much of your time. Now good luck in your next matches, keep up the good work and show them who's the next fledgling symbol of peace. Yes sir, Izuku replied, as his eyes shone with determination. Izuku finally returned to the stands only to see Hatsume walking out of the ring as she was sweating in exhaustion. I've presented each and every last one of them. I have nothing left to say. Hatsume exclaimed satisfied with her so-called match. Midnight was confused about this whole thing as she shakily raised her hand. Hatsume is out of bounds. Iida advances to the quarterfinals. You tricked me. Tenya cried out in horror. Hatsume walked away, heading towards the tunnel, before saying, I'm sorry. I used you, she said shamelessly. I hate you. What happened? Izuku asked. Well, you could say that Hatsume used Iida for advertisement purposes. Ochako laughed as she couldn't help but feel that the whole situation was so funny. Izuku chuckled too before saying, that's Hatsume for you. By the way Deku, where have you been? You said you would return to the stands, yet when I came back you weren't here. Ochako asked. I was using the restroom. Izuku lied, convincing the girl, but Itsuka on the other hand felt that something was fishy. Next is Yaoyorozu against Ishido, right? Izuku asked, trying to change the subject. Yeah, and I guess that one will be more entertaining than the last. Ojiro replied, until he remembered something. Oh right, Izuku, I want to know more about the Chidori thing you used during your match. Bakugo immediately opened his eyes that were close, taking interest in the conversation. It was shiny and magnifique. Vraiment, la crème de la crème. Aoyama exclaimed. He respected the fact that the attack was both shiny and powerful. Magnifique equals magnificent and vraiment equals really, and la crème de la crème is an urban expression which means something of high quality or simply elegant. It was so manly Midoriya, one of the coolest things I have ever seen. Kirishima said with his usual cheerful tone. Well, you know my Sharingan is a mix between an enhancer and emitter quirk. And normally the enhancer aspect generates lightning around me. So, I thought, why not use it? He said with a shrug. He decided to skip the details and spread the new lie about his quirk. That's not fair, a voice muttered, but everyone was able to hear it. They looked at the voice owner. It was Denki who was sulking. Why your lightning worked against grass while mine didn't? I'm the one with the lightning quirk here. You cheated. He added, while everyone laughed. Yes, it's not fair at all Midoriya. I can't forgive you. Why do you have a quirk that can let you see Hagakure naked? I'm the one who should have been blessed with a quirk like that. Mineta threw a temper tantrum, but Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue, while Jiro used her earlobes and plugged them in his head, sending vibrations to his brain. Now everyone, get ready because the fifth match is about to begin. Present Mike announced. All-purpose creation. She was admitted through recommendations, so her abilities are certified. From the hero course, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. Versus is something going to come out of those horns. Well, from the hero course, it's Mina Ishido. Present Mike announced. Aizawa let out a sigh, before saying, you always have to say a stupid comment, don't you? Always. Present Mike replied, with a grin. Midoriya, what do you think of this match? Ojiro asked his friend. Izuku, who was now holding his notebook, gave it a thought before he said, I think that time will be the key. Izuku replied, while Ojiro nodded. Mina will try to get close to me when the match starts. If I can create my first item, before she could get close it'll be checkmate. Momo though, as she revised her plan. She had more than an hour to devise one, and knew that it will all depend on how fast Mina could close the distance between them. Fifth match start. Present Mike cried out. Once the match began, Mina quickly started to use her acid to slide on it and close the distance between her and Momo, while Momo started to create something quickly. Come on, quickly, Momo said in her mind, before creating a shield. A shield, ha, that won't work on me. Mina exclaimed, as she threw her acid on the shield, waiting for it to melt. She had a grin on her face, as she got closer, but to her horror the shield didn't melt. What the, how? High alloy steel. Momo replied. High what? Denki asked. High alloy steel. It's a special metal that has high resistance to acid. Izuku explained, while everyone looked at him. He remembers that from reading a book about metals that have high resistance to acid when he used to spend his time in the school's library. Right now, Ishido is at a big disadvantage. Not fair. Mina cried out, as she frowned and moved her arms. Next, create a weapon. Momo thought, before creating a staff like the one she usually uses, and started to get closer to Mina. Mina tried to throw more of her acid at the shield, but it was no use. She couldn't stop Momo. If Ishido had a way to spray acid with high concentrations, then the shield would have had weakened a bit, but unfortunately for her she can't. Izuku exclaimed as he knew who would be the winner. Momo just kept getting closer and closer, before she hit Ishido in her side with the staff, then her legs, knocking Mina down. She moved the staff close to her head, before saying. Do you give up? I give up, Mina replied with frustration. Ishido lost by yielding. Yaoyorozu advances to the next round. Midnight said as she cracked her whip. From the hero course Momo Yaoyorozu wins. I gotta admit folks, being a chemistry nerd helps sometimes. Present Mike exclaimed, while the crowd cheered for Momo. Player waiting room 2. Shoto was walking, heading to the arena. It was time for his match. He was thinking about Izuku's Chidori and Bakugo's final explosion, until he came across his father. You're in my way, he said with visible disgust. Endeavor stared at him for a moment, before he said, you're acting disgracefully, Shoto. However, Shoto decided to walk away and not hear any of his shit. If you used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the obstacle course and capture the flag. Stop this childish rebellion already. You have a duty to surpass All Might. Do you understand? You're different from your siblings, you're the greatest masterpiece. Endeavor exclaimed while Shoto kept walking away. Is that all you can say, bastard? All, Shoto began to retaliate, but was interrupted. Don't say I'll win using my mom's power, because you won't. Endeavor pointed out, which finally made his son stop in his tracks. His father never doubted him before. Explain, Shoto demanded. Putting it simply, you can't win against Izuku Midoriya unless you use your left side. Endeavor explained, which shocked Shoto. When did his father ever took interest in learning one of his classmates' names? You talk as if you know a lot about him. I know him better than he even knows himself, Shoto. I know his full potential and what he's capable of, and let me say it straight to you again. You can't defeat him using only your mother's power. I won't use your damn power. The younger Todoroki protested. Even if that works now, you'll soon realize the limits of this power. Endeavor finished, while Shoto started to walk to the arena again, wearing a really angry face and full of rage and disgust. He despised his father more than anything. Thanks for waiting. It's now time to start the sixth match of the first round. Next up is, these guys. Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered seeing the displayed images of Todoroki and Zero. He's good, but what's with that plainness he just can't get rid of? From the hero course, it's Hanta Zero. That's mean, Zero said in response to Present Mike's comment. Versus taking second place in the obstacle course. You're way too strong, kid. He wasn't recommended for admission for nothing. Also, from the hero course, it's Shoto Todoroki. And now, sixth match. Ready, start. Well, I don't feel like I can win. Zero then wrapped Todoroki around with his tape. But I don't feel like losing, either. Zero yelled as he began pushing Todoroki with his tape towards the end of the ring. A surprise attack aimed to push his opponent out of bounds. Don't you think that was the best choice for this situation? Seriously, get him, Zero. Present Mike shouted as Zero was close to getting Todoroki out of bounds. Sorry. Shoto simply said. He planted his foot down as he launched a stream of ice towards Zero. The ice transformed into a giant ice wall that resembled a glacier. It was able to reach the top of the entire stadium and it completely froze Zero in place. Everybody gawked at the sheer magnitude of the ice wall that Shoto created. What's that? Both Deatharms and Kamui exclaimed with visible shock, as they were able to see the ice glacier from outside the stadium. Don't you think that's a bit much? Zero stuttered as he shivered. He was damn near freezing to death. My arena. Cementos cried out again. Zero, can you move? Midnight asked. She too was freezing from the ice on her. Oh, of course not, ow. Zero is immobilized. Shoto Todoroki advances to the second round. Everybody in the crowd was speechless until one pro hero said. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The whole crowd started chanting don't worry about, in an attempt to cheer up Zero for his devastating defeat. Sorry, I went overboard, I was angry. Shoto said as he began melting the ice glacier with his left hand. Shoto then glanced at Izuku, who the ice glacier was only a few centimeters away from his face. Izuku looked back at Shoto who was staring at him with cold eyes, as if he's telling him that this is the fate that awaits him. He looks sad, more than intimidating. Izuku thought as he could tell something was troubling Shoto. So, he made his decision, that he will help Shoto.